My dear friend, listen closely today. The very thing you have been praying over, the very one your heart has been yearning for, the very person shaped by God's own hand to walk beside you in this life, is about to move with urgency. Yes, your soulmate is on the verge of taking bold, decisive steps to be with you. When God decrees something, nothing on earth or in heaven can stop it from coming to pass. There is a stirring in the unseen, a movement orchestrated by God Himself. It is aligning hearts, shifting circumstances, and preparing the path for a divine union. Many of you hearing this right now have wept in secret. You have asked God, why must I wait so long? Why does my heart ache with emptiness? Why has loneliness been my portion when I have tried to walk faithfully before you? Yet deep inside your spirit there is a whisper, a stirring, an unshakable knowing that you were not created to journey through life alone. God Himself placed in your heart the longing for companionship, for covenant, for that one person formed before time began to mirror your soul. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten you. Do not think for a moment that your prayers have been ignored. God is never late, and He is never careless. His timing is not like our timing. His ways are not like our ways. While you have been waiting, God has been preparing. While you have been praying, God has been shaping. While you have been weeping, God has been writing a story so beautiful, so unexpected, so beyond anything you could have imagined, that when it unfolds, you will fall to your knees in awe of His faithfulness. The person whom God has chosen for you is not just anyone. They are not a counterfeit. They are not a distraction. They are not a fleeting desire. They are your God-ordained soulmate. And when God stirs a soulmate to move, He does not stir them with timidity. He does not stir them with hesitation. He stirs them with urgency. He places in their heart a fire that cannot be quenched, a restlessness that will not let them go until they take the drastic step of coming into alignment with His will for their life and for yours. Oh, my dear friend, do you know what that means? It means you do not need to chase. You do not need to beg. You do not need to scheme. You do not need to manipulate. God Himself is the author of this connection, and He is the one who will cause the hearts to align. Your soulmate is not going to remain silent forever. They are not going to stay complacent. They are not going to ignore the tugging of God's Spirit. They will move. And when they will move with boldness, with certainty, with conviction, and with determination to be with you. And perhaps you are wondering, but why now? Why after so long? Because God is a God of appointed times. He is a God of seasons. And just as the farmer waits for the rain, just as the seed waits for its time to break through the soil, just as the sun rises at the appointed hour, so to your union has an appointed moment. That moment is drawing near. You can feel it in the atmosphere. You can sense it in your spirit. You can perceive the shift, even if you cannot yet see it with your eyes. Do not mistake delays for denial. Do not mistake silence for absence. God has been working in the hidden places. Your soulmate has been tested. They have walked through valleys. They have faced battles. They have been refined in the fire. They have been shaped in the wilderness. And now God is placing a holy urgency upon them. They are realizing that life without you is incomplete, that their destiny is tied to yours, that their future cannot unfold fully without aligning with you. This urgency is not born of human desire alone. It is born of divine orchestration. It is the hand of God pressing upon their heart, reminding them, convicting them, urging them that the time has come, They will not sleep peacefully until they take action. They will not rest contentedly until they pursue what God has ordained. They will move mountains. They will break barriers. They will cross distances. They will defy opinions. They will risk everything to stand by your side. Because when God decrees a union, no force of darkness, no voice of doubt, no chain of circumstance can hold it back. Hear me carefully. This is not about a fairy tale. This is not about human fantasy. This is about divine purpose. When your soulmate comes, they are not coming to simply hold your hand. They are coming to walk with you in God's calling. They are coming to stand beside you in your assignment. They are coming to pray with you, to build with you, to dream with you, to labor with you, to worship with you. They are coming because your souls are intertwined in destiny, and together you will fulfill what alone you could not. You must prepare your heart. You must be ready for the drastic action that is coming, because when they come, it may shake your world. It may require you to leave behind old doubts, old wounds, old fears. It may require you to step into courage, to embrace vulnerability, to accept the blessing God is placing before you. Do not sabotage what God is sending with suspicion or hesitation. When the door opens, walk through it with faith. When the opportunity arises, seize it with boldness. When the person stands before you, recognize them for who they are. Not just a companion, but the answer to your prayer, the fulfillment of God's promise, the embodiment of His faithfulness. I want you to understand something profound. Your soulmate is not simply choosing you. God has already chosen them for you. The drastic action they are about to take is not just their own decision. It is obedience to God's prompting. And when someone obeys God, blessings follow, protection follows, favor follows. A divine covering surrounds that union. And what God blesses, no man can curse. Perhaps you feel unworthy. Perhaps you think, why would anyone take drastic action for me? I am flawed, I am broken, I am scarred. But let me remind you, God does not see you as the world sees you. He sees you as His beloved. He sees you as valuable. He sees you as chosen. And the one He has prepared for you will see you through the same lens. They will not see you as a burden. They will see you as a blessing. They will not see your scars as disqualifications. They will see them as testimonies. They will not see your brokenness as a reason to walk away. They will see it as proof of God's sustaining power in your life. The drastic action your soulmate is about to take will astonish you. It will not be half-hearted. It will not be casual. It will be bold. It will be undeniable. It will carry the weight of conviction and the seal of God's authority. You will know, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is not by chance. This is God's hand. This is God's timing. This is God's will. And so I tell you today, be expectant. Live in anticipation. Carry yourself with dignity. Keep your faith strong. Do not let discouragement poison your hope. Do not let past betrayals blind you to present blessings. Do not let fear hold you back from receiving love. What is coming is bigger than your fears, stronger than your doubts, greater than your imagination. My friend, your soulmate is about to move. They are about to step out of hesitation and into destiny. They are about to silence the voices of doubt and follow the whisper of God. They are about to rearrange their life, their priorities, their path to align with the will of God for both of you. And when they do, you will witness firsthand the power of God to orchestrate lives, to align hearts, to weave destinies, and to fulfill promises. This is your appointed time. This is your answered prayer. This is your testimony in the making. God is faithful, and He is about to prove it in the most breathtaking way. My friend, when God sets something in motion, no power on earth can stop it. The wind may blow against it. The enemy may try to resist it. Voices may rise to oppose it. But what God has decreed will stand firm. The soul that belongs with you is not wandering aimlessly. They are being guided step by the invisible hand of God. And in this very season, that guiding hand is pressing upon them with force, stirring their heart with urgency, and leading them to take bold steps toward you. There is a holy restlessness that God places upon a person when the appointed time comes. They will not be able to find peace in the things that once distracted them. They will not be able to settle for shallow connections or temporary comforts. God will strip away the illusions. He will remove the counterfeits. He will dry up every well that is not meant for them until they are thirsty enough to seek the living stream that flows only in the direction of His divine will. That stream is leading them to you. Do you not see how God works? He closes one door, so you will not be trapped in the wrong place. He allows disappointment so you will not waste your years in counterfeit promises. He permits heartbreak so that your heart can be purified and prepared for the one who will cherish it with reverence. God is not punishing you in the waiting. He is preserving you. He is guarding your soul until the one He has chosen is ready to step forward. And hear me well, drastic action is never comfortable. It is not safe. It is not predictable. It is a leap into the unknown. But when God compels a soul, they cannot resist. Your soulmate is about to reach a point where hesitation is no longer an option. They will break patterns that held them captive. They will silence the fears that once controlled them. They will rise with courage that only God could place in their spirit. They will look at the obstacles before them and say, no matter what stands in my way, I must move and I must act. I must go where God is leading me. That action will surprise even them. For years, perhaps, they thought they could manage without you. They believed they could ignore the pull, suppress the desire, bury the conviction. But God has a way of bringing things to the surface. He has a way of igniting fires that cannot be quenched. He has a way of pressing upon the human spirit until obedience becomes the only option. That is what is happening now. The one He has chosen for you is on the brink of surrender to that holy prompting. And once they do, you will see them step forward with a determination that nothing can shake. Some of you are wondering if this is too good to be true. You have been deceived before. You have been disappointed before. You have opened your heart only to see it crushed under the weight of broken promises. But God does not repeat the wounds of the past when He brings forth His true gift. The past was preparation. The pain was training. The tears watered the soil of your spirit. So that now, when the right one arrives, you will recognize them not by charm, not by words, not by fleeting emotions, but by the undeniable witness of God's presence surrounding the union. Let me tell you something important. When this drastic action comes, it will not be hidden in shadows. It will not be whispered in secrecy. It will not be half-hearted. It will be clear. It will be decisive. It will be bold. You will not have to chase it, question it, or force it. It will come to you with the unmistakable mark of God's hand. That is how you will know it is real. Do not be surprised if this action defies logic. Do not be surprised if it goes against human reasoning. God does not always work according to human logic. He does not bow to the opinions of others. When He commands a heart to move, that heart will obey regardless of cost. Your soulmate may leave behind comfort zones. They may walk away from familiar places. They may abandon old plans, but they will do it gladly because the conviction of God's will is stronger than the pull of worldly security. And I say to you, prepare yourself. Prepare your heart to receive. Prepare your spirit to embrace. Prepare your mind to adjust. Because what God is bringing will not fit into the small box of your expectations. It will stretch you. It will call you higher. It will demand that you grow, that you heal, that you step into greater faith. God does not bring ordinary unions to His chosen ones. He brings unions that carry weight, purpose, and destiny. And when such a union arrives, it will elevate both souls into realms of blessing they could never reach alone. There will be voices that question. There will be people who doubt. There will be whispers that say, "This cannot be from God," but ignore them. They do not know what God has spoken in the quiet chambers of your spirit. They have not heard the whispers in the night when you poured out your heart to Him. They have not seen the visions that stirred in your dreams. They have not felt the confirmation that floods your soul when you pray. They cannot see what God has destined, for His ways are hidden from the proud, but revealed to the faithful. Your soulmate is about to do what others thought they never would. They are about to take risks others will not understand. They are about to walk paths others would fear. But they will do it because God has written your name upon their heart. No one else will satisfy. No one else will complete. No one else will bring that deep God-given peace. And until they move toward you, they will not find rest. I must remind you, do not mistake their drastic action as their strength alone. It is not by human will that this will happen, and it is by God's power. If God had not stirred them, they would remain in place. If God had not placed fire in their soul, they would remain passive. But because God has marked this time, because He has declared this season, they cannot stay where they are. They must come. They must act. They must align with destiny. There is a truth you must hold tightly to in this moment. When God chooses to align two souls, He does it with precision, with purpose, and with power. This is not a random collision. It is not mere chance. It is the unfolding of a divine script written before you even understood the longing of your heart. And in this season, that script is coming alive. The one who belongs beside you is awakening to the call of God, and the urgency within them is no longer something they can ignore. Understand this. Drastic action is the language of divine urgency. When God presses upon a heart, He does not nudge it timidly. He ignites it with fire. That fire burns away excuses. It consumes fear. It overcomes hesitation. Your soulmate is about to step into that fire-driven obedience. They are about to make a move that will change both of your lives forever. But why drastic? Why so bold, so unshakable, so undeniable? Because anything less would not break through the barriers that have stood in the way. Anything less would not silence the voices of doubt, the weight of fear, the resistance of circumstance. Only drastic action can override the obstacles. And when God commands such action, it carries unstoppable force. Think of it this way. When the river is dammed up, it takes a mighty breaking for the waters to flow again. When the night is at its darkest, it takes the explosion of dawn to shatter the shadows. When chains have bound for too long, it takes the violent breaking of metal for freedom to come. Your soulmate's drastic action will be like that. It will break barriers, shatter delays, silence doubts, and release a flood of God's blessing. And you, child of God, must not only expect it, but prepare for it. You cannot meet this divine moment with fear. You cannot meet it with suspicion. You cannot let the wounds of yesterday blind you to the miracle of today. The drastic action that is coming is not like what you have known before. This is not manipulation, not counterfeit affection, not empty promises. This is God's hand moving upon the heart of another to fulfill His promise to you. God has a way of stirring the unseen. He works in the silence. He moves in the shadows. He orchestrates in the background what you cannot yet see in the foreground. While you were weeping, He was aligning. While you were waiting, He was preparing. While you were praying, He was shaping. And now, the fruit of that hidden work is about to emerge. Do not underestimate the power of divine timing. If this had come earlier, you might not have been ready. If it had come before, your soulmate may not have been prepared. But now, after the shaping, after the testing, after the refining fire, the time has come. And when God says the time has come, no delay can remain. No obstacle can stand. No enemy can hinder. Let me speak to the waiting heart right now. You have been faithful in the season of loneliness. You have walked through the valley of silence. You have endured the whispers of doubt. You have carried the weight of questions that seemed unanswered. But know this, every tear watered the soil. Every prayer built the foundation. Every lonely night carved the capacity within you to receive the blessing that is now at your door. Your soulmate is about to awaken to this same realization. They too have carried burdens. They too have wrestled with doubts. They too have wandered in deserts that left them thirsty for something real, something eternal, something ordained by God. And now God is pressing upon them with a holy urgency, saying, move, act, do not delay, step into destiny. You see, my friend, when God ordains a connection, He does not only prepare one heart, He prepares both. He works on both ends. He shapes you and He shapes them. He purifies you and He purifies them. He removes your distractions and He removes theirs. And when the time is ripe, He brings the two together with a force that no human reasoning can explain. That force is about to move in your life. But here is the key. You must walk in faith, not fear. You must open your spirit, not close it. You must trust God's hand, not lean on your own understanding. Because when this drastic action comes, it may look unfamiliar. It may feel overwhelming. It may seem sudden. But sudden to you is not sudden to God. It is the culmination of years of preparation, the unfolding of a plan written long before you could see it. Consider how God works. He took Joseph from prison to palace in a single day. He split the sea for a nation in a single night. He brought rain to parched land in a single moment. God works suddenly, drastically, and powerfully when the appointed time comes. So too, your soulmate's action will come suddenly, drastically, and powerfully. And you will know it is God because it will not come wrapped in confusion, but in clarity. It will not come with hesitation, but with conviction. It will not come with chaos, but with peace. The peace of God will surround it, confirming in your spirit that this is His doing and not man's. I must speak this truth boldly. Some of you have been tempted to settle. The waiting has made you wary. The silence has made you restless. You have thought to yourself, maybe I should just accept whoever comes. Maybe I should just force something to work. But hear me, do not settle. Do not compromise. Do not accept what is less than what God has promised. Because if you settle for less, you will miss the drastic, destiny-filled action of the one God has ordained. Your soulmate is not ordinary, and neither is the union God has prepared. This union carries weight. It carries purpose. It carries destiny. It is not just about companionship. It is about assignment. It is not just about affection. It is about alignment. It is not just about love. It is about legacy. Together you will build, you will rise, you will conquer. You will glorify God in ways that neither of you could have done alone. My beloved friend, let me remind you of this unshakable truth. God is not a God of confusion. He is a God of clarity, of order, of divine alignment. When He sets two souls on a collision course toward destiny, He does not allow the connection to remain hidden forever. There comes a time when the veil is lifted, when the silence breaks, when the appointed season dawns, and the one whom God has chosen for you can no longer remain still. That time is now. That season is here. The one designed for you is awakening, and within them burns a fire that cannot be quenched. That fire will move them to take decisive action, not out of recklessness, but out of obedience to the voice of God. Consider how God has moved throughout history. When He parts the sea, it is never a mere stream. It is a towering wall of water breaking open to uncover dry land. When He sends rain upon a thirsty earth, it is not a light sprinkle. It is a downpour that soaks the fields in abundance. When He rescues His people, it is never small or hidden. It is powerful, unmistakable, undeniable. In the same way, the actions of your soulmate will unfold. They will not be concealed. They will not be hesitant. They will be courageous. They will bear the imprint of God's authority. Some of you have been asking, how will I know it is truly from God? How will I know this drastic action is the answer to my prayer and not just another disappointment? You will know because it will bear the fruit of God's Spirit. It will not come clothed in confusion. It will not be birthed out of desperation. It will not lead you into chaos. It will come with peace, with clarity, with strength. It will align with the prayers you have whispered in the night, the visions you have carried in your heart, and the longings you could never quite explain to others. Your soulmate's drastic action will also demand courage from you. For when they arrive, they will challenge the walls you have built around your heart. They will ask you to trust again, to love again, to believe again. And that, my dear friend, is why God has allowed the long season of preparation. Every tear, every heartbreak, every season of solitude was not wasted. It was God strengthening you, stretching you, enlarging your capacity to receive a love that is pure, that is purposeful, that is divine. Without the refining, you might have rejected what is coming. But now, after all you have endured, you will recognize it for what it truly is, a gift from God. Do not underestimate how drastic this action may look to others. People may question it. They may shake their heads. They may say it is too sudden, too bold, too risky. But understand this, when God speaks to a heart, He speaks louder than the opinions of man. Your soulmate will no longer be controlled by what others think. They will not be hindered by the fear of judgment. They will not be held back by the chains of comfort. They will rise up, propelled by the voice of God, and they will move towards you with a conviction that silences every critic. God often works in ways that shock human reasoning. He does not follow the patterns of the world. He does not wait for human approval. He does not bend to cultural expectations. When He decides to join two lives together, He will move mountains, reroute rivers, and bend time itself to make it happen. That is why you must keep your faith anchored in Him and not in what you see around you. What looks impossible to man is possible with God. What looks far away in the natural is close in the spiritual. What looks delayed in the eyes of people is right on time in the calendar of heaven. I want you to see this with your spirit's eye. Somewhere right now your soulmate is restless. They cannot explain it fully. They cannot shake it off. They cannot silence the voice in their heart. God is stirring them. He is reminding them of the emptiness they feel when they are apart from you. He is impressing upon them that their destiny is tied to yours, that their peace is linked to obedience, that their future is incomplete without the step they are about to take. And so they are preparing to move fast, boldly, drastically, because they know deep within that to delay is to disobey God Himself. And you, my friend, must be ready to recognize the hand of God when it manifests. This is not a season to live distracted. This is not a time to dwell on what was lost. This is not a moment to bury yourself in fear. This is the time to lift your eyes, to raise your faith, to stand with expectation. When God moves, He looks for those who are awake, alert, and prepared. Be one of them. Do not sleep spiritually while your answer is knocking at the door. Think of the farmer who plants in faith. He does not see the harvest immediately. He waits through long nights, through seasons of rain, through moments of doubt. Yet at the appointed time, the field bursts forth with life, and all the waiting is redeemed in one powerful moment of reaping. That is how this drastic action will feel. It will redeem the waiting. It will make sense of the pain. It will turn your mourning into joy, your loneliness into companionship, your prayers into testimony. Your soulmate is not coming to you half-hearted. They are not approaching you casually. They are not playing with destiny. They are coming with full surrender to the will of God. That is why their action will seem drastic, because it will cost them something. It may cost them comfort. It may cost them the approval of others. It may cost them their old plans, but they will gladly pay the price because they know that obedience to God is more valuable than the applause of man. And you must also be willing to pay a price. You may have to let go of fear. You may have to release old disappointments. You may have to forgive those who hurt you, so that your heart is free to embrace what is new. You may have to step into an unknown that feels terrifying at first. But know this, when God leads you, He does not lead you into destruction. He leads you into blessing. When He joins you to your soulmate, He does not do it to harm you. He does it to fulfill you. My beloved, hear me with the ears of your heart. When gossip arises against you, it is not always an attack on your weakness, but often a testimony of your strength in God. Those who whisper behind your back cannot reach the heights where God is taking you. Their voices are bound to the dust, but your destiny is bound to the heavens. Do not allow their small talk to derail your great purpose. For the one who holds your breath, who measures the seas in his hand, and who commands the sun to rise, is the same one who will silence the noise of false tongues. Understand this truth. People gossip because they cannot comprehend the favor of God resting upon you. They speak what their hearts cannot carry because God has placed upon you a light too heavy for their eyes. The whispers in dark corners are nothing compared to the proclamation of God's will over your life. If the Almighty says you are chosen, who can unchoose you? If He says you are lifted, who can drag you down? Their words are like smoke, visible for a moment, then gone. But the Word of God over your life is like a mountain, unshackable, immovable, eternal. When gossip surrounds you, remember, God is the revealer of truth. He brings to light what is hidden in shadows. He exposes hearts and intentions that pretend to be pure, but are poisoned with envy. Sometimes God allows the gossip to spread so that you may see who is for you and who is against you. Do not be distressed. This is divine separation. This is purification of your circle. For God does not want rotten fruit to contaminate your harvest. He removes what is false so that what is true may remain. Lift your head high when they speak falsely of you. You do not need to defend yourself, for your defender is God. Let him fight your battles. Let him answer your critics. Let him scatter those who rise against you. The same God who divided the seas can divide you from the reach of your enemies. The same God who brought down the arrogant Pharaoh can humble the proud hearts that slander your name. And the same God who lifts the oppressed can lift you above the noise of every lie. So I say to you, walk boldly, walk faithfully, and walk silently when needed. Do not waste your strength wrestling with gossipers, for their words are weightless. Instead, anchor your soul in God, the source of all strength. Let your heart rest in His promise, and let your spirit rise on the wings of His protection. Gossip may follow you, but God goes before you. Gossip may try to stain your name, but God has already written it in His book of remembrance. And what God remembers, no tongue can erase. Let me tell you this with all the fire of truth burning in my spirit. When you anchor your life in God, when you refuse to bend to the winds of gossip, slander, or deceit, you rise to a level where no voice of man can touch you. People may conspire, they may whisper, they may spread lies in hidden corners, but the moment God decides to lift you, no force on earth and no scheme of darkness can pull you down. The blessing of God is not dependent on human approval, and the honor that God places upon you cannot be canceled by the tongues of those who envy you. Every trial you face, every wound inflicted by the betrayal of others is shaping you into someone unshakable, someone refined in the furnace of God's wisdom. Stop worrying about who dislikes you. Stop wasting your nights thinking about those who plot against you. Instead, ask yourself this: what is God teaching me in this season? Because often God allows you to see the darkness in others, not to make you bitter, but to make you wiser, stronger, and more discerning. Remember this: when people try to bury your name, God plants it deeper into the soil so it can grow into a tree that bears fruit. When they try to isolate you, God is creating space for your elevation. When they try to shame you, God covers you with dignity and honor that no man can strip away. Do not let their gossip stain your heart. Do not let their rejection poison your soul. Rise above, because you were never meant to be held down by human opinion. You were created to walk in the freedom of God's purpose. And let me declare this truth into your spirit: those who speak against you are not greater than the one who defends you. God hears every insult, every false word, every hidden scheme, and God is not silent. At the appointed time, the very tongues that spoke against you will be silenced. And the same people who tried to dim your light will have no choice but to witness it shine brighter than ever. That is the justice of God. That is the protection of God. That is the victory that comes from placing your trust fully in Him. So do not let gossip break you. Let it remind you that you are chosen. Do not let slander shake you. Let it remind you that God's plan for you is bigger than their opinion. Do not let betrayal destroy you. Let it remind you that your trust was never meant to rest in people, but in God alone. For if God is for you, no one, absolutely no one, can stand against you. My beloved, when people rise against you with gossip, with falsehoods, with whispered words meant to break your spirit, remember this truth: their words cannot define you, because God has already written your worth in the eternal scroll of His decree. The slander of people fades like smoke in the wind, but the word of God stands forever. Do not waste your tears on those who speak behind your back, for if their courage was strong enough, they would stand before you. Instead, their whispers reveal the weakness of their hearts and the strength of your calling. When you hear that others conspire in secret, let your heart not be troubled. It is not you they resist. It is the hand of God upon you that unsettles them. Their gossip is nothing but proof that you are walking a path that threatens their comfort and exposes their hidden darkness. Many times the opposition you face is not about your faults, but about the light of God within you that blinds those who refuse to see truth. God Himself says that He defends the believer, that He is the guardian of the righteous. So why should you fear the noise of people when the voice of God is on your side? Instead of responding to their words with anger, rise above with silence rooted in faith. Silence is not weakness when it is for God. It is strength wrapped in dignity. Your silence will echo louder than their gossip, because God will be your defender. Every word they speak against you unjustly is recorded, and every tear you shed is seen. Do not think that God is unaware. He is the all-knowing, the all-seeing, and He will repay every injustice in its time. My dear one, let this sink deep into your soul. Gossip is the tool of the insecure. When people cannot attack your actions, they attack your reputation. But remember, your reputation is in the hands of people. Your character is in the sight of God, and it is your character that God rewards. Let them talk, let them scheme, let them mock, for in the end their words will collapse like dust. But God will raise you like a tower upon a firm foundation. Do not chase after their approval, for you were never created to please people. You were created to please God. The moment you stop trying to silence every tongue and instead trust the silence of God's wisdom, you will find peace that no gossip can destroy. Let them spread their lies, for God spreads His truth. Let them speak against you, for God speaks for you. And when God speaks, no voice on earth can drown Him out. Beloved, do not forget that even betrayal, slander, and gossip can be used by God to elevate you. Sometimes He allows people to speak against you so He can expose who truly belongs in your circle. Sometimes He allows false words to circulate so that you are pushed closer to Him, finding your strength not in people but in His presence. Gossip may break your heart for a season, but it strengthens your soul for eternity. So walk forward boldly knowing this. Every time they whisper, God hears. Every time they mock, God records. And every time they plot, God responds. The one who guards you neither sleeps nor forgets. Their gossip may travel, but it will not prevail. For God Himself is your shield and your honor. My beloved, there is a moment in every soul's journey when the whispers of doubt try to drown out the truth of God's presence. There will be days when fear rises like a giant standing before you, mocking your faith. But hear this. Fear is nothing more than an illusion that thrives when the heart forgets the nearness of God. When you anchor yourself in the truth that the Almighty is closer to you than your very breath, fear begins to melt away like shadows fleeing from the morning sun. God has not called you to walk in weakness, but in strength. He has not placed His hand upon your life so you would live trembling before trials, but so you would rise above them, declaring, God is with me, and that is enough. When you believe this truth, no weapon formed against you can prosper. No scheme, no slander, no betrayal can overthrow what God has already ordained. And understand this, your enemies may gather, but they cannot prevail if God does not permit it. They may plot in secret, but their whispers cannot touch you unless God allows it for your elevation. Sometimes He allows storms not to break you, but to reveal how unshakable you are when you trust Him. Sometimes He allows pain not to destroy you, but to strip away what was never meant to stay in your life. Do not fear when people walk away from you, for if they could leave, it is because God released them. Do not tremble when doors close, for a closed door is often God's way of directing you towards something greater. And do not panic when you feel surrounded, because the very walls that seem to cage you in are often the same walls God will use to protect you from unseen harm. When your strength feels small, remember that God's strength never diminishes. When your vision seems blurred, remember that God sees the end from the beginning. When your path looks uncertain, know that God already knows the way. Your task is not to figure out every detail, it is to trust Him with every detail. Lift your head, beloved, and let the world know that your hope is not in men, not in wealth, not in fleeting moments of comfort, but in the eternal God who governs all things. He has written your story with wisdom beyond comprehension, and even when you cannot trace His hand, you can trust His plan. So walk boldly, speak with faith, stand firm in the knowledge that God is your defender, your sustainer, your provider, your guide. Let nothing shake you, for you are held by the one who cannot be shaken. And when you walk in that confidence, fear will bow, doubt will crumble, and the light of God's power will shine through you for all to see. Beloved, as we draw this message to a close, let this truth take root deep in your heart. When people rise against you, when they whisper in secret corners, when they attempt to break your spirit with their gossip, it is not you they are truly fighting. It is the favor of God upon your life. Do not be shaken. Do not bend. Do not lose your peace. For what is spoken behind your back cannot cancel what God has written over your life. God does not need the approval of people to elevate you. He does not need their applause to establish you. His decree is final. His word is supreme, and His plan cannot be undone by the tongues of the bitter or the schemes of the jealous. While some conspire in the shadows, God is setting a feast for you in the light. As they waste their voices speaking against you, God is filling your soul with fresh strength. So lift your head not in arrogance, but in confidence that the Almighty stands as your defender. Let their words fall to the ground while your eyes stay fixed on the light of God ahead. For every lie spoken about you, He will return a blessing. For every trap laid to push you down, He will lift you higher. The whispers of people may linger for a moment, but the command of God resounds for all eternity. Do not tremble at the voices of men, cling to the word of God. When you do, you will rise, you will conquer, and you will stand as undeniable proof that no tongue, no scheme, no adversary can triumph over the one who dwells beneath God's mighty covering. So step forward with courage, with steady peace, and with the certainty that God Himself is your shield. What He has begun in you cannot be stopped. Place your trust in Him, and you will witness His glory in ways that silence every voice raised against you. My beloved friend, hear me with the full weight of your heart. Have you ever felt utterly alone in this vast world? Have you walked through life questioning if anyone truly notices you, truly values you, truly treasures you, not for what you give, not for what you achieve, not for how you appear, but simply for who you are? There is a truth meant to stir your soul today. God is already guiding you towards someone who loves you. Not at some distant point, not someday far off, but even now, He is aligning the steps of your journey to bring you face to face with the one prepared to embrace you as you are. Do not think for a moment that love happens by accident. Do not accept the lie that you must pursue people, plead for affection, or push yourself into relationships that drain your spirit. When God is the author of your story, the pages turn with His timing. The connections you need are never the result of chance. They are orchestrated by the unseen hand of God. And take this deeply to heart. If God is leading you, He is not leading you toward rejection, toward betrayal, or toward heartache. God is leading you to someone who already loves you, someone who by His design recognizes your worth before the world ever did. Many of you have wasted your strength on people who never cared for your soul. You poured your heart into those who only took from you. You gave loyalty to those who repaid you with dishonor. But God does not abandon His children to live in cycles of emptiness. God's love is not expressed by leaving you bound to those who despise your light. No, my friend, God intervenes. He removes the counterfeit so that He may bring the genuine. He closes doors so that you will not keep knocking where no love resides. He shuts down conversations so you will not waste another breath pleading for affection where none exists. And instead, He begins to guide your feet toward a divine appointment, a meeting with someone who already values the very essence of who you are. Think about this. Before you were ever aware of your own longing, before you even whispered your prayers for companionship, God already planted love for you in the heart of another. God already designed the intersection of your lives. This is not imagination. This is the reality of divine preparation. The world will tell you to chase love, to compromise for acceptance, to sell your worth cheap just to be chosen. But God says, stand still and watch how I lead you. For when God leads, He leads with precision, and the one He is leading you to already carries within them a love for you. Not a love that must be earned, not a love that must be begged for, but a love that simply is. And hear me, child of God. This truth is not only about romance, it stretches far beyond. It may be a friend who will hold you up when you are weary. It may be a mentor who will see your potential when others overlooked it. It may be a partner in life who will walk beside you with unwavering faithfulness. Whoever it is, the principle stands. God is leading you to someone who already loves you. This love is not selfish. It is not shallow. It is not temporary. It is deep. It is pure. It is steady because it has been authored by the hand of the Almighty. But let me warn you, the reason so many miss this blessing is because they refuse to trust the timing of God. You grow impatient. You want to see everything now. You settle for less because waiting feels too long. You compromise because loneliness feels too heavy. And in doing so, you trade the eternal plan of God for a temporary fix. Do not do it. Do not ruin what God has been preparing for you simply because you refuse to wait. The one God has for you is not hidden because they do not exist. They are hidden because the right time has not yet arrived. Just as the sun rises not a moment too early and not a moment too late, so too will God's timing bring forth the person who already carries love for you in their heart. Lift your head and walk with dignity. Stop crying over those who left you. Stop chasing after those who ignored you. Stop mourning over those who despise the gift you are. If they walked away, let them go. If they rejected you, thank God for He was saving you from false love. If they betrayed you, rejoice, for God was exposing their true heart before you gave them more of yourself. The rejection you faced was not the end of your story. It was the clearing of the path for someone who already loves you to step in. God never removes without replacing. God never allows loss without preparing gain, and the one He has for you, mark my words, they will not need to be convinced to love you. They already do. Oh, how freeing it is when you finally understand that you do not need to beg for what God has already prepared. When you grasp this, your soul rests. You stop striving. You stop lowering yourself. You stop entertaining counterfeits. Instead, you stand in holy confidence, knowing that the same God who formed you, who numbered your days, who clothed you in worth, is the same God leading you step by step toward a soul that honors you. And this love, because it is from God, will not waver when storms come. It will not fade when trials arise. It will not vanish when difficulties appear. For what God authors cannot be erased by the world. Some of you listening right now have prayed for years, asking God, when will it be my turn? When will I see love that is true, love that does not hurt, love that does not abandon? And I am here to tell you, God has heard every word of your prayer. He has seen every tear you cried in secret. He has watched the nights you lay awake in silence, wondering if anyone would ever truly care for you. And God has not been blind to your pain. No, He has been working in the unseen, aligning circumstances, shaping hearts, preparing the right moment when your paths will cross. Do not think that God has forgotten you. He has been orchestrating something greater than you could imagine. The love God is leading you to is not noisy. It is not a performance. It does not need to announce itself with grand displays. It simply is. And you will know it not because it screams loudly, but because it feels like peace. You will recognize it not because it forces itself, but because it flows naturally. You will see it not because you had to demand it, but because it was freely given. The soul God is preparing for you already holds this love. And when you meet them, you will not need to fight to be valued. They will see you and they will know. Do not underestimate the power of God's leading. Sometimes He will shut down opportunities you thought were good because He knows they would destroy you. Sometimes He will delay because He knows you are not ready yet. Sometimes He will test your patience because He wants to refine your faith. But through it all, the destination remains the same, and He is leading you to someone who already loves you. Listen closely, my friend, because this message is not a coincidence for you today. This is not just another moment scrolling through life. This is a divine interruption. God has brought these words before you because He wants to shake the doubt from your heart and awaken your faith once again. God is leading you to someone who already loves you. Not tomorrow, not in some vague hope, but in the living reality of His plan unfolding step by step. And if God has declared it, no force in this world can undo it. So many walk through life hungry for love, begging for crumbs of attention, chasing after people who do not value them. But God never intended for His children to live begging. God never intended for you to bow before rejection and call it love. Love in its purest form is a gift that flows from Him. And when God is the one leading, the person He brings into your life is not coming to use you, not coming to harm you, not coming to test your worth. They are coming because the love in their heart was planted there by the hand of God Himself. No me. Do you understand what this means? It means you do not have to twist yourself into someone you are not. You do not have to beg to be chosen. You do not have to sacrifice your dignity to earn what is already written in your destiny. The one God has prepared for you is not blind to your worth. They already see it. They already feel it. They already love you. Not because you performed for it, not because you begged for it, but because God has aligned their heart with yours. Oh, how often we settle for less than this. How often we chase after people who never had the capacity to love us in the first place. And then when they leave, we cry out to God as though He has failed us. But hear me well, every person who walked away was part of God's protection. Every closed door was God's mercy. Every heartbreak was God saving you from counterfeit love, so that your heart would be free to receive the one who already carries true love for you within their soul. And this love, the one God is guiding you to, is not ordinary. It is not shallow. It is not temporary. It will not fade like the love of this world. It will not collapse under pressure. It will not disappear when the storm comes. Why? Because it is not man-made. It is God-given. And what God gives, no hand can take away. What God ordains, no force can destroy. What God plants, no storm can uproot. You may not see it now, but God is arranging things behind the scenes. That is why certain relationships ended suddenly. That is why certain friendships dried up. That is why certain people lost interest in you without explanation. It was not your fault. It was God's hand removing the wrong ones so you would not be distracted when the right one appeared. God is too wise to let you waste years in the arms of someone who does not truly love you. And God is too faithful to leave you empty. But I must remind you, God's leading requires your trust. You cannot receive this blessing if you are still holding on to bitterness from the past. You cannot see where God is taking you if your eyes are still fixed on what He already removed. Do not cling to dead branches when God has prepared a tree that bears living fruit. Do not cry for what left when what is coming is ordained with eternal purpose. The one God is preparing for you will not need convincing. They already love you. And let me tell you something else. When this person enters your life, you will know. You will not need to force it. You will not need to chase it. You will not need to prove yourself. Their love will feel like rest, not like striving. Their presence will feel like peace, not confusion. For God is not the author of chaos, but of clarity. When He leads you to someone who already loves you, everything about it will carry the fingerprint of His divine peace. But do not mistake God's peace for the absence of trials. Yes, challenges may come. Yes, life may still test you. But the love God has prepared will withstand it. Why? Because real love, love planted by God, is tested but not broken, shaken but not destroyed, pressed but not crushed. It is a love that endures because it does not come from selfish desire, but from the eternal will of God. Let this truth liberate you. You do not need to chase people anymore. You do not need to compete for attention anymore. You do not need to diminish your worth just to feel wanted. God has already written love into your story, and the one He is leading you to is already carrying it for you. The burden you feel now is only the weight of transition, the shifting of your life as God removes what was false and makes room for what is true. My friend, I want you to open the eyes of your heart and hear this with all the weight of truth. When God is guiding you, He is not guiding you aimlessly. He is not pushing you in circles. He is not leaving you to stumble in confusion. Every step you take, every turn you make, every door that opens and every door that shuts is part of a divine choreography. And within that design, there is a destination. God is leading you to someone who already loves you. This is not mere comfort for your loneliness. It is a truth that carries the authority of God's promise. Think of how God works in creation. He sets the stars in the heavens, not one out of place. He orders the seas, not one drop wasted. He designs every season, every sunrise, every sunset with precision. If God takes such care in the details of creation, how much more care does He take in guiding the relationships that will shape your destiny? You are not forgotten. You are not unseen. God's hand is on your life, and His plan is to lead you into a love that already exists for you. A love that has been waiting for you before you even knew how to ask for it. Now here's a truth that many overlook. Before God brings the right person into your life, He will allow the wrong ones to reveal themselves. He will let counterfeits walk across your path so that you will recognize the difference when the genuine arrives. Every heartbreak was not punishment. It was preparation. Every betrayal was not a curse. It was education. Every rejection was not abandonment. It was God's redirection. The very pain you thought was breaking you was shaping you to discern real love when it finally appears. And the one God is leading you to already carries that love in their soul, waiting for the appointed moment to meet you. But understand this, God does not prepare only the one you are meant to meet. He prepares you too. Many people cry out for love but are not yet ready to receive it. They want loyalty while living in compromise. They want depth while dwelling in shallowness. They want commitment while entertaining distraction. God's love cannot be planted in unprepared soil. That is why He has been refining you, stripping away your pride, cleansing your heart, teaching you patience, and strengthening your faith. He has been pruning you so that when the one who already loves you appears, you will not sabotage the blessing by carrying the wounds of your past. This is why you cannot cling to bitterness. Bitterness poisons love. Resentment blinds your vision. Anger shuts down your ability to see God's hand at work. Release it. Let go of the grudges against those who failed to love you. Do not carry the shadows of yesterday into the sunrise of tomorrow. God cannot lead you forward while you are chained to the past. Free yourself because the one He is guiding you to deserves the healed version of you. The version that knows how to love without fear and receive love without suspicion. And mark this in your spirit. The love God is leading you to is not love that drains you, but love that fills you. It is not love that breaks you, but love that builds you. It is not love that hides, but love that is open, honest, steady, and strong. It does not disguise itself. It does not manipulate. It does not disappear when tested. Why? Because it is anchored in God's will, not in human convenience. And when something is anchored in God's will, no storm can uproot it. Too many have confused infatuation with love, attention with affection, flattery with devotion. These counterfeits glitter on the surface, but carry no depth in the soul. But the one God has for you, the one who already loves you, will see through to your spirit. They will honor your worth even when the world ignores it. They will support your growth even when it demands sacrifice. They will stand by you not for what you can give, but for who you are. And they will love you not because of their own strength, but because God Himself placed that love in their heart. Do not think it's strange then when God delays. Do not think it's strange when you watch others find companionship while you're still waiting. Your path is different. Your timing is sacred. Your journey is unique. God is not measuring you against others. He is preparing something specifically for you. And while others may settle quickly, you are called to wait for the extraordinary. Their story may be rushed, but yours will be refined. Their connection may be shallow, but yours will be divine. And when God finally unveils it, You will see why the wait was worth every tear, every lonely night, every unanswered question. Here is a vision I want you to hold in your heart one day. You will look back at the people who rejected you and thank God they did. You will look back at the doors that closed and bless God they shut. You will look back at the nights you cried and realize those tears were watering the soil for your harvest. And standing before you will be the one God prepared, the one who already loves you. And in that moment you will understand nothing was wasted, nothing was delayed, nothing was in vain. It was all the hand of God leading you step by step into the embrace of a love that was destined for you. So rise in faith and walk with confidence. Stop lowering your standards to fit into spaces that God never called you to. Stop begging for love where there is none. Stop forcing connections that God has already broken. If you must beg for attention, it is not love. If you must compromise your dignity, it is not love. If you must silence your truth, it is not love. The one God has prepared already carries love for you freely, without condition. And when you encounter it, you will finally understand the difference between what the world calls love and what God has prepared as love. And let me say this boldly: God's plan for you is not just to be loved, but to be cherished. God's plan is not just for you to be accepted, but to be celebrated. God's plan is not just for you to be tolerated, but to be embraced fully, wholly, joyfully. And the one He is leading you to will not see you as an option. They will see you as destiny. They will not treat you as temporary. They will treat you as irreplaceable, because their love for you will not be born out of convenience, but out of God's eternal design. This is why I tell you, trust God. Trust Him when it hurts. Trust Him when it delays. Trust Him when it makes no sense. Trust Him when you feel overlooked. Trust Him when you are tired of waiting. For what He has planned is greater than what you imagine. And the one He is leading you to will make you forget the pain of those who failed you, because their love will prove that every rejection was worth it. God is not leading you toward heartbreak. God is not leading you toward betrayal. God is not leading you toward emptiness. God is leading you toward someone who already loves you. Someone who at this very moment may be praying for you, may be longing for you, may be preparing their heart for you just as you are being prepared for them. And when the paths of your lives finally meet, you will not call it luck. You will not call it chance. You will know deep in your soul it was God. My beloved friend, let me drive this truth even deeper into your spirit. When God leads, He leads with purpose. He does not send people into your life by accident. He does not arrange meetings without intention. Every encounter, every moment, every crossing of paths is part of a design greater than your understanding. And the highest proof of His care is this: God is leading you to someone who already loves you. Before you even knew how to cry out for love, before your lips ever formed the prayer, God had already placed love for you in another heart. That love is not forming. It already exists. That love is not conditional. It is eternal because God Himself authored it. Now hear me, because this is where many fail to grasp the wisdom of God. Love, the kind that comes from Him, does not begin when you meet someone. It is planted before you ever arrive. Just as a seed is buried in the ground long before the harvest is seen, so has God buried love for you in the heart of another, waiting for the season when it will bloom before your eyes. This is why you cannot rush. You cannot demand the fruit before the seed has matured. If you pull too early, you ruin the harvest. But if you trust God's timing, you will taste love at its ripest, purest, most perfect form. The love He has been nurturing for you all along. Some of you feel weary because the waiting has stretched too long. You watch others walking hand in hand while you still journey alone. And in the quiet, the questions rise. Has God forgotten me? Has He passed me by? The answer is no. God has not forgotten you. He is guarding you. He is keeping you from false love so that when the real one arrives, you will recognize it without confusion. The silence you feel is not abandonment. It is preparation. The waiting you endure is not rejection. It is refinement. For what God is shaping for you is too valuable to be rushed. And now, let me speak to the tender places of your heart. Do not mistake the rejections of your past as proof of your lack of worth. They were never about your value. They revealed something about those who left, that they were not strong enough to carry the weight of your love. And so, in His mercy, God removed them, not because you were undeserving, but because you were deserving of something greater. A love that already sees you, already respects you, already treasures you. A love that has been chosen for you by the hand of God Himself. This is why you must stop looking backward. You cannot drive forward while staring in the rearview mirror. You cannot step into the love God has prepared while holding on to the ashes of what He has burned away. Release it. Let go of the bitterness. Forgive the ones who could not stay. Bless the ones who betrayed you. Because every departure was a doorway to destiny. Every goodbye was making room for a hello from the one God has chosen. And that one even now already carries love for you in their heart. Understand this. When God leads you to them, it will not be forced. It will not be confusing. It will not leave you doubting whether it is real. God is not the author of chaos. He is the author of clarity. His love is not noisy. It is steady. His guidance is not frantic. It is peaceful. When you meet the one He has prepared, you will feel the calm assurance that you are exactly where you belong. Their love will not demand you to prove your worth. It will recognize your worth. Their love will not drain you. It will strengthen you. Their love will not fade when challenges come. It will endure because its root is in God. But here is the warning. You must be willing to follow God's leading even when it takes you through seasons of loneliness. Sometimes God will isolate you not to punish you, but to purify you. He will separate you from distractions so you can hear His voice more clearly. He will strip away counterfeits so you can stop confusing noise for truth. The wilderness is not the end of your story. It is the preparation ground for your promise. And while you walk through it, trust that God is also preparing someone else who already loves you. Someone who is walking through their own journey so that at the right moment your paths will collide like rivers flowing into one stream. And let me say something that will set many free. The love God is leading you to will not require you to compromise your faith, your values, or your dignity. If you must bend what you believe to keep them, they are not from God. If you must lower your standards to hold on to them, they are not from God. The one God has prepared will honor your faith, respect your values, and celebrate your dignity. They will love you in alignment with God's truth, not in rebellion against it. Because God does not join you to someone who will lead you away from Him. God only leads you to someone who will help anchor you in Him. And oh, the beauty of this divine love, it will not feel like a burden, but like a blessing. It will not exhaust you, but will refresh your soul. It will not weaken you, but will strengthen your faith. Together you will walk in unity, not because you are identical, but because God has aligned your hearts. And when challenges come, and they will, you will not crumble, because the love that holds you together is not dependent on convenience, but on the eternal will of God. My beloved, understand this truth. When people turn against you without reason, when hearts that once smiled at you suddenly turn cold, it is not always a reflection of your character, but a revelation of theirs. Do not waste your energy trying to explain yourself to those who are blinded by envy or hardened by pride. For the hatred that suddenly rises against you is not born in the light of truth, but in the shadows of insecurity. And God in His infinite wisdom allows it so you may learn not to depend on the fragile approval of people, but to stand firmly on His eternal foundation. Do not be shaken when their whispers grow louder. Do not tremble when their rejection pierces your soul. For God does not measure you by their words. He measures you by your heart. The same God who raised prophets above the insults of their nations is the same God who will carry you through the storms of slander and betrayal. Those who hate you are not your enemies. They are your teachers sent by God to strip away your need for human applause, so that you may walk clothed only in the approval of heaven. Remember this: the hatred of people is often the evidence of God's favor upon your life. Why? Because light will always disturb darkness, purity will always expose corruption, and truth will always agitate lies. So when people rise against you without cause, it is a sign that your presence carries weight, that your spirit carries fire, and that your destiny carries greatness. God is sharpening you through their rejection, molding you through their envy, and preparing to exalt you above the reach of their schemes. Do not fight back with bitterness, for bitterness chains the soul. Do not curse them in anger, for anger blinds the heart. Instead, rise above. Trust God to be your defender, your shield, and your judge. For the one who sees in secret knows every plot, every lie, and every act of hatred launched against you. And when God decides to act, no hand can stop His justice. Hear me. Sometimes God allows the hate of others to push you out of places you were never meant to stay. Their rejection becomes the divine wind that propels you into a higher calling. Their betrayal becomes the very key that unlocks the next door of your destiny. So instead of asking, "Why do they hate me?" lift your eyes and ask God, "What are you teaching me through this?" For every attack carries within it a hidden lesson, and every storm conceals a greater blessing. Beloved, stay steadfast. Let your heart remain anchored in the truth that God is your portion, your protector, and your sustainer. The hatred of people may surround you, but the love of God will shield you. Their words may cut, but God's hand will heal. Their rejection may sting, but God's acceptance will lift you higher than you ever imagined. Walk with courage, for the hatred of men cannot undo the favor of God. My beloved, when people rise up against you, when envy poisons their hearts and their words drip with malice, do not be shaken. Do not waste your days trying to understand why hatred suddenly appeared where there was once peace. Understand this truth. The closer you move toward the light of God, the more the darkness within others is exposed. Their hostility is not truly against you. It is against the reflection of God's presence shining through you. Hatred is often the reaction of weak spirits who cannot bear the weight of truth or the glow of divine favor resting on your life. God does not allow hatred to touch you without purpose. He allows it to awaken your strength, sharpen your faith, and test your endurance. Hatred is not a sign of your downfall. It is a signal of your elevation. The storms people create around you are often God's way of pushing you higher. Like the eagle that soars above the storm, you too are being called to rise above the noise of bitterness and resentment. Let their hatred become the wind beneath your wings, carrying you to the heights God has prepared for you. When they speak against you, remember God hears. When they plot against you, remember God sees. When they try to destroy you, remember God protects. Nothing reaches you except by God's will. And if God allows it, then it will only serve as a tool to refine you. Hatred cannot stop a soul chosen by God. Malice cannot erase a destiny sealed by His decree. You are not defined by their words. You are defined by God's plan, and His plan is always greater than the schemes of man. So walk with dignity. Hold your head high. Do not waste your energy fighting shadows. The truth is this: those who hate you are often revealing the greatness God has placed inside you. If you were insignificant, no one would waste their breath on you. The jealousy of others is a silent confirmation of your value. Their rejection is often God's redirection. Their opposition is often the stage upon which God displays His protection. Therefore, let no hatred disturb your peace. Anchor your soul in God alone. For hatred may roar like thunder, but the calm of God will always outlast the storm. Those who despise you today may watch in awe tomorrow when God exalts you before their very eyes. Be patient, for the hand of God is steady, and His timing is perfect. My beloved, when God raises you up, there is nothing on earth or in the heavens that can pull you down. But you must understand this truth: the higher God lifts you, the stronger the winds of opposition will blow. When God places His light upon you, do not be surprised when darkness tries to surround you. People will begin to whisper, criticize, and even hate you, not because of who you are, but because of the God who works mightily through you. Hatred is often not about you at all. It is about the reflection of God's glory shining through your life. Do not be shaken when those who once praised you suddenly turn against you. Do not lose heart when the ones you help the most become the ones who betray you. This is not a sign of your weakness. It is a sign of your divine calling. The hatred of people is often the confirmation that you are walking in the will of God. If you were doing nothing, if you were standing for nothing, if you carried no truth, no power, and no purpose, then no one would bother opposing you. But because you carry the presence of God, the enemy cannot remain silent. Hatred is a strange thing. It is fueled not always by your faults, but by your favor. Some people see what God has given you, and instead of rejoicing, they burn with envy. They see the peace you have and the strength you walk with, the blessings over your life, and deep within their hearts. They cannot bear it. Yet, my friend, their hatred is powerless against the hand of God. When God has chosen to protect you, no evil plot can succeed. When God has decreed your rise, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So lift your head high and do not be discouraged. Remember that the greatest men and women chosen by God throughout history faced opposition. They were mocked, rejected, and hated. But God sustained them, God uplifted them, and God vindicated them. Do not waste your energy fighting back with bitterness. Do not lower yourself to the level of those who despise you. Instead, stand firm, rooted in the strength of God, and let Him be your defender. For the hatred of people cannot stop the love of God, and the rejection of man cannot cancel the acceptance of the Almighty. Hold on to this truth. The very people who speak against you today will one day witness how God has blessed you. Those who doubted you will be silenced by the evidence of God's hand on your life. And while they may hate you, they cannot deny that the power of God surrounds you. Their hatred is only a shadow, but you walk in the light of the one who created all things. My beloved, let me remind you again, when people turn against you without reason, when hearts that once smiled at you suddenly burn with bitterness, it is not always a reflection of who you are. It is often a revelation of what God has placed within you. Hatred is sometimes a reaction not to your actions, but to your very existence, because your presence carries the light of God, and light will always disturb the darkness. Do not be shaken by their words. Do not bow beneath the weight of their rejection, for what they see in you is the evidence of God's favor upon your life. And favor always provokes envy. Understand this truth. God allows the hidden intentions of people to be revealed through their sudden hatred. What was concealed in their hearts comes to the surface, so you may see clearly who is truly for you and who only pretended to be. This is not a punishment. It is protection. God removes the mask from the faces of those who wish you harm, not to break you, but to save you from walking with the wrong ones. He separates you so that His purpose can be fulfilled without interference. When their voices rise against you, do not answer with bitterness. Answer with silence and trust, for God Himself is your defender. When God chooses to elevate you, understand that not everyone will rejoice. Some will smile in your face, but tremble in their hearts, because the same God who lifts you reminds them of their own emptiness. But do not let their hatred pull you down. Keep your eyes fixed on God, for His hand is not moved by the opinions of men. Their rejection cannot cancel God's plan. Their whispers cannot undo His decree. He who called you will sustain you, and He who sustains you will vindicate you. Let me tell you, my brothers and sisters, hatred can be a signal. It is a signpost that you are moving in the direction God has set for you. If no one ever opposed you, if no one ever spoke against you, it may be a sign that you are standing still. But when God propels you forward, when He shifts you into new territory, resistance will come. And that resistance is not there to stop you. It is there to prove you. It is in the face of opposition that your faith must stand tall, declaring, God is enough for me. God is my protector. God is my witness. Do not allow their hatred to turn into hatred within you. That is the trap of the enemy. The moment you allow bitterness to enter your heart, you lose sight of God's peace. Let their hatred be fuel for your closeness to God. Let their rejection push you deeper into prayer. Let their betrayal teach you to rely not on human approval, but on the approval of the Almighty. For God's love is greater than every insult. His presence is richer than every friendship you lost. His promise is stronger than every lie spoken against you. My beloved, let me tell you this truth with the fire of conviction. When people rise against you without cause, when whispers turn into storms of slander, when hands that once applauded you suddenly point in accusation, do not be shaken, for these storms are not always born from your failures, but from the greatness that God has placed inside you. Darkness despises light. Mediocrity despises excellence. Weakness despises strength. And when the hand of God is upon you, when His favor rests on your life, the envy of others will rise like waves crashing against a rock. But the rock does not move. It stands because its foundation is God Himself. Do not seek to defend yourself endlessly before men, for your defender is the Lord. Do not waste your breath trying to explain your calling to those who are blind to it. For sight is a gift that only God can give. Instead, keep your eyes fixed on the one who lifts you above the hatred of men. For the truth is, their hatred is often the very confirmation of your anointing. If you were insignificant, no one would care. But because God has marked you for a higher purpose, the adversary stirs hearts against you to distract and discourage you. But listen to me. When God has decreed your rise, no slander can block it. When God has opened your door, no enemy can close it. When God has chosen to honor you, no crowd of haters can stop His hand. Their hatred will not break you. It will make you. Their jealousy will not kill you. It will push you closer to your destiny. Just as fire refines gold, so too does opposition refine the soul that trusts in God. So take this as your strength. Every attack against you is secretly an announcement that God is doing something great in your life. The louder the hatred, the greater the destiny. The fiercer the resistance, the closer the breakthrough. God is not silent. He is preparing you to stand where others cannot stand, to shine where others cannot shine, to endure what others cannot endure. Do not fear their word. Do not bend under their pressure. Do not surrender to their schemes. Instead, stand tall, walk boldly, and keep moving in faith. For the shield of God is upon you. He will make your enemies stumble in their own traps. He will cause their weapons to return to their own hands. He will turn their hatred into your elevation. And when it is all said and done, the same mouths that cursed you will have no choice but to witness your blessing. Lift your head, chosen soul. The hate you face is not your destruction. It is your announcement. God is revealing to you that your light cannot be hidden, and no darkness can overcome what He has ordained. Trust Him, for His plan is greater than their plots, and His power is stronger than their poison. Beloved, remember this truth. When people suddenly hate you, it is not always about who you are, but about what God has placed within you. Their rejection is not your downfall. It is your confirmation that you are chosen, set apart, and divinely guided. Do not chase after those who walk away, for if they could leave, they were never meant to stay. Do not waste your tears on those who turn cold, for God Himself has removed them, so your destiny may unfold. Raise your spirit with courage and hold on to this truth. Every word of hatred will transform into a story of resilience. Every act of betrayal will become a step that lifts you higher. Every door that shuts will open the path to a greater one that only God Himself can unlock. What people intend for harm, God will turn into good. So move forward with boldness, live without fear, and anchor your trust in God alone. Let them despise, let them gossip, let them ridicule, for their voices will eventually fade, but the voice of God endures forever. And when His hand rests upon you, no power in heaven or earth can hinder the blessing, the covering, and the destiny He has set for your life. That is why you must not waver, you must not crumble, you must not bow beneath the weight of human opinion, because at the end of all things, it is not the verdict of man that defines you. It is the strength, the mercy, and the favor of the Almighty God. Stand unwavering, stand unshaken, and walk with confidence knowing God is by your side. And that, my friend, is more than enough. Have you ever been cut so deeply by someone's words or actions that it felt like the very center of your soul had been pierced? Have you ever lain awake through the long silence of the night, replaying the betrayal, the rejection, the cruelty, the lies, wondering how those who hurt you could rest so peacefully while you wept into your pillow? My friend, listen closely to me today. God sees, God hears, God knows, and He will not let the pain you've carried remain unanswered. A day will come when those who mocked you, those who cast you aside, those who despised you, will look back and regret every word and every action they raised against you. For when a child of God is mistreated, heaven itself takes note. The world may believe it can trample over you, but the one who reigns from the throne never forgets. The same God who wrapped Joseph in a robe of favor even after his brothers threw him into a pit is the same God who watches over you now. Those who sold Joseph into slavery lived to witness him rise above them, clothed in authority and forced to confront the weight of their own betrayal. That is the God you serve. He turns the evil intended against you into a stage for His glory. And those who thought they buried you will live to regret it when they see you standing in the light of God's deliverance. Never forget this truth. God is a defender of the weak, a shield for the broken, and a righteous judge over the affairs of men. When others humiliate you, when they laugh at your downfall, when they whisper behind your back, they are not mocking you. They are mocking the hand of God upon your life. And God will not remain silent forever. He will act. He will vindicate. He will cause their own deeds to rise up against them. What they sowed in cruelty, they will reap in regret. What they cast upon you in hatred, they will gather again in shame. So many people live under the shadow of wounds. They think the hurt done to them has gone unnoticed, as if heaven has closed its eyes. But I tell you today, God is not blind. He is not deaf. He is not weak. He is mighty in power, and His timing is perfect. He is storing up justice for you. And when His hand moves, every plot, every scheme, every weapon raised against you will crumble. And those who thought they triumphed will bow their heads in regret, because God Himself will turn the tables. You see, when people hurt you, they often underestimate who you belong to. They think they are dealing with you in your weakness, but they forget you are under the covering of the Almighty. When they curse you, they curse the one God has chosen. When they strike at you, they strike at the very apple of God's eye. And God will not allow His chosen ones to be trampled forever. The tears you have cried are not wasted. They are seeds. And those who made you weep will one day regret the day they planted cruelty in your life. For God will make them watch the harvest of blessing He brings to you. Think of Hannah, mocked by those who ridiculed her barrenness. They laughed. They sneered. They thought her prayers were in vain. But when God opened her womb, when the answer came, the ones who mocked could do nothing but look in regret. The laughter of your enemies is only temporary, my friend. The sneers of those who despise you are but for a moment. For God's answer, God's blessing, God's breakthrough, these will silence them and fill their hearts with regret for ever doubting the power of God upon your life. So do not waste your energy trying to defend yourself. Do not let bitterness poison your heart. You do not need to fight with the weapons of man. Your defender is greater. Your judge is higher. Your deliverer is stronger. Let God fight your battles. Let God write the story. For when God lifts you up, no one can deny it. And when He does, those who hurt you will see it and regret the cruelty they unleashed against you. Perhaps right now you feel forgotten, pushed aside, treated as though you are nothing. But the very people who thought they could dismiss you will live to regret it when they see how far God carries you. He does not leave his children in the dust. He raises the poor out of the ash heap and sets them among princes. He exalts the humble and brings low the proud. Those who rejected you today may one day need your hand tomorrow. And when they come, they will know regret, for they will see the hand of God that they once ignored. Let me tell you, my friend, life has a way of exposing hearts. People reveal their true character not in how they treat the powerful, but in how they treat the vulnerable. Those who think they can trample you because of your weakness forget that God delights in raising the weak. He delights in choosing the unlikely. He delights in lifting the rejected. So when they regret hurting you, it will not simply be because of your success. It will be because of God's undeniable hand upon you. And this is why you must keep your heart clean. Do not lower yourself to their level. Do not fight with bitterness. Do not let the venom of others become your own. Leave it in the hands of God. For if you try to repay evil with evil, you rob God of the chance to show himself as your defender. Let him act. Let him reveal. Let him vindicate. And when he does, your enemies will regret their actions in ways you could never orchestrate on your own. Nay, God knows how to prepare a table before you in the presence of those who despise you. He knows how to lift you so high that those who once looked down on you will have no choice but to look up. They may not admit it out loud, but deep within their hearts will burn with regret. They will remember the words they spoke, the deeds they did, the harm they inflicted, and they will wish they had never touched you. For God will show them that his hand is stronger than their hate. Never underestimate what God can do with your pain. Pain is not wasted in his hands. Betrayal is not ignored in his sight. Wounds are not forgotten in his presence. Every tear you have shed has been seen. Every injustice you have endured has been recorded. And every act of cruelty against you is a seed of regret waiting to sprout in the lives of those who hurt you. God's justice is not always immediate, but it is always certain. And when it comes, it will be undeniable. When people hurt you, they believe they have the final word over your destiny. They think their betrayal has sealed your fate. They believe their gossip, their rejection, their lies have written the last chapter of your story. But they do not hold the pen. God does. And when God writes, no man can erase. When God opens a door, no enemy can close it. When God chooses to raise you up, no betrayal, no jealousy, no conspiracy of hell can stop it. That is why those who wounded you will live to regret it, because God himself will show them that their cruelty was powerless against his purpose for your life. You must understand this, my friend. Every injustice against you is already accounted for by God. Nothing escapes his sight. Nothing slips past his judgment. Even when it feels like the wicked prosper, even when it appears that the liars and deceivers succeed, their triumph is only for a season. It is a mirage in the desert. God's justice may move slowly in the eyes of men, but it is swift in its certainty. And when it comes with a force so undeniable that those who once laughed at you are silenced by their own shame. Do not envy those who mistreat you. Do not wish for their life, no matter how glittering it may seem. For their joy is fleeting, their prosperity temporary, their comfort hollow. When God arises, when his justice rolls forth like thunder, those who mocked you will bow their heads, their laughter choked with regret. The same lips that cursed you will stammer in shame. The same hands that struck you will tremble in fear. The same hearts that despised you will be crushed under the weight of their own guilt, because God Himself will confront them. Remember Pharaoh, who hardened his heart against the oppressed, thinking he could trample them without consequence. He had armies. He had wealth. He had power. But when God lifted His hand, all Pharaoh's strength collapsed into ruin. The oppressor always looks invincible until God decides otherwise. And when God moves, the mighty fall, and those who inflicted pain are drowned in the sea of their own arrogance. Those who rise against you will regret it, for they will face the living God who defends the cause of the wounded and lifts the head of the brokenhearted. Do not let bitterness consume you, for bitterness chains you to the pain of yesterday. Release it to God. Place your wounds in His hands. Let Him be your avenger, for His vengeance is not petty. It is perfect. He knows how to turn the very schemes of your enemies into their undoing. He knows how to expose the secret plots whispered in dark rooms. He knows how to bring hidden wickedness into the light until those who schemed against you are forced to regret ever laying a hand upon your life. There will come a time when those who dismissed you, who said you would never succeed, will stand in awe as God lifts you higher than their words ever imagined. They will see that the very stones they threw became the foundation God used to elevate you. And in that moment, their hearts will burn with regret. For the one they thought was nothing will stand tall, not because of human power, but because of the hand of God. Do not think for a moment that your tears were unseen. Every tear shed in silence is stored in the heart of God. Every sigh of pain is heard in the courts of heaven. And God does not waste the cries of His children. The very tears they caused you to shed will become evidence against them when God moves to vindicate you. The same ones who thought your weeping was weakness will regret it. For God will show them that your tears watered the soil of your future blessing. Consider this. Many times the people who hurt you are blind to the treasure God placed within you. They thought they were wounding an ordinary person, not realizing they were striking someone chosen, someone set apart, someone protected by the Almighty. And when God reveals your true worth, when the hidden treasure of your life shines forth, those same people will regret their blindness. They will realize too late that in despising you, they despised what God had ordained. That is why you must walk with dignity. Do not lower yourself to revenge. Do not fight with the weapons of hate. Stand still and see the salvation of God. Stand firm and watch Him unfold His justice. Because when He does, it will not only silence your enemies, it will make them regret the very moment they decided to harm you. God knows how to orchestrate regret so deep that it pierces the conscience of those who thought they were untouchable. When God elevates you, He does not do it in secret. He does it openly so that those who once belittled you are forced to watch. It is not to satisfy your pride, but to prove His power. It is to show the world that He alone lifts up and brings down. And those who hurt you will stand as unwilling witnesses of the greatness God places upon your life. Their regret will not simply be personal. It will be public. Everyone will see it. Everyone will know it. And the very ones who thought they were breaking you will regret they ever tried. My friend, let me speak with urgency to your heart. Never confuse silence with absence. Just because God has not acted yet does not mean He has overlooked the wrongs committed against you. Silence is often the stage upon which God builds the greatest revelations. He allows the proud to strut for a season. He allows the arrogant to parade for a time, but make no mistake, when the silence breaks, it will break with thunder. And those who once hurt you, those who thought there would be no consequences, will be overwhelmed with regret as the hand of God moves swiftly and decisively. When people rise against you, they rarely understand the depth of their actions. They may think they are only wounding your feelings, only damaging your reputation, only taking from you what they can. But in truth, they are sowing seeds before the throne of God. And the harvest of those seeds will not be joy, but bitter regret. For God is not mocked. Whatever a man bows, that shall he also reap. The cruelty they sowed into your life will one day sprout in their own. And they will remember the moments they despised you and wish they had chosen differently. Understand this clearly. Your pain is not in vain. The very hurt you endure becomes the material God uses to elevate you. Every insult becomes a stepping stone, every rejection a platform, every betrayal a ladder to higher ground. This is why the regret of your enemies is inevitable. Because while they thought they were burying you, they were in truth planting you. And when the seed that is your life begins to grow, when the branches stretch out and bear fruit, those who cast you aside will regret they ever touched you. God has a way of flipping the script in ways the human mind cannot comprehend. Look at the stories written throughout time, how often the rejected one became the cornerstone, how often the despised one became the exalted, how often the wounded one became the healer. The fingerprints of God are always on the side of the broken. He delights in turning ashes into beauty, mourning into joy, sorrow into strength. And when He does, those who mocked your ashes will regret their laughter when they behold the crown of beauty upon your head. Do not be deceived by appearances. Those who hurt you may look strong, but their strength is fragile. They may look successful, but their success is hollow. They may look untouchable, but without the covering of God, they are vulnerable. The moment God lifts His hand, their foundation crumbles. The same people who boasted against you will one day stumble under the weight of regret, not because of your power, but because they challenged the authority of God by touching one whom He loves. And here is a mystery. Sometimes God allows the wound so that His justice can be revealed more gloriously. If no one had hurt you, there would be no need for vindication. If no one had betrayed you, there would be no stage for God's reversal. It is often through the cruelty of others that God displays His greatest acts of justice. Those who pierce you become instruments in His hand, not for your destruction, but for your elevation. And when their purpose is fulfilled, they will look back and regret that they ever allowed themselves to be used in such a way. Let us not forget God is the master of timing. He knows when to remain silent and when to act. He knows how to build pressure until the moment of release. He knows how to let the story unfold until the very last moment when regret will strike the hearts of your enemies like lightning from heaven. They will not be able to undo what they did. They will not be able to take back their words. They will not be able to erase their actions. They will only be left with the bitter taste of regret, because the God who defends you will make sure they remember the harm they caused. That is why you must walk in confidence even in the midst of pain. Do not hang your head as if you have been defeated. Do not walk as though the cruelty of others has the final word. Lift your eyes to the heavens and know that God is your portion, your shield, your defender. Those who rise against you are not stronger than Him. And if God has allowed the hurt, it is only because He is preparing the stage for His justice. When that justice comes, your enemies will regret that they ever underestimated the one who walks with God. Consider this as well. Sometimes the regret will not come in a dramatic downfall. Sometimes it will come quietly in the stillness of their conscience. A word spoken against you may echo in their hearts for years. A deed done in cruelty may haunt them in the midnight hours. The very people who hurt you may smile in public, but behind closed doors they are tormented by regret. For God knows how to awaken the conscience, and He knows how to make the memory of their actions burn within them until they are forced to face what they have done. But as for you, remain steadfast. Do not let the poison of vengeance touch your spirit. Do not waste your energy plotting their downfall. Leave it all in the hands of God, for His justice is far more powerful than yours could ever be. If you fight for yourself, your victory will be small. But if God fights for you, the victory will be undeniable, and the regret in the hearts of your enemies will be deep and unshakable. Trust Him. Wait on Him. Stand in faith, and know that the one who promised justice will not fail you. And remember this truth above all: the same people who hurt you may one day need you. Life has a way of circling back. God has a way of positioning you so that those who despise you must reach out for your help. When that moment comes, their regret will be greater than their pride. For they will see with their own eyes that the one they rejected was the very one God chose to bless. My beloved friend, I must speak to you with fire and urgency. Do not measure your worth by the way others have treated you. Do not allow the wounds inflicted by their jealousy, their gossip, their betrayal to convince you that you are less than who God says you are. When people hurt you, they reveal more about the darkness of their own heart than they do about you. Their cruelty is a mirror of their emptiness. And while they may laugh in the moment, while they may celebrate your pain, a day will come when they will bow under the weight of regret. Because God will lift you in ways they never imagined possible. Never think for a moment that the cruelty of others can erase the purpose God has written for your life. Your destiny is not in the hands of your enemies, nor in the whispers of those who despise you. Your destiny is sealed in the hand of the Almighty. He alone writes the story. He alone opens and closes the doors. He alone determines the heights to which you will rise. And when He raises you, He will raise you so high that those who once hurt you will tremble with regret, wondering why they ever opposed you in the first place. The truth is this: God allows certain people to wound you because their betrayal becomes the very soil where His justice takes root. If no one ever harmed you, there would be no stage for Him to display His power. If no one ever rejected you, there would be no opportunity for Him to reveal His vindication. The pain they inflicted upon you will become their testimony of regret when God turns it into your victory. Think of this carefully. Those who hurt you often believe they silenced you, that they buried you under shame, but they did not realize you are a seed in the hand of God. Seeds are buried, yes, but not to die, to grow. What they meant as burial was in truth a planting. And when God waters that seed, when He shines His light upon it, when He causes it to sprout forth in power, they will regret they ever placed you in the ground. For what they thought was your end will be the beginning of a harvest they cannot deny. Do not waste your time explaining yourself to those who mistreat you. You do not need their validation. You do not need their approval. You do not need their acceptance. What you need is the hand of God upon your life. And when God places His hand upon you, He Himself will speak on your behalf. He will speak through your blessing, through your rise, through your survival. He will cause the very people who tried to silence you to sit in silence, overwhelmed by regret at the power of God revealed in you. You see, the regret of your enemies is not something you must force. It is not something you must demand. It is something God Himself orchestrates. He knows how to expose the hidden plans. He knows how to bring the whispers of the dark into the light. He knows how to reverse the trap and make those who built it fall into it themselves. And when it happens, their regret will be so heavy they will not be able to escape it. God Himself will make them look back and realize that the one they despised was the one He had chosen. Do not envy their momentary triumph. Do not be discouraged by their temporary success, for everything built apart from God collapses in time. And when it collapses, those who laughed at you will regret their arrogance. They will regret the way they spoke about you, the way they treated you, the way they looked down on you, because God will show them that He alone is the author of honor and shame, of rise and fall. And hear me well. Sometimes the regret will not come through outward downfall, but inward emptiness. Some of the very people who hurt you will appear successful to the world. But inside they will be tormented by guilt, by shame, by the haunting memory of their cruelty. They will carry regret like a shadow they cannot escape, because God knows how to awaken the conscience, to pierce the heart, to remind them of every wound they caused. Their regret will echo within them until they face the reality that they raised their hand against one whom God was protecting all along. But as for you, you must rise above the trap of bitterness. Do not let hatred poison your soul. The moment you allow revenge to control you, you rob God of His chance to vindicate you. Your task is to trust, to endure, to remain faithful. God will handle the rest. His vengeance is not small, it is perfect. And when His hand moves, your enemies will regret with a regret so deep that no words can comfort them. Know this as well. Regret is not merely about punishment. It is about realization. Those who wounded you will one day come to see that God was with you from the very beginning. They will witness the unmistakable evidence of His blessing over your life. They will behold the fruit of His hand guiding your steps. And in that moment of recognition, their pride will shatter. Their arrogance will collapse. And they will regret ever imagining they could touch what God Himself has set apart to protect. My friend, let me share a truth with you. The very hands that tried to push you down will one day wish they had lifted you higher. The very lips that mocked and slandered you will one day wish they had spoken words of blessing instead. The very eyes that once looked upon you with scorn will one day wish they had gazed upon you with honor. For God has a way of rewriting the story so that those who sought to shame you will end up shamed themselves. This is the justice of the Lord. It is not partial. It is not delayed forever. It is not uncertain. It is sure. It is strong. It is final. The hurt that others inflicted upon you is not the end of your story. It is only a chapter and not the final one. God always reserves the last word. And when He speaks, His word silences every critic, every accuser, every liar, every betrayer. When He declares you blessed, no curse can stand. When He declares you lifted, no hand can pull you down. When He declares you chosen, no rejection can cancel it. And those who hurt you will regret it, not because of what you did to them, but because of what God has done for you. There is a deep truth I want you to hold in your spirit. God never wastes pain. Every drop of sorrow you have endured, every sting of betrayal you have felt, every humiliation you have suffered has been collected by God and stored for a purpose. The very things that were meant to destroy you are the things God uses to build you. And when He displays the beauty that comes from your ashes, when He unveils the strength that rose from your suffering, those who caused your pain will be forced to watch. And in their watching, they will regret their cruelty, because God will make your life a testimony they cannot ignore. Do not underestimate the power of divine reversal. The story of your life is not written in straight lines. It is filled with turns, with valleys, with storms. But each valley, each storm, each wound becomes an avenue for God's glory to shine brighter. And the brighter it shines, the deeper the regret for those who mocked you in the darkness. They will look back and remember the moments they laughed at you, the times they dismissed you, the words they hurled against you, and they will wish they had done differently. For God will show them that they were not mocking you, but the plan He had for you. Hear me well. There is nothing hidden from God. Every insult, every act of betrayal, every secret plot against you is fully exposed before Him. People may think their words vanished into the air, their deeds buried in silence, but before God, nothing is forgotten. And in His perfect time, He will bring it all back before them. Not through your revenge, but through His justice. And when it is brought back, they will regret deeply that they ever allowed pride and cruelty to guide their actions. Sometimes God will allow you to rise in front of those who despised you, not because He needs to prove anything to them, but because He delights in proving His faithfulness to you. When you stand in places they said you would never reach, when you achieve victories they swore you would never have, when you walk in peace they thought they had stolen from you, their regret will be undeniable. They will realize they were not fighting you. They were fighting God. And no one who fights against God ever wins. Do not miss this. Your role is not to chase after their regret. Your role is to trust God, to keep your heart pure, to keep walking forward. If you keep looking back, demanding revenge, you will lose sight of the path God is calling you to. Let God handle them. He is more than capable. He knows how to bring them face to face with their actions in a way that penetrates deeper than anything you could ever say. He knows how to let life unfold in such a way that regret finds them at every turn. Leave it to Him and you will see that His justice is far greater than anything your hands could build. Sometimes the greatest regret God places upon those who hurt you is not through their downfall, but through your rise. Nothing pierces the heart of your enemies like watching you thrive after they tried to destroy you. Nothing stings like seeing you walk in peace after they tried to disturb you. Nothing cuts deeper than seeing you shine with the blessing of God after they tried to bury you in darkness. This is why you must not shrink back. You must not give up. You must not surrender. Your very survival, your very progress, your very faithfulness will become a testimony that fills their hearts with regret. And let us not forget, God works in generations. Sometimes the regret will not only fall upon those who hurt you, but upon their children, upon their descendants, upon their legacy. Because when people touch the chosen of God, they are not only harming an individual, they are setting themselves against the plan of heaven. And the ripple effects of that choice can echo for years. Your enemies may smile today, but the future is in God's hands. And He knows how to write regret into the legacy of those who thought they could stand against you. But as for you, take comfort in this. Your story is safe in God's hand. He is not done with you yet. The pain of today will become the platform of tomorrow. The tears of this season will water the joy of the next. The rejection you feel now will become the testimony of acceptance you walk in later. And when it happens, those who hurt you will regret every word, every action, every deed, because they will see that nothing they did could stop the hand of God on your life. My beloved, let me remind you today that when God places His hand upon your life, no force on earth can stop what He has ordained. The winds may blow, the waves may rise, and enemies may conspire. But the command of God is greater than every storm, every voice, and every obstacle in your path. What He decrees will come to pass, and what He blesses, no one can curse. Many times you feel like life is against you, but remember, life does not control you. God does. He holds the keys to every door, the solution to every burden, and the answer to every cry of your heart. When you begin to trust that God's plan is far wiser than your own, peace will flood your soul. The disappointments you face will no longer break you because you will see them as divine redirection. The delays you encounter will no longer discourage you because you will know they are preparation. And the trials that once made you question your worth will now make you stronger because you will understand that God never allows pain without purpose. Every struggle, every sleepless night, every tear is shaping you into a vessel that can hold the greatness He is preparing to pour into your life. Do not measure your future by what you see today. Do not let the opinions of others define your destiny. People may doubt you. People may abandon you. People may even try to destroy you. But their power is nothing compared to the will of God. The one who raised you up is the same one who will protect you, guide you, and promote you at the appointed time. What is written for you will reach you. What God has set aside for you will not be taken by another. No matter how hard the enemy tries, he cannot steal what belongs to you when you remain steadfast under God's covering. Lift your eyes beyond the immediate. Look higher than your circumstance. For God has promised that those who place their trust in Him will never be left in shame. Even when you walk through the fire, His presence is your shield. Even when you pass through the waters, His hand is your anchor. Even when the darkness seems to cover you, His light will break through and lead you into dawn. This is not the end for you. It is the beginning of a greater story written by the hand of God Himself. When God is preparing to elevate you, He often first teaches you how to endure storms without breaking. A tree that grows tall and unshaken must first drive its roots deep into the soil. Likewise, God allows certain winds to blow against you, not to destroy you, but to make you unmovable. The trials you face are not punishments, but preparations. The moments when you feel pressed on every side are the very moments when God is forming within you the strength to carry the blessing He has ordained. If your struggle seems heavy, it is only because the weight of your future blessing is greater than you imagine. Do not mistake delay for denial. What looks like silence from God is often His greatest work in the unseen. A seed buried beneath the soil does not appear to be growing, but under the darkness, its roots are spreading. Its foundation is forming soon. It will break forth into the light. So it is with your life. God is working beneath the surface. You may not see it now, but in the appointed time, you will see that His delay was your protection. His silence was your preparation, and His timing was your perfection. When people rise against you, when friends betray you, when enemies mock you, remember this: no one can cancel what God has written. His decree is final, and His plan cannot be overturned. If God has chosen to bless you, no opposition can stop it. Their words may sting, but God's word will stand. Their schemes may rise, but God's hand will scatter them. Do not waste your energy fighting battles that belong to God. Stand firm, be still, and trust that the one who holds the heavens also holds your destiny. And hear this truth. Sometimes God removes certain people from your path, not because they were bad to you, but because they were too small for where He is taking you. Not everyone can carry the weight of your blessing. Not everyone can walk with you into your new season. God is selective with who He allows in your life, because the blessing he is about to release is sacred, and he will not allow it to be contaminated by wrong company. Let go of what God has removed, for if it was meant to stay, it would have stayed. Your breakthrough is not just about you. It is about the testimony that will inspire others. When God blesses you, he blesses you so that others may see his greatness through your life. Your story of struggle to strength, of pain to purpose, will become a light for someone lost in darkness. This is why your battle is so fierce. The enemy fears the impact of your testimony. But fear not, for God has already declared your victory. Beloved, lift your head, wipe your tears, straighten your shoulders. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. God's hand is upon you, and his plan for you cannot fail. The night may seem endless, but the dawn is already breaking. Hold on, for God is about to give you something so big, so powerful, so undeniable, that all who doubted you will have no choice but to say, "This is the work of God." My beloved, there comes a time in every soul's journey when the weight of life feels unbearable. The darkness of uncertainty presses in, and you wonder if the light of dawn will ever shine again. But I tell you with every fiber of conviction, God does not abandon those who call upon him. When you feel stripped, when you feel empty, when you feel forgotten by the world, that is often the very moment when God is closest. For it is in the silence of brokenness that the voice of God speaks loudest. Do not mistake your waiting as God's neglect. Waiting is God's workshop. It is in the waiting that he reshapes your heart, strengthens your faith, and prepares you for blessings beyond what you can even imagine. You see, if blessings came too early, they might destroy you. If doors opened too soon, you might walk unprepared. But when God in his infinite wisdom holds you back, it is not to harm you. It is to protect you until the right season arrives. And hear me on this. When God decides to elevate you, no hand can hold you down. When God declares increase over your life, no enemy can block it. When God opens a door, no human being can shut it. The rise that comes from God is unstoppable, unshakable, and undeniable. And if you have been through storms, if you have been betrayed, if you have been overlooked, then lift up your head, because all that pain was not punishment. It was preparation. Do not envy the quick success of others, for not every elevation comes from God. Some rise like a firework, fast, loud, and bright. But then they fall into darkness just as quickly. But when God raises you, he builds you like a mountain, firm, immovable, and everlasting. A rise from God cannot be reversed. A blessing from God cannot be stolen. A destiny written by God cannot be erased. So I tell you today, stop worrying about who left you. Stop stressing over what you lost. Stop crying over closed doors. What left your life was never meant to carry you to where God is taking you. And what is coming into your life is far greater than anything you left behind. God is not a God of decrease. He is a God of abundance, a God of multiplication, a God of restorations. He takes what the enemy meant for harm and turns it into good. Therefore, walk with courage. Do not tremble before challenges, for every challenge is proof that God trusts you with a greater future. Do not shrink back in fear, for fear is a thief of faith. Stand tall, speak boldly, and keep declaring in your heart, God is with me. God is guiding me, and God is preparing me. Even if the path looks rough, even if the nights feel long, remember, God does his finest work in the unseen, in the hidden places, in the silence where no one applauds. And soon, very soon, the same people who doubted you will watch God's hand lift you higher than they ever imagined. The same lips that mocked you will be silenced. The same doors that were slammed shut will open wide, not because of your power, but because of the unmatched, unstoppable, unshakable power of Almighty God. My beloved, let this truth settle deep within your soul. God has never abandoned you, and He never will. Every tear you have shed, every sleepless night you have endured, every battle you thought would break you, God has seen it all, and He has written your victory long before your struggle began. What you think is the end is only the doorway into something far greater. For when God shuts one path, He is already shaping another, one that is higher, richer, and filled with purpose for those who put their trust in Him. So step forward with faith. Lift your gaze with confidence. Do not yield to fear, to doubt, or to the lies whispered by the enemy. God has placed strength within you, surrounded you with His protection, and laid out His plan before you. The climb may be steep, the night may feel endless, but morning is on its way, bringing with it the favor of God that no one can take from you. Live boldly, live with unshakable conviction. Live assured that the hand of God is leading your every step. When the storm roars, proclaim that your God is mightier. When trials rise up, proclaim that your God is stronger. When people question you, proclaim that your God is faithful. Hold your ground, for your story is not finished. The greatest chapter is still ahead. Place your trust in the one who never fails. For God is preparing a blessing so overwhelming that when it comes, you will look back at every tear and say, it was all worth it. Stand strong, beloved. God is beside you. God is on your side, and He will carry you all the way to victory. This is not your ending. This is the unfolding of the glory God has destined for your life. When God is preparing to entrust you with something great, He often stirs your heart in ways beyond explanation. The nights may feel longer, the days heavier, and even the air around you may seem thick with unseen pressure. Yet that weight is not judgment. That pressure is not meant to break you. The fire you sense is not there to destroy you. It is refining you. Because when God prepares to place something powerful in your hands, He first stretches your faith to carry the weight of that blessing. He does not set heavy crowns upon fragile heads. He fortifies the vessel before He pours the oil. And to someone listening right now, you are in that season where everything feels like it's shifting, tightening, and demanding more from you. Do not confuse this with being forsaken. This is holy preparation. When God is ready to release something extraordinary, He doesn't whisper it softly. He shakes your very being until you cannot remain the same. You will find yourself restless, not satisfied with the things that once comforted you. You will feel a stirring, a longing, a hunger that cannot be explained by earthly desires. That is God enlarging your capacity. Because if He gave it to you while you were still small in spirit, you would mishandle it. If He poured it into your life when you were still tied to old ways, you would lose it. God does not bless where faith is absent. He blesses when you are aligned with His will. And when you are ready to carry what He places on you, think about it. Before the rain comes, the sky grows dark. Before the harvest, the farmer feels the ache of waiting. Before the breakthrough, the wall looks taller than ever. That is exactly how God works. He lets you feel the weight of waiting, so that when His hand moves, you will know without a shadow of a doubt. It was God and God alone who gave you that blessing. He does not give little when He has promised much. And if the wait has been long, it is only because the blessing is greater than what you imagine. Many of you listening are standing at the edge of something you cannot yet see. You feel it, you sense it, you cannot explain it to your friends because they do not understand. They look at your struggles and they say, "Why don't you quit?" They see the closed doors and they whisper, "Maybe this is not for you." But deep in your spirit, you know, God has not brought you this far to leave you empty-handed. He has not allowed the battles, the sleepless nights, the tears, and the confusion for nothing. Every tear was watering the ground for your harvest. Every disappointment was chiseling your heart for greater faith. Every setback was shaping your spirit to carry something bigger than you ever thought possible. When God is about to give you something big, you will notice that the enemy begins to fight you harder. The attacks will intensify. The resistance will multiply, and you will feel as though everything is collapsing around you. But that is not a sign of defeat. It is a sign of coming breakthrough. The enemy does not fight empty vessels. He fights the ones carrying divine assignment. If hell is shaking in your direction, it is only because heaven is preparing to open in your favor. That battle you are in right now is confirmation. God is about to place something in your life so powerful, so transforming, that it will silence every lie spoken against you. Do not be deceived. God does not operate on your timeline. He does not rush because you are anxious. He does not delay because He is uncertain. He moves at the exact moment when your faith and His purpose collide. If He gave it to you too early, you would not know how to sustain it. If He gave it too late, you would think your efforts produced it. But when He gives it right on time, you will fall to your knees and say, "God, only You could have done this." And I want to tell you today, you are closer than you think. That pressure you feel is not the end. It is the signal that something is about to be born. A woman in labor does not cry because she is dying. She cries because something is about to come forth. You are in the labor pains of destiny. You are in the stretching season of faith. And the bigger the pain, the bigger the promise. God would not let you feel this level of fire if the blessing was small. He is refining you for something monumental. So lift up your head, wipe the tears from your eyes, refuse to let discouragement speak louder than faith. Stand in the middle of the storm and declare, "God, I trust You. Even when I do not understand, I trust You. Even when it hurts, I trust You. Even when the doors remain shut, I trust You. Because I know when you move in ways that no man can stop, no devil can block, and no circumstance can reverse. When God is about to give you something big, He demands that you release the small. He cannot fill a hand that is still clinging to crumbs. He cannot pour new wine into old wineskins. And many of you, the reason you feel loss, the reason people are walking away, the reason old opportunities are shutting down is not because God is punishing you. It is because He is making space. He cannot give you the great if you are still holding on to the good. He cannot give you the abundance if you are still satisfied with survival. He cannot give you destiny if you are still stuck in comfort. And that is why this season feels lonely. That is why doors are closing. That is why some friendships have ended. God is not subtracting from your life. He is clearing the ground for an overflow. He is pulling out the weeds before He plants the harvest. He is cutting away the shallow so He can build the deep. And though it hurts now, one day you will look back and say, "God, thank You for every no, because it made room for Your greater yes." When God is about to give you something big, He often allows you to walk through a season of silence. You cry out and it seems as though no answer comes. You pray and the heavens feel like brass. You look for signs, but all you see is stillness. Yet that silence is not God ignoring you. It is God working behind the veil. Just because you do not hear His voice does not mean His hand is not moving. A farmer does not hear the seed while it is underground. Yet in silence it is breaking, sprouting, and preparing to rise. And so it is with you. God is breaking open your life in hidden places, preparing you for a sudden rise you cannot yet see. When God is about to give you something big, He allows opposition to test you. Why? Because blessing without testing produces arrogance, but blessing after testing produces humility. He allows resistance to shape your strength. Diamonds are not formed in comfort. They are formed under pressure. Gold is not purified by soft winds. It is refined in fire. And so the pressure you feel, the fire that burns around you, is not there to destroy you. It is there to prove you. It is there to show that you can carry what He is about to give you. For if God allowed you to step into greatness without being tested, that greatness would crush you. But when you are refined through difficulty, you are not only ready to receive, you are ready to sustain. Think of it. When the storm rages, trees grow deeper root. When the river overflows, the rocks remain unmoved. When the furnace is hottest, metals are shaped. God uses the very challenges that frighten you to prepare you. Do not curse the storm. Do not despise the fire. Do not run from the pressure. For these are the very signs that you are standing on the threshold of something extraordinary. God is shaping you to carry the weight of glory. He is enlarging your capacity to hold the blessing. When God is about to give you something big, He often strips away the false supports in your life. Those people you thought you needed, He removes them. Those opportunities you leaned on, He closes them. Those habits you clung to, He cuts them off. Why? Because He wants you to know that when the blessing comes, it was not by their hand, not by their favor, not by your own cleverness, but by God alone. He desires no competition for His glory. He wants the testimony of your life to be one that points only to Him. That is why the path feels lonely. That is why certain voices are silent. That is why certain doors no longer open. Because God is weaning you off dependency on man so that your faith is anchored in Him alone. And I say to you with all boldness, do not mourn what God has removed. Do not cling to what He has taken. Do not chase after what He has closed, because the very thing you think you lost was too small for what He is about to give. If it could contain your destiny, God would have let it remain. But because He is preparing something bigger, He had to pull it away. Let go of the ashes so that you can receive the crown. Release the broken so you can hold the whole. Trust that every subtraction was making room for multiplication. When God is about to give you something big, He magnifies your faith through delay. Delay is not denial. Delay is discipline. Delay stretches your patience, enlarges your trust, and deepens your dependence on God. Too often we want immediate answers, instant doors, quick success. But what comes quickly often leaves quickly. What is birthed through waiting is sustained through endurance. And so God trains you to wait. He teaches you to walk by faith, not by sight. He shows you that the unseen hand is more powerful than the visible world. Do not despise the delay. It is the womb of destiny. And hear me, the longer the delay, the greater the manifestation. If God is taking His time with you, it is only because what He is preparing is greater than what you imagine. You may have thought He would give you a little, but He intends to give you overflow. You may have thought the door would be small, but He is building a gate. You may have thought the blessing would touch you, but He is preparing it to overflow to generations after you. This is why you must not faint in the waiting. Do not measure your future by the silence of the present. God is never late, never early, always on time. When God is about to give you something big, He deposits visions in your heart that scare you. He shows you dreams too large for your resources, callings too high for your strength, assignments too heavy for your ability. Why? Because He wants you to know that this is not a man-made dream. It is a God-sized vision. If you could achieve it on your own, it would not require His power. But when you look at it and say, God, I cannot do this without you, then you are in the right place, because the blessing He is preparing for you is not to glorify your name, but to magnify His. And so do not shrink when the vision looks bigger than you. Do not run when the calling looks heavier than you. That is exactly the evidence that it is God ordained. He never gives small assignments to those who trust Him. He calls you higher than your ability so that His power can carry you. He stretches you beyond your strength so that His strength can be revealed. If you feel weak, then you are in the perfect place for God to show Himself strong. When God is about to give you something big, He shakes everything around you that is not rooted in Him. The ground will tremble, the structures will sway, the false foundations will crumble. It feels terrifying, it feels unstable, but it is necessary, because if He built your blessing on unstable ground, it would collapse. And so, He shakes everything until only what is unshakable remains. And when He finally places the blessing in your hands, you will stand secure, unmoved, unbroken, because your foundation is God alone. This is why you must not panic in the shaking. Do not cry, God, why is everything falling apart? Say instead, God, I trust that you are securing my foundation, because the greater the building, the deeper the foundation. The higher the tower, the stronger the base. And if God is preparing to build high in your life, He will dig deep first. Let Him dig. Let Him shake. Let Him remove what is unstable. For when He is finished, nothing will be able to topple what He places in your life. When God is about to give you something big, He will make you walk by faith into unfamiliar territory. He will call you out of the familiar, away from the comfortable, beyond the predictable. You will find yourself in new places, meeting new people, facing new challenges. This is not to frighten you, it is to stretch you. God does not grow you in the shallow end. He teaches you to swim in deep waters. And though your feet cannot touch the bottom, His hand will never let you drown. So if you find yourself in places that feel strange, seasons that feel uncertain, situations that feel overwhelming, rejoice. It is a sign that God is enlarging you for something big. Growth never feels easy. Destiny never feels safe. But it is in the deep that faith is proven, and if He has led you here, He will sustain you here. He did not bring you this far to abandon you. He brought you here to show you His power. When God is about to give you something big, He often allows you to stand in places where your own strength fails. He will bring you to the edge of the Red Sea in your life, where behind you the enemy presses hard, and before you the waters seem impossible to cross. Why does He do this? Because it is in the impossible that His power is revealed. If the way was easy, you would have thought it was your own wisdom. If the door opened by the hand of man, you would have given man the credit. But when God places you in a place where no one else can help you, where no solution can be found, where only His hand can make a way, then when the waters part, you will lift your hands and declare, "It was God alone." This is why you must not fear the impossible places in your life. Do not panic when you see no way forward. Do not despair when your back is against the wall. These are the very signs that you are in position for a miracle. For when God is about to give you something big, He often lets the situation look hopeless, so that when He moves, there will be no doubt who was in control. You may not know how, you may not know when, but you can be certain of this: God has not led you here to leave you. He has not brought you into the storm to let you drown. He has placed you here to show you His glory in a way that will leave you speechless. When God is about to give you something big, He refines your words and your thoughts. Suddenly, you cannot speak like you used to. You cannot entertain the same negative conversations. You cannot allow doubt to take root in your mind, because the size of your blessing requires the discipline of your tongue and the purity of your thoughts. God will nudge your spirit when you complain. He will correct you when you speak defeat. He will convict you when you allow fear to dominate your heart. Why? Because He knows the power of life and death is in the tongue. He knows that the way you think will shape the way you live. And if you are to carry something great, you must learn to speak with faith and think with clarity. This is why you will notice in this season that your spirit grows restless with negativity. What once entertained you now burdens you. What once seemed harmless now disturbs you. That is God sanctifying your inner life for the magnitude of what He is about to place in your hands. He cannot pour great blessing into a vessel filled with toxic thoughts. He cannot release abundant favor into a life filled with careless words. He must clean the inside before He fills it. And so if you feel that tug, if you sense that conviction, do not resist. It is the evidence that you are being prepared for something higher. When God is about to give you something big, He stirs up courage in your spirit. He will not allow you to remain timid, weak, or passive. He will demand that you stand strong, that you refuse to bow to fear, that you declare boldly what He has promised. Because greatness is not given to those who shrink back. It is given to those who step forward in faith. You may tremble, but you will not fall. You may feel fear, but courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to trust God more than you trust your feelings. And so God will put you in situations that require boldness. He will call you to speak when you want to stay silent, to move when you want to stand still, to act when you want to retreat. For this is how He builds courage in you. Do not despise those moments of trembling. Do not despise those times you are pushed beyond your comfort zone. That is God pulling out the warrior inside of you. That is God teaching you to fight with faith. And understand this: the greater the blessing, the stronger the courage required to sustain it. For when you step into something big, opposition will come. Critics will rise. Envy will grow. But when God has trained your courage, you will stand firm, unmoved, unshaken, declaring, "I will not fear, for my trust is in God." When God is about to give you something big, He sharpens your discernment. Suddenly, you see through people's masks. You notice the deception behind the smile, the hidden agenda behind the kindness, the jealousy behind the words. This is not to make you suspicious of everyone, but to guard you from the traps of the enemy. For big blessings attract big opposition, and the enemy often works through those closest to you, those you least expect. But God in His mercy begins to sharpen your sight. He opens your eyes to see what others cannot. He whispers to your spirit when to step forward and when to step back, when to embrace and when to release. This is His protection, ensuring that what He places in your hands is not stolen by wrong associations. So if you feel distance growing between you and certain people, do not fight it. If God is pulling you away from circles that no longer feed your spirit, do not resist. If He is showing you the truth about someone's heart, do not ignore it. This is not cruelty. It is mercy. It is God shielding you from the wrong voices so you can walk in alignment with His purpose. The bigger the blessing, the more focused the circle must be. And sometimes that means walking alone for a season until God connects you with the right voices for your next level. When God is about to give you something big, He demands obedience in the small thing. Do not think that greatness is only built in grand stages. No, it is proven in the secret acts of obedience. The quiet, yes, when no one is watching. The small steps of faith when no one applauds. The discipline to pray when it feels dry, to believe when it looks dark, to sow when it feels costly. God watches the small acts. He measures your faithfulness in the hidden moments. Because if you cannot obey in the small, you cannot be trusted with the great. Do not despise the little tasks God places before you. Do not grow weary in the hidden service, for every act of obedience is a seed in the ground. And when the time comes, the harvest will overwhelm you. Big blessings are never random. They are the result of consistent obedience. What you do in secret, God will reward openly. What you give in silence, God will multiply in public. What you sacrifice in private, God will honor in ways that will shock even your enemies. When God is about to give you something big, He births perseverance in your soul. He teaches you not to quit. He strengthens your heart to endure, because the path to greatness is never straight. It is filled with turns, delays, setbacks, and trials. Without endurance, you would surrender before the promise ever comes. Yet, in His wisdom, God allows the road to be long enough to shape you, challenging enough to strengthen you, and uncertain enough to keep you leaning on Him. This is how He makes sure that when the blessing arrives, you are not weak, but unshakable. Listen closely. The enemy cannot cancel what God has already destined, but he will try to wear you down so you abandon it. That is why persistence is your weapon. That is why endurance is your protection. The promise is guaranteed. The real question is, will you stand firm long enough to witness it? Will you hold on until the moment you can grasp it? Will you choose not to quit even when everything screams at you to stop? If you can endure, the midnight morning will break through. If you can stand through the storm, the rainbow will shine. If you can walk through the valley, you will rise into the mountain of promise. Perseverance is the bridge between prophecy and manifestation. When God is about to give you something big, He places in your spirit a peace that does not make sense. The storm may rage, but deep inside there is calm. The winds may blow, but within there is stillness. The world may shake, but your heart rests secure. This peace is not the absence of trouble, and it is the presence of God in the midst of trouble. It is His way of telling you, I am with you. Do not fear. Keep walking. And this peace is your anchor. When doubt rises, it steadies you. When fear whispers, it silences you. When chaos surrounds, it guards you. Do not ignore this peace. It is God's confirmation. It is His assurance that no matter how it looks, His plan is unfolding. Trust that peace. Follow that peace. It is the compass that will lead you into your blessing. When God is about to give you something big, He will require you to release your grip on control. One of the hardest lessons a believer must learn is that you cannot manipulate the timing of God. You cannot force His hand, nor can you bend His will to suit your impatience. God is not moved by your calendar. He is moved by your trust. And so He allows seasons where every plan you have built crumbles. Every strategy you thought would succeed fails, and every safety net you once relied upon disappears. Why? Because He wants you to know that when His blessing comes, it is not because of your control. It is because of His sovereignty. This surrender is not weakness. It is the highest strength. To say, God, I release my plans for yours, is not defeat. It is victory. Because your plan may be good, but His plan is perfect. Your strategy may open a small door, but His strategy unlocks an entire future. Your wisdom may carry you for a season, but His wisdom establishes you for eternity. Let go of the illusion that you must orchestrate everything. Trust that God has already written the script of your blessing. He knows the beginning from the end. He knows which doors to close and which to open, which voices to silence and which to amplify. Stop wrestling for control and start resting in His control. When God is about to give you something big, He cultivates patience in the deepest part of your soul. Patience is not simply waiting. It is waiting without complaint, waiting without doubt, waiting with trust. It is holding on with peace in your spirit, even when the visible evidence looks contrary. And understand this, the size of your patience is often a mirror of the size of your blessing. If God is asking you to wait longer than others, it is only because He is preparing something greater than others. Do not despise the waiting room. It is sacred ground where faith matures, where hope strengthens, where character is forged. Look around you. Those who rush into blessings often see them vanish. But those who wait on God walk into blessings that cannot be shaken. God will never allow patience to be wasted. Every second of your waiting is building endurance for the weight of what is coming. And one day soon you will realize the wait was not a delay. It was a preparation. The longer the roots grow underground, the stronger the tree stands above. So if God is stretching your patience, rejoice. Something mighty is about to break forth. When God is about to give you something big, He ignites in you a hunger for more of Him. Suddenly, the shallow no longer satisfies. The distractions that once filled your time lose their grip. You find yourself longing for His presence, desiring His voice, craving His guidance. That hunger is not accidental. It is divine. Because the blessing you are about to receive cannot be carried by talent, money, or connections alone. It can only be carried by intimacy with God. And so He draws you closer. He pulls you into prayer. He awakens you in the midnight hours to whisper into your spirit. He increases your thirst so that when the blessing comes, you will not worship the blessing. You will worship the giver. Do not ignore that hunger. Do not drown it with noise. Do not distract it with temporary pleasures. That longing is holy preparation. Feed it with prayer. Strengthen it with meditation. Guard it with obedience. Because the more you seek God, the more capacity you have to carry His blessing. And the more you desire Him, the less the blessing itself can corrupt you. For blessings are dangerous when they take God's place. But when your hunger is fixed on Him, the blessing only multiplies your worship. When God is about to give you something big, He positions you in the presence of opposition to sharpen your spirit. You may wonder, why are so many against me? Why do I face so much resistance? Why does it feel like people are rising to block me at every turn? Do not be discouraged or God uses opposition as a chisel to shape you. He allows resistance to build resilience. He places you before enemies, not to destroy you, but to display His power in you. Without enemies, there can be no victory. Without resistance, there can be no breakthrough. Without opposition, there can be no testimony. And so lift your head in the face of opposition. Say, God, I will not fear. For if you have allowed this, you will use it for my good. Understand, this opposition is not a sign that you are forgotten. It is proof that you are chosen. The enemy does not fight those who are empty. He only fights those who carry something worth stealing. The greater the blessing, the fiercer the battle. But the fiercer the battle, the louder the victory. And soon those who rose against you will see with their own eyes that God was on your side. When God is about to give you something big, He refines your priorities. Suddenly, you can no longer waste time on meaningless pursuits. You cannot live carelessly, distracted by the trivial, consumed by the temporary. God awakens you to the value of time, the weight of purpose, the urgency of destiny. He teaches you to walk wisely, to choose carefully, to invest your energy in what truly matters. Because blessings require stewardship, abundance requires focus. And if you are careless with your time, you will be careless with your blessing. This is why in this season, you may feel pulled away from old habits, old patterns, old distractions. Do not resist this shift. It is God's way of clearing your path. He is teaching you to number your days, to value your hours, to walk with purpose. Because when the blessing comes, you cannot afford to be entangled in what does not matter. The higher He lifts you, the more disciplined your life must become. And if you embrace that discipline now, you will be ready when the doors open. When God is about to give you something big, He increases the fire of adversity to expose what cannot go with you. The heat of trials reveals the cracks in your foundation, the impurities in your character, the weaknesses in your spirit. He does this not to shame you, but to cleanse you. Because if He gave you the blessing without exposing these flaws, they would later destroy what He gave. And so He uses the fire to purge. He uses the trial to refine. He uses the adversity to burn away the unnecessary. Rejoice in the fire, for it is not your enemy. It is your purifier. Do not curse the flames. Thank God for them. For though they burn, they do not consume. Though they hurt, they heal. Though they strip, they strengthen. And when you emerge from the fire, you will not only be ready to carry the blessing, you will shine with a glory that can only come from having walked through the furnace with God's hand upon you. When God is about to give you something big, He instills in you a vision of the future that contradicts your present. You may be surrounded by lack, but He shows you abundance. You may be living in obscurity, but He whispers of influence. You may be pressed by weakness, but He reveals strength. This vision is not a fantasy. It is prophecy. It is God planting in your heart the picture of what He is preparing. Hold on to that vision no matter how impossible it looks, because the vision is the seed of your blessing. Guard it fiercely. Do not let doubt steal it. Do not let mockers shame it. Do not let fear bury it, for the vision is your lifeline in the storm. It is the rope that pulls you forward when all else says quit. and in time that vision will speak. Though it tarry, wait for it, it will surely come. God does not tease with empty dreams. If He placed it in your heart, He intends to fulfill it. When God is about to give you something big, He surrounds you with signs in your spirit, signs in your circumstances, signs in the whispers of prayer. You begin to sense alignment, as though pieces are falling together in ways you could not have arranged. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. God often signals His movement with patterns that echo in your life. Watch carefully, listen closely. The signs are there not to give you control, but to give you assurance. Assurance that though you cannot see the whole picture, He is guiding every step. And when the day finally comes, when the blessing manifests, when the door swings wide, you will realize it was worth every tear, every wait, every trial. You will look back and understand why God had to strip, why He had to delay, why He had to refine. Because without those seasons, you would not have been ready. But now, because you endured, you are prepared to receive. And not only receive, but to sustain. Beloved, when God declares that He is making all things new, it is not a poetic whisper. It is a divine decree that carries the full weight of His power. God does not speak in vain. His words are creative forces. They shape destinies, overturn curses, dismantle chains, and open doors that no man can shut. When He says, your past is over, He means that every mistake, every wound, every regret, and every sin that once tried to bury you is no longer your identity. God has severed the ties of yesterday and called you into the promise of tomorrow. Too often we drag yesterday's ashes into today's fire, forgetting that God has already burned away what once bound us. The enemy thrives on your memory of failure, but God thrives on your faith in His renewal. He wants you to stop gazing at the ruins of what once was and start walking toward the city He is building for you. The old has been buried. God has planted you in new soil. Do not let the shadow of yesterday block the sunrise God has placed before you. Understand this. When God makes something new, He does not patch up the old. He does not remodel brokenness. He resurrects purpose. He does not simply polish what is worn out. He breathes life where death had claimed victory. God's renewal is not partial. It is complete, overflowing, transformative. He will give you new strength, a new vision, a new spirit, and a new song to sing. But you must be willing to release the old. You cannot hold on to the weight of your past and expect to run into your future. Beloved soul, God is calling you higher. He is calling you to let go of the bitterness, the unforgiveness, the fear, and the doubt that cling to your heart. Do not let the chains of the past define your freedom. God has already opened the prison gate. Why linger in the cell when the light of His renewal is waiting outside? When God says your past is over, He is not just canceling what hurt you. He is rewriting your story. Think of the storms you have endured. Think of the tears that have watered the soil of your nights. Do you not know that God has seen every drop? Do you not know that every trial was preparing you for a greater glory? What felt like loss was often protection. What felt like delay was divine preparation. God was not silent. He was shaping. He was not absent. He was near carrying you when your own strength collapsed. And now He whispers, "Rise, for I am making all things new. Do not fear stepping into the unknown, for the unknown is only unknown to you." To God it is already written, already prepared, already blessed. He has gone before you. He has smoothed the path. He has ordered your steps. Your responsibility is not to worry about what tomorrow holds, but to trust the one who holds tomorrow in his hands. The past may have scarred you, but God will use those scars as signs of his deliverance. They will not be marks of shame, but testimonies of his power. The pain you endured will become the wisdom you carry. The betrayals you faced will become the discernment that protects you. The losses you mourned will become the blessings you thank him for tomorrow. This is the beauty of God's renewal. He wastes nothing. Every valley you walked, every mountain you climbed, every desert you endured, God folds it into the masterpiece of your life. So lift your head. Do not bow to yesterday. Stand firm, knowing that God has declared you free. Your past is not a chain. It is a classroom. Your failures are not a prison. They are stepping stones. Your wounds are not curses. They are evidence of survival. And survival under the hand of God is not mere existence. It is victory. Yes, God is making all things new. He is restoring, redeeming, refreshing, and rebuilding. Let the old die. Let the past fade. Let yesterday be buried. Step into the dawn with faith, for the God who spoke the universe into being is speaking into your life now. Behold, I am making all things new. My beloved brothers and sisters, listen closely, for the hand of God is not short that it cannot reach you, nor is his mercy scarce that it cannot cover you. Every trial, every storm, every wound of your past is not the end of your story. It is the soil in which God plants the seeds of your future. Do not look back at what has been broken as though it cannot be restored. God, the one who breathes life into dust, can take what was shattered in your life and make it whole again. Do not allow regret to chain your spirit. Do not allow bitterness to poison your heart. Do not allow fear to dim the fire of your soul. For the same God who lifted his servants out of the darkest pits will lift you too. He turns ashes into beauty, sorrow into strength, and weakness into power. He is the one who says to the weary, "Do not despair of my mercy, for I forgive all sins." That means nothing from your past has the authority to cancel your future when God himself has chosen to make all things new for you. You may feel unseen, but God sees you. You may feel forgotten, but God remembers you. You may feel like the doors are closed, but the keys are in the hand of the Almighty. And when he wills, no power on earth or in the heavens can keep the door shut. You may have stumbled, but falling is not the end. Rising with God's help is the beginning. Understand this truth. When God renews, he does not simply patch the broken pieces. He creates something greater than what was before. He molds your pain into wisdom, and your loss into compassion, and your struggle into unshakable strength. What you thought was the end of you was actually the preparation for the new you God is forming. So walk boldly into tomorrow with your trust anchored in the Almighty. Leave the weight of yesterday behind, for the God who split the sea for his servants can split your troubles wide open. The one who provides for the bird in the sky and the fish in the sea will not abandon you. If he watches over the smallest of his creation, will he not watch over your destiny? Lift your head high, child of God, for your past is over. A new season is unfolding. The author of your life has turned the page, and what is written ahead carries blessings, strength, and divine favor. Do not fear what lies before you, for the one who holds tomorrow is the same one who carries you today. My beloved, let us go even deeper into this truth. When God declares that He is making all things new, it is not a suggestion, it is not a possibility. It is a divine decree. God's word does not return empty. It accomplishes what He sends it out to do. That means when He speaks renewal over your life, no force in this world can stop it. No enemy, no betrayal, no failure, and no wound can stand in the way of God's power to make things new. He is the creator of beginnings, the author of destiny, and the one who brings beauty out of ashes. Some of you have lived so long with the memory of your mistakes, with the heaviness of your regrets, that you have begun to believe your past has the final say. But hear this clearly. Your past is over when God steps in. God is not holding you hostage to the things you did or the things done against you. His mercy is greater than your shame. His wisdom is deeper than your confusion. And His power is stronger than every chain that once bound you. When God forgives, He doesn't just erase the record. He gives you a fresh page, a new life, a redeemed purpose. Do not let the shadows of yesterday block the light of what God is doing today. Too often people carry burdens they were never meant to carry. They replay old conversations, revisit old wounds, and relive old failures. But God is calling you to rise up and step forward because He is not dwelling in the ruins of your past. He is working in the promise of your future. He is already planting seeds of blessing in places where you only saw barrenness. He is already opening doors you thought were forever closed. He is already shifting things in the unseen, preparing you for a new chapter that you could not write on your own. Understand this. God makes all things new, not only to free you from what was, but to prepare you for what will be. Every ending is a setup for a greater beginning. Every closed door is God's hand guiding you to a better one. Every trial is shaping your strength, purifying your spirit, and positioning you for the very things you once prayed for. Do not fear the unknown, because what is unknown to you is already known by God. He has seen the path ahead, and He is leading you step by step into a future filled with His goodness. And let me say this with boldness. Stop identifying yourself by what you lost, and start identifying yourself by what God is restoring. You are not your pain. You are God's beloved. You are not your past. You are God's chosen. You are not defined by what broke you. You are defined by the God who heals you. When you look in the mirror, don't see the scars of yesterday. See the evidence that God preserved you, carried you, and is preparing you for something greater than you ever imagined. My friend, the God who spoke light into darkness, the God who split the sea, the God who raised nations and humbled empires, is the same God who is speaking into your life today. Behold, I am making all things new. Believe it, receive it, walk in it, for your past is over and your future belongs to God. Beloved, as we come to the conclusion of this message, remember this eternal truth. God is the one who holds your past, your present, and your future in His mighty hands. Your past mistakes, your failures, your regrets do not define you. They were chapters in your journey, but they are not the final word of your story. The final word belongs to God. And when He speaks life, renewal, and restoration. Do not dwell on what has been lost, for God is preparing what will be gained. Do not weep over doors that have closed, for God is opening doors that no one can shut. Do not fear the unknown, for God has already written a future for you filled with wisdom, strength, and blessings beyond what you can imagine. Step forward with boldness. Hold your head high, for you are walking with the one who restores and renews all things. You have not been abandoned. You are not overlooked, and you are certainly not defeated. God's work in your life is not finished. What's behind you is closed, but what stands before you is overflowing with hope, promise, and divine intention. Step into this moment with faith. Trust the Lord fully and leave yesterday where it belongs behind you. For the Almighty has spoken, "Behold, I am making everything new." And when God begins a new work, no force on earth or power in the heavens can hinder it. Your past is finished. Your new chapter has already begun. Walk in it, embrace it, and give all glory to God. Can you hear me right now? One, your past is finished. It is over. It is buried. It no longer holds the authority over your future. God is creating everything anew, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop His hand from transforming your life. For too long you have allowed yesterday to define you. For too long you have let the shadows of what was block the light of what can be. But listen to me, God does not live in your past. He is the God of new beginnings, of fresh starts, of restoration. When He speaks, creation listens. When He acts, doors swing open and chains fall off, and what was dead rises again. And right now, God is declaring over you, "Behold, I am making all things new." You've cried over what happened. You've replayed the mistakes, the losses, the betrayals in your mind 1,000 times. You've let your heart sink under the weight of guilt and regret. But today, I tell you with authority, that chapter is finished. God has already turned the page. You are the one still staring at what He has already closed. The pain you went through is not your prison. It is your preparation. God did not bring you this far to abandon you in a pit of yesterday's memories. He is pulling you into a future where His mercy writes the story, not your mistakes. Your past may explain you, but it does not define you. Too many people are chained not by what others have done to them, but by what they have done to themselves. They think, "I failed, so I am a failure." They believe, "I was broken, so I am unworthy." But God does not label you according to your flaws. God calls you according to His purpose, and His purpose is never canceled by your past. If you woke up today, it means He still has a reason for you to be here. It means He still sees value in you. It means He is not done. God's mercy renews with every sunrise, and His power is not diminished by your yesterday. You are not the sum of your sins. You are the product of His mercy. Stop digging up graves God has already sealed. Stop rehearsing conversations you can't change. Stop letting the opinions of people hold more weight than the promise of God. People may remember what you did, but God remembers what He put inside you. People may hold on to your failures, but God holds on to your destiny, and His hand is stronger. When God says new, He doesn't just patch up the old. He creates something you have never seen before. He doesn't just clean the stains. He gives you a new garment. He doesn't just repair the cracks. He builds a whole new foundation. That is the God you serve. The God who can take ashes and turn them into beauty. Who can take your deepest wound and turn it into your greatest testimony. You must understand this. Your past has no authority unless you hand it the power. Regret is a thief. It steals your focus from what God is doing now and blinds you to what He is about to do next. Regret keeps you sitting in the ruins while God is building a palace. Regret convinces you that you can't move forward until you fix what's behind you. But the truth is, you can't fix the past. Only God can redeem it. And when He redeems it, He doesn't ask your permission. He doesn't need to consult your feelings. He moves because He has decided it is time. And when God decides it's time for something new, the past must bow, the enemy must flee, the chains must fall, the tears must dry. You may say, but I've lost too much. God says, I can restore it. You may say, but I've been too hurt. God says, I can heal it. You may say, but I've wasted too many years. God says, I can redeem the time. You may think you are starting over from nothing, but you are not starting with nothing. You are starting with God. And if you start with God, you are starting with everything. His power, His wisdom, His provision, His favor. They are all yours when you walk with Him. The same God who spoke light into darkness can speak a new future into your life in an instant. I know you have scars. I know you have nights you wish you could erase. I know there are names, faces, and memories that still sting, but your scars are not a sign of defeat. They are proof you survived. They are evidence that even when life tried to break you, God held you together. Your scars tell the enemy, you tried, but I'm still here. And if you're still here, it means there is still more for you to do. God didn't let the storm drown you because there's still a destiny ahead of you. He didn't let the fire consume you because there's still a promise waiting to unfold. You are still breathing, still standing, still hearing these words because your past is over and your future is about to begin. The enemy wants to keep you looking backwards so you never see the blessings that are right in front of you. But God is saying, today, lift your head, look ahead. I have made a way in the wilderness. I have opened rivers in the desert. I have placed new doors before you, and no one can shut them. Your history is not stronger than His hand. Your mistakes are not stronger than His mercy. Your losses are not stronger than His provision. Every tear you cried, every heartbreak you endured, every betrayal you suffered, none of it will be wasted. God is the master of turning what was meant for harm into the very thing that lifts you into your calling. You may have been overlooked. You may have been lied about. You may have been rejected by the people you thought would always be there, but none of that disqualified you from what God is about to do. In fact, it prepared you for it. Every person who walked away made room for the people God is sending. Every door that's shut cleared the path for the one He will open. Every season of waiting was planting seeds you couldn't see. And now, in His perfect timing, He will cause those seeds to spring forth into something beautiful. He will do it in such a way that when it happens, you will know it was not your doing. It was His. Listen to me closely. There comes a point in life when you must stop carrying the weight of yesterday like a chain around your neck. You cannot run toward the destiny God has for you while dragging the corpses of your old life behind you. The burden will break you if you keep holding on. But God is saying, release it to me. Let me carry it. Let me bury it. Let me give you something new. You see, the human heart was not designed to live in the prison of what happened before. You were made for movement, for growth, for new beginnings. And when God steps into your story, He does not simply repair what was broken. He writes an entirely new chapter, one that would never exist if it weren't for His mercy. Some of you are standing in the ashes of what used to be, wondering why God took it away. But He did not take it to punish you. He took it to prepare you. Sometimes He must remove what you thought you couldn't live without so He can give you what you could never have imagined. If you keep clinging to the past, you will miss the beauty of the present. You will miss the opportunities He has placed before you. You will miss the relationships, the blessings, and the open doors that are waiting for your whys. God is making all things new, but He will not force you to receive it. You must be willing to let go. I tell you, there is no shame in having a past. We all do. There is only shame in letting that past decide the limits of your future. God never called you according to what you did. He called you according to what He placed inside you. The world may measure you by your mistakes, but God measures you by your potential. He sees beyond the rubble. He sees the masterpiece hidden in the mess. And when He sets His hand to work on you, He works until His vision is complete. He is the one who turns storms into stepping stones and trials into training grounds. Every tear, every setback, every dark night, it all becomes the raw material for the miracle He is preparing. And hear this, the same people who doubted you will be the ones to witness your renewal. The same voices that said you would never rise again will see you walking in a victory that only God could have given. Not because you proved them wrong, but because God proved Himself faithful. And when He lifts you in such a way that no one can take the credit. When He restores you, He does it so completely that even the scars become part of your beauty. When He opens the new chapter, it will be written with a grace so undeniable that all who see it will know it was God. There is a danger in keeping one foot in your future and one in your past. You become divided, torn, unstable, and instability will cost you opportunities. When God gives you the word new, you must put both feet into the path ahead. You must decide that what was behind you is truly behind you. You must choose to believe that God's hand is stronger than the enemy's lies, because the enemy will keep trying to remind you of where you came from. He will replay your failures. He will whisper about the people who left you. He will point at the times you fell short. But you must answer every one of those voices with this truth: my past has no power over me. God is making all things new. Let me tell you something. It is not enough to simply believe that God can do something new in general. You must believe that He can do it for you personally. Some of you believe in His power for others, but you doubt it for yourself. You think you are the exception to His mercy, that your mistakes were too great, your sins too deep, your story too messy. But God does not look at you and see the list of what you did wrong. He sees the possibility of what you can become in His hands. He does not consult your record before deciding your future. He consults His will. And if His will says renewal, then renewal is coming. And do not think for a moment that new means easy. When God makes things new, it often requires leaving behind the familiar. It often means walking into territory you have never seen before. It may mean breaking free from relationships, habits, or environments that feel comfortable but are killing your growth. It may mean trusting Him in ways you have never had to trust before. But that is the price of new life. You cannot stay where you are and step into what He has prepared. You cannot hold on to the old and fully embrace the new. You must release in order to receive. There is a holy courage that comes when you truly believe God has ended one season and begun another. You start walking differently. You start speaking differently. You stop apologizing for outgrowing the things that once fit you. You stop explaining yourself to people who were never meant to understand your calling. You stop lowering yourself to fit into places that God has already called you out of. Because you know deep in your soul that your past was only a prelude to the glory that is coming. And maybe you're still wondering, how do I step into this new God is making? You do it one decision at a time. You decide today that you will no longer speak of yourself as broken, but as becoming whole. You decide that you will no longer define yourself by your wounds, but by your healing. You decide that you will no longer measure your worth by the people who walked away, but by the God who stayed. You decide that you will stop living in reaction to what happened and start living in response to what God is doing now. Because God is not finished. Not with you, not with your story, not with your future. And if you can grasp that, if you can truly take hold of the truth that your past is over and your renewal is here, you will find that your strength rises, your hope awakens, and your faith becomes unshakable. And once that happens, nothing and no one can stop you from walking into the new life God has designed for you. There are moments when God will strip away what you thought was your security, not to harm you, but to show you that your true foundation was never in those things to begin with. You thought your stability came from that job, that relationship, that bank account, that reputation. But when it was gone, you discovered that the only reason you were still standing was because God held you up. That's the truth about renewal. It forces you to see where your strength really comes from. Renewal is not just about having something new in your hands. It's about having a new understanding in your heart. It's about seeing that God is the source and everything else is a channel. Channels may change. The source never does. God's renewal is not a surface change. It is a deep transformation. He does not just paint over cracks. He rebuilds the foundation. He does not just replace the leaves on a dying tree. He restores the roots. This is why sometimes He allows certain things in your life to collapse. Because if He were to build something new on a faulty base, it would eventually fall again. So He tears down not to leave you empty, but to rebuild you stronger, wiser, and more aligned with His purpose. It might feel like loss, but in reality it's preparation for something greater. And if you can trust Him through the breaking, you will see the beauty of His building. The past has a way of whispering its lies into your present. It tells you that because you failed before, you will fail again. It tells you that because you were hurt before, you will always be hurt. It tells you that because you once walked in darkness, you can never walk in light. But God's truth is louder than those lies if you will choose to listen. His truth says, I have already carried away your shame. I have already erased the record. I have already set your feet on a new path. Do not return to the chains I have broken. Do not look for the keys to a prison I have already opened. When God delivers you from the past, it is an insult to His power to keep living like you are still bound by it. Some of you keep asking for a sign that God is doing something new, but the sign is already in front of you. You're still here. You made it through things that should have destroyed you. You endured storms that were meant to drown you. You walked through fire and did not come out burned to ash. That's not luck. That's not coincidence. That's the hand of God. And if His hand kept you through that, do you think He brought you this far to drop you now? No. He brought you through it to bring you into something greater. The survival was the sign. The breath in your lungs is the proof. You don't need another confirmation. God's mercy is confirmation enough. And understand this. When God says all things new, He means all. Not some, not most, not everything, except that one thing you think is too far gone. All that means He can renew your mind when the enemy says it's too damaged. That means He can renew your joy when life has drained it dry. That means He can renew your hope when disappointment has buried it. That means He can renew your reputation when people have spoken against you. There is nothing too stained, too broken, too wasted for God to restore. If He can turn night into day and deserts into rivers, He can take your life, no matter where it's been, and turn it into something that radiates His glory. But here is the challenge. You must cooperate with the renewal. God can open the door, but you must walk through it. He can send the rain, but you must prepare the ground. He can bring the opportunity, but you must be willing to leave behind the comfort of where you've been. Too many people ask God for something new, but cling tightly to the very things He is trying to remove. You cannot receive with closed fists. You cannot move forward while holding on to what is behind you. Renewal requires release. It requires trust. It requires you to say, even if I don't understand, I will follow where you lead, God. And do not be surprised if your renewal offends people who knew the old you. Some will not understand how you changed. Some will try to remind you of the mistakes you made. Some will accuse you of pretending to be someone you're not. But you don't owe them an explanation. God is the one who defines you now, not them. And when He renews you, He will vindicate you. He will silence every false voice by the undeniable evidence of your transformation. Those who doubted will see. Those who mocked will witness. Those who left will watch from a distance as God lifts you higher than they ever thought possible. This is why you must fix your eyes on God and not on people. People change, but God remains. People forget, but God remembers His promises. People may try to limit you based on their memory of who you were, but God lifts you based on His vision of who you are becoming. And His vision is never small. His plans for you are never shallow. They are vast, deep, and beyond anything you could imagine. When God says He is making all things new, He is talking about a renewal that not only changes your circumstances, but changes you, your heart, your perspective, your courage, your faith. And I want to tell you something that may shake you. Sometimes God allows the past to hurt so deeply so you will never be tempted to go back. He allows certain seasons to end so decisively that you cannot reopen them. He allows certain people to leave so clearly that you will not run after them. This is not cruelty. This is mercy. Because if you truly knew what He was preparing ahead, you would not waste one more moment mourning what is behind. Your future is not waiting for your past to approve of it. It is waiting for your faith to step into it. And faith is not a feeling. It is a decision. It is the choice to believe God's promise more than you believe your pain. It is the choice to believe His voice above the noise of your regrets. It is the choice to step forward even when the ground feels unfamiliar. That's the path to renewal. That's the way to walk into the all things new He has promised. Some of you have been asking God to bless you while still holding on to things that poison your spirit. You pray for a new season, but you entertain the same habits, the same voices, the same places that kept you chained in the old one. Let me tell you, God is not going to build something new on a rotten foundation. He is not going to pour His blessing into a vessel that refuses to be cleaned. Renewal requires purification. It requires that you allow God to remove what does not belong before He adds what is meant for you. This is why some seasons feel like loss. It is not that God is taking from you to hurt you. He is taking from you to prepare you. When God decides to make all things new, He is not looking for your permission. He is looking for your cooperation. He will not force you into your destiny, but He will make it clear that staying where you are is no longer an option. He will dry up the wells you used to drink from, so you are compelled to seek the living water of His provision. He will close the doors you once depended on, so you will stop leaning on them as your security. He will rearrange your relationships so that only those aligned with your purpose will remain. It may feel like everything is falling apart, but in reality, everything is falling into place. And you must understand there is a holy discomfort that comes before divine renewal. If you are feeling unsettled, if you are restless in a place you used to feel comfortable, it is not by accident. That stirring in your spirit is God telling you it's time to move. It's time to release. It's time to step forward. The old environment can no longer contain the new you. He is shaping. You can't fit into spaces that are too small for your calling. You can't thrive in soil that has already given all it can give you. God will stretch you beyond the limits of your present season, so that you must step forward into the next one. This is why you cannot define your life only by what your eyes can see. He is orchestrating more behind the curtain than your mind could ever imagine. While you are tallying up what slipped from your hands, He is multiplying what is about to be placed into them. While you grieve those who walked away, He is preparing to send those destined to walk beside you into your future. While you replay old struggles in your memory, He is crafting victories you have not yet witnessed. God is never still. Every season of silence is a season of shaping. Every pause is the setup for a greater unveiling. Every quiet hour is His hand working in hidden spaces where transformation is born. But renewal is not only about receiving better things, it is about becoming a stronger version of yourself. God's concern is not merely improving your situation. His focus is on refining your character, deepening your faith, sharpening your discipline, and fortifying your resilience. He knows that if He gave you the new season without preparing your heart, you would lose it as quickly as you received it. That is why some of you have had to wait. That is why some doors did not open when you wanted them to. That is why certain prayers seemed unanswered. It was not denial, it was development. God was strengthening the foundation so that when the blessing comes, it will not crush you. It will sustain you. And let me warn you, the enemy will always try to drag the memory of your past into your present as you step into renewal. He will try to make you believe that nothing has changed, that you are still the same person you used to be. But here is the truth. When God makes all things new, even the parts of you the enemy thought he owned or reclaimed, He will take the very area where you once struggled and turn it into a place of strength. He will use the very wound that once weakened you to give healing to others. That is how complete His renewal is. It doesn't just touch the surface, it transforms the depths. And as you walk in this newness, you must guard it. Do not return to the environments that God delivered you from. Do not invite the same chaos back into your life and then wonder why your peace is gone. Renewal is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. God can give it, but you must protect it. This means setting boundaries. This means saying no when you used to say yes. This means choosing peace over drama, purpose over distraction, and obedience over convenience. You cannot carry the weight of the old world into the new season and expect to move freely. Hear me? God is not calling you into something small. He is not renewing you for a life of mediocrity. He is positioning you for influence, for purpose, for impact. Your renewal is not just for you. It is so that others will see what God has done in you and believe that He can do it for them too. That is why your story matters. That is why your past had to be overcome. Because there will be people who look at you and say, if God could bring them out of that, then He can bring me out too. Your testimony is a weapon, and your renewal is the proof of God's power. So stand up, lift your head, stop speaking about what was, and start declaring what will be. Stop rehearsing the pain and start proclaiming the promise. Stop questioning if you are worthy and start walking like you are chosen, because you are not the same. The old you is gone. The chains are broken. The season has shifted. God is making all things new. And that means your past is not just behind you. It is powerless over you. There comes a moment when you must decide that your past will no longer have the power to dictate the language of your heart. You cannot keep speaking as if your future will mirror your history. The words you choose carry weight, and God listens to what you declare over your life. If your mouth keeps agreeing with the pain of yesterday, your spirit will stay chained to it. But when you open your mouth and speak life, when you declare that God is leading you into better days, something shifts. The atmosphere changes. Your heart aligns with His promise, and your steps begin to follow the path He has prepared. Renewal begins with agreement. If you agree with your old wounds, you stay wounded. If you agree with God's word over your life, you step into healing. Some of you have prayed for change but continued to prepare for disappointment. You've asked God for open doors, but in your heart you still expect them to close. You've asked for blessings, but you've braced yourself for loss. That is not faith. That is fear wearing the disguise of caution. And fear will never walk you into the new season God has for you. God does not work through fear. He works through trust. If He says the old is gone, believe it is gone. If He says all things are new, believe they are new, even if you can't see it yet. The seeds of change often sprout in hidden soil long before they break through the surface. Trust that God is working in the unseen. And here is something you must understand. God's renewal is not always sudden. Sometimes it is a process. Sometimes He will peel away the layers of your past bit by bit, giving you time to adjust, to grow, to strengthen. You may not see the full picture yet, but each day you remain faithful is another step into your new life. Renewal can be quiet. It can be slow. It can happen in such a way that you look back one day and realize you are no longer the person you once were. Your thoughts have changed. Your habits have shifted. Your vision is clearer, and you know deep in your spirit God did this. Do not despise the process. Too many people want the promise without the preparation. They want the harvest without the planting season. But when God takes His time, it is because He is doing something that will last. Quick fixes fade. Shallow change crumbles. But when God rebuilds you from the inside out, that transformation is permanent. He is not trying to give you a temporary high. He is giving you a lasting foundation. And sometimes that means waiting while He strengthens what no one else can see. It means walking by faith when nothing in your circumstances yet matches what He has promised. And you must also know this: renewal often requires separation. There will be people who cannot walk into your next season with you. Not because they are evil, but because they are not assigned to the chapter God is writing now. Some people were meant to be in your life for a reason, some for a season, and very few for a lifetime. If God removes them, trust that it is for your good. He hears conversations you never heard. He sees motives you never saw. He knows the weight of influence they would have on your future. And if it's not aligned with His plan, He will not allow it to remain. Don't chase what God has released. Let go with gratitude and move forward with trust. There is a strength that comes when you truly believe God's hand is on your life. You stop living as if you are at the mercy of random events. You stop thinking that life is just happening to you. You begin to understand that everything, every setback, every delay, every closed door has been allowed by God for a purpose. And if He allowed it, then He will use it. Even the things the enemy intended to destroy you will become the very things that develop you. Even the nights you cried alone will become the oil that fuels your fire. Even the seasons of silence will become the foundation of your wisdom. This is what happens when God makes all things new. He redeems everything. And do not be surprised when renewal attracts opposition. The moment you start walking in your new season, there will be voices that try to pull you back. They will question your change. They will test your resolve. They will try to provoke you into acting like your old self. But do not engage. You do not have to prove your transformation to anyone. The greatest evidence of change is consistency. If you keep walking forward, the truth will speak for itself. God will defend your name. God will silence every false accusation. Your job is to keep moving and keep your eyes fixed on Him. The most dangerous thing you can do in a season of renewal is to keep glancing back at what God has already brought you through. Every time you look back, you lose sight of what's ahead. Every time you replay the pain, you weaken your hope. This is why God calls you to fix your eyes forward. The road ahead is full of blessings, opportunities, and divine alignments, but you cannot embrace them if your focus is trapped in yesterday. The past is over, not just forgiven, not just forgotten over. It has no more authority over your destiny unless you give it permission. So walk boldly. Walk with the confidence that comes from knowing the Creator of the heavens, and the earth has decided that your story is not finished. Walk with the awareness that every step forward is a step deeper into His purpose. Walk with the assurance that God is not just making some things new, He is making all things new. And when God makes something new, it is greater than anything you could have imagined. My beloved, when God writes your story, He does not write it in fear, defeat, or confusion. He writes it in victory, strength, and clarity. Even when your path winds through valleys and shadows, remember that God's plan is never delayed, never weakened, and never uncertain. What you see as a setback is often the very step forward that God has designed. What you think is a closed door may be a divine shield blocking you from harm you cannot yet see. God's wisdom is higher than the highest mountains and deeper than the deepest oceans. You cannot measure it with human reasoning, and you cannot compare it with worldly knowledge. The human mind may question why certain trials are allowed, but the believing heart knows God never allows anything without purpose. If He permits a storm, it is to cleanse, to strengthen, and to prepare you for the blessings that lie ahead. When God decides to elevate you, no hand can push you down. When He commands the season to change in your life, no power in the heavens or the earth can hold back the new dawn. This is why you must keep your trust anchored in Him, not in people, not in wealth, and not in fleeting moments of comfort. All these things can vanish, but God's power, protection, and mercy remain forever. Understand this truth. God's timing is not late. He moves at the exact moment that aligns with His perfect wisdom. Many lose faith because they want God's plan to match their schedule. But a true believer understands that every delay is part of a divine arrangement. An arrangement that keeps you from walking into traps, that positions you for greater victories, and that ensures you will be ready to carry the blessing without being crushed by it. If you truly want to see God's power in your life, stop fighting His will and start flowing with it. Stop questioning every twist in the road and start thanking Him for the journey. Even the detours carry divine purpose. The people who left you, the doors that closed, the opportunities that disappeared, these are not signs of abandonment, but of God's careful guidance. He knows what lies ahead, and He loves you too much to let you walk into harm unprotected. And when the moment comes when God says no, you will witness what human effort could never achieve. Paths will open that you didn't even know existed. Support will come from sources you never imagined. Your heart will find peace, not because the storm stopped, but because you will know the one who controls the storm is holding you in His hands. My dear brothers and sisters, when God chooses to bless you, there is no force in the heavens or the earth that can stop it. No enemy can stand in His way. No scheme can overthrow His decree. The plans of people may be many, but it is the plan of God that always prevails. And when His time comes, it will come like the dawn breaking after the longest night, unstoppable, undeniable, and full of light. You may be walking through a valley now, but remember, valleys are never the final destination for those who trust in God. They are simply the path to the mountain He has prepared for you. The reason you mustn't lose heart, because God sees every detail of your struggle. He has counted every tear you have cried. He knows the words you could not say out loud, and He is the one who holds the keys to every closed door in your life. Sometimes He delays so that you will not settle for less than what He has ordained. Sometimes He removes so that He can replace with what is far better. And sometimes He allows a storm so you will discover that the waves cannot drown the one whose anchor is in Him. Beloved, do not be deceived by the seeming power of the wicked. Their victories are short-lived, and their strength is only for a season. God watches them, and in His perfect justice, He brings them down at the appointed time. That is why you must keep your heart pure before Him. Do not respond to betrayal with bitterness. Do not repay evil with evil. Instead, fix your eyes on the one who is the ultimate judge, for His scales never lie. When God is silent, it does not mean He is absent. His silence is often His strategy. He is working in ways you cannot yet see, aligning events, preparing people, and shifting circumstances so that the blessing, when it comes, will not be taken from you. If you could see what He is arranging behind the curtain of time, your heart would rest in complete peace. This is why faith is not just believing in what you hope for, but trusting the wisdom of God, even when you don't understand the path He has chosen for you. So walk with dignity, even when life tries to humiliate you. Stand with courage, even when fear whispers in your ear. Speak with truth, even when lies surround you. And hold tightly to the rope of God, for He never lets go of the one who truly trusts Him. The hand of God is above all hands, His will above all wills, and His mercy above all mercy. And when He decides to lift you, no one can pull you down. When God decides to bless you, no force on earth and no scheme of man can block it. You may see obstacles, but to God they are stepping stones. You may see enemies rise against you, but God turns their arrows into dust before they can reach you. You may hear whispers of doubt and fear, but God's voice in your spirit will thunder louder than every lie. God's plan for you is written by His hand, sealed by His power, and protected by His command. This is why you must not panic when life looks like it's falling apart, because sometimes God allows certain things to break so that He can rebuild you stronger, purer, and more aligned with His purpose. Do not mistake delay for denial. Do not mistake silence for absence. God is working in ways you cannot see, rearranging, removing, and realigning everything around you. The door you thought was closed forever may suddenly open, not because you pushed it, but because God Himself commanded it to swing wide. And hear me well, when God lifts you, He does it in such a way that no one can take credit for it. People will watch you rise and will not understand how you did it. They will think you had help from men, but your help came from the one who needs no helpers. This is why your trust must stay in Him alone. So keep walking, keep praying, keep your heart clean before God. For the moment is coming when He will turn your tears into testimony, your pain into power, and your struggles into signs of His greatness in your life. When you truly surrender your heart to God, you begin to see life through a different lens. The storms that once terrified you no longer shake you because you know that the one who created the heavens and the earth is also holding your life in His hands. You begin to realize that every delay is not a denial but a divine arrangement. Every closed door is not a punishment but protection. When you walk with God, even your enemies are unknowingly paving the way for your success. Do not let the noise of the world confuse you. People will try to tell you that you are unlucky, that your dreams are too big, that your time is over. But remember, they are not the ones who wrote your destiny. God is. And when God writes, no human hand can erase. When He commands, no earthly power can resist. That is why you must keep your faith strong, even when the night feels long and silent. For in the silence, God is arranging things in your favor. Understand this. The same God who brought you out of the problems you thought would destroy you is the same God who will take you to heights you never imagined. But you must trust His timing. We, in our human impatience, want blessings instantly. But God, in His wisdom, prepares the ground before planting the seed. He knows the exact season when your heart, your mind, and your surroundings will be ready to receive the blessing without losing it. And when God decides it is time, no force in the universe can hold it back. Opportunities will appear where you saw only walls. Helpers will arrive without you calling them. Paths will open in places you never thought to walk. That is the beauty of God's power. He works in ways that remind you that you are not in control, but you are deeply cared for by the one who is. Stay faithful. Stay patient. Stay rooted in obedience, because the day will come when you will look back at the struggle and say, "Now I understand why God made me wait." And that understanding will fill you with such peace that you will never doubt His plan again. My beloved, as we come to the end of this message, let your heart be steadfast in the truth that God never leaves His servants without guidance, protection, or purpose. The trials you face are not the end. They are a passageway, a bridge to the blessings He has already prepared for you. Every delay is a divine arrangement. Every tear is counted, and every prayer is heard by the one who sees the unseen and knows the depths of your soul. Do not measure your life by what is happening around you. Measure it by what God is doing within you. The storms may roar, but they are under His command. The enemies may plot, but they are under His control. The doors may seem closed, but when God chooses to open them, no power on earth or in the heavens can shut them. Step boldly into the path ahead. Do not allow fear to chain you down. Hold your head high, steady your heart, and declare words of faith over your journey. Speak to your soul, God walks beside me. God shows me the way. God shelters me. For when your life is yielded to His will, victory is not uncertain. It is guaranteed. And when the appointed day arrives, and it surely will, you will look back on this chapter and see the purpose in it all. You will realize the road was never accidental. Every step was designed by His wisdom. You will give thanks not only for the breakthroughs, but also for the pauses, the redirections, and even the closed doors, for they guided you to the very place you were meant to stand. Can you sense that gentle, quiet voice speaking into your spirit right now? The one whispering, "Don't look back. Something greater is on the way." That is not a fleeting idea, my friend. That is not a sweet phrase meant to be heard and forgotten. It is the very voice of God, drawing you toward a future your eyes have yet to witness. Your heart has not yet pictured it, but your soul is already sensing it. I need you to receive this with every part of your being. The life ahead of you is far greater than the one you're leaving behind. Yet too many of us linger in the middle of life's road. One foot anchored in the past, the other trying to step into the future. But our gaze is still fixed backward. And you cannot move forward while your heart remains tied to what's behind you. God has not called you to remain chained to yesterday's hurt, yesterday's failures, or yesterday's comfort. He has called you to stride boldly into the new that He has prepared for you. And that next is greater than you think. Listen to me. The past is a place of reference, not a place of residence. You may have walked through heartbreak, betrayal, loss, or disappointment, but that was not your destination. That was preparation. Every tear you cried, every lonely night, every moment when you thought you couldn't go on, it was shaping you, strengthening you, and refining you for the greater that is coming. If you keep staring in the rearview mirror, you will miss the road signs God is placing right in front of you. You see, the reason God says don't look back is because what's ahead requires your full attention. You cannot receive the new thing God wants to place in your hands while your grip is still tight around something He has already removed. Some of you are still holding on to relationships God has already ended, jobs God has already closed the door on, seasons God has already completed. You're asking God for direction, but you're still clinging to the very thing He told you to release. Let me tell you, when God says something greater is coming, He means it. And greater does not always mean bigger in the eyes of the world. Greater means more peace. Greater means more clarity. Greater means more purpose. Greater means living in alignment with the calling He has placed on your life. Greater means having a joy that nothing and no one can take away. And sometimes for God to give you greater, He must first take away what you thought you needed, but was only holding you back. I know it's hard. I know it hurts to walk away from what you thought was your forever. But hear me, if it was meant to be part of your future, God would have kept it there, Amon. The very fact that it's behind you is proof it was never meant to define you. You cannot drive into tomorrow if you keep slamming the brakes every time you think about yesterday. The only thing you owe your past is gratitude for the lessons it taught you, not permission to keep you bound. My friend, God has already written the next chapter of your life, but He will not turn the page for you if you are still gripping the old one, afraid to let go. You must trust Him enough to step into the unknown. You must believe that His plan is greater than your memories. And you must understand that every closed door is not rejection. It is redirection. God closes doors to keep you from walking into something that will harm you, distract you, or delay you. Some of you have been praying, God, show me something new, but your eyes are still fixed on what you've lost. You've been asking for fresh opportunities, but your heart is still tangled in what you left behind. God cannot fill a vessel that is already full of yesterday's oil. He wants to pour something new into you. But first, you must be emptied of what no longer serves your destiny. And hear me well, the enemy will always try to pull your attention backward because he knows that if you keep looking back, you will lose momentum. If he can keep you rehearsing the past, he can keep you from stepping into the promise. That's why you must guard your focus. You cannot give your energy to things that no longer exist. The past is over. You cannot change it. You cannot relive it. But you can learn from it, rise from it, and let it push you into the future. God has prepared. You think you've seen God's best? No, you've only seen the introduction. The greater is still on the way. You have not even scratched the surface of what He is about to do in your life. The blessings you've experienced so far are just a small preview. The breakthroughs you've seen are just the beginning. And the battles you've faced, oh, they were not sent to destroy you. They were allowed to position you for a victory that will silence every doubt, every critic, and every fear. Don't you dare settle here. Don't you dare set up camp in the wilderness when God is leading you to a promised land. The dry season is temporary. The waiting season is temporary. The confusion is temporary. But the glory that is coming is eternal. And once you taste it, once you see it, once you step into it, you will understand why God told you not to look back, because looking back would have cost you everything He was trying to give you. Think of the seeds a farmer plants. If he spends all his days staring at the field he harvested last season, he will miss the new soil that needs tending today. The past season's fruit was for that season. The new harvest requires fresh planting, fresh labor, fresh faith. God is saying to you, this is a new field, a new time, a new appointment with destiny. The rain that's coming is not for what you lost. It's for what you're about to gain. And you need to understand this. The greater that is coming is not always visible to human eyes in the beginning. God often conceals the greatest blessings behind seasons of silence. Seasons where nothing seems to be happening. Seasons where you feel stuck. But the silence does not mean absence. The waiting does not mean abandonment. God is working in ways you cannot see. He is preparing doors you didn't even know existed. He is aligning the right people, positioning the right opportunities, and moving obstacles out of your path. But here's the truth. If you keep looking back, you will miss your alignment. You will walk past your open doors because you were too busy knocking on doors that were already locked. You will miss divine appointments because you were too busy chasing expired connections. You will pass by new blessings because your mind was still stuck in old battles. That is why God speaks so strongly. Don't look back. Do you realize how much energy it takes to carry the weight of the past? Some of you are exhausted not because your life is too full, but because your heart is too heavy with what you refuse to release. You are replaying conversations that are over. You are nursing wounds that God already healed. You are trying to resurrect seasons that He buried for your protection. And the truth is, the weight you're carrying was never meant to be carried this far. God is saying, lay it down, leave it there. I have something greater ahead, but you cannot take that baggage with you. I want to remind you of something powerful. God never removes without replacing. When He takes, He gives. When He closes one chapter, He is already writing the next. When He pulls you out of one environment, it's because He has prepared another that is better for your growth. You may not see it yet, but every ending is the seed of a greater beginning. You see, when God calls you forward, He calls you higher. And to go higher, you must let go of what is weighing you down. You can't climb carrying every burden, every memory, every disappointment from the past. Even good things, if they belong to a past season, can become a hindrance if you try to drag them into the next. God wants you free, light, and ready for what's coming. Some of you are standing on the edge of a new season, but fear is holding you hostage. Fear whispers, what if the future isn't better? What if you lose more? What if you fail? But God is whispering something louder in your spirit. What if it's greater than you ever dreamed? What if the next season restores everything you thought was gone? What if I am about to do something so beautiful, so powerful, so beyond your imagination that you will forget the pain of the past? When you trust God fully, you understand that the same hands that carried you through your worst days are the same hands preparing your best days. That is why you can step forward with boldness. You can walk away from what was, even if you don't yet see what will be, because your faith is not in the evidence of your eyes. It is in the certainty of God's promise. And make no mistake, the enemy will try to tempt you with backward glances. He will remind you of comfort zones, familiar places, and old habits. He will try to lure you back into old mindsets, into old patterns, into relationships that kept you small. But you must be ruthless in your obedience. You must decide that nothing behind you is worth forfeiting what God has ahead of you. The greater that is coming will demand a different version of you. A stronger you, a wiser you, a more disciplined you, and that transformation cannot happen while you are clinging to the past. The old version of you may have survived back there, but the new version of you will thrive out here. And God is calling you to rise into that newness. Even now there are unseen battles being fought on your behalf. There are blessings with your name on them that the enemy cannot touch. But your own backward focus could delay. That's why this is urgent. God is not just telling you not to look back for the sake of the command. He is protecting your destiny from unnecessary delay. Every time you look back, you pause your own progress. And right now, God is saying, you don't have time to pause. You don't have time to waste. The greater is coming, and you must be ready to receive it. Then hear this with all the strength of your spirit. When God says, don't look back, He is not asking you to abandon your history. He is calling you to protect your destiny. He knows that the human heart is easily tempted to dwell on what was familiar, even if it was harmful. The mind will replay old victories to feel safe, or old pains to justify fear. But God is a God of movement. He never intended for you to be trapped in yesterday's chapter when He has already written a better one. You are not meant to be a prisoner of your memories. You are meant to be a steward of your future. And the truth is, some of you are still staring at the door that closed, wondering why, when all the while there is another door already open in front of you. You don't see it because your gaze is locked on the wrong direction. God is telling you to shift your focus, stop watering a dead tree, and start planting in fertile ground. Think about the path you've walked so far. You've had seasons where you felt stripped bare, where people walked out, where opportunities dried up, where prayers seemed unanswered. You thought those moments were losses, but in reality they were pruning. God cuts away what will not bear fruit in the next season. He removes branches that have grown too heavy with decay, not because He wants to diminish you, but because He wants you to grow stronger, to bear more, to reach higher. And sometimes the greater that is coming is hidden inside a season that feels like nothing is happening. It's easy to look back when the present feels empty. But God is the God who works in silence. Seeds grow underground where no one can see them, and only time reveals their strength. Right now, while you are waiting, God is working in ways you cannot comprehend. He is aligning your steps with divine timing. He is bringing the right voices into your life. He is positioning you for blessings that will come so suddenly you will forget how long you waited. But here's the danger. If you turn around before the seed sprouts, you will abandon the very field God asked you to tend. Many lose their harvest because they walk away in the final stretch, distracted by the echo of the past. Don't let that be you. The enemy will whisper, "Go back!" It was easier there. You knew what to expect. But ease is not the same as destiny. Comfort zones can be cages when God is calling you to soar. Some of you need to hear this clearly. Not everyone from your past is meant to walk into your future. God will not take them away to hurt you. He will take them away to help you. The people you thought you needed were sometimes the very ones who would have slowed you down. And in the moment, you might not understand why they left. But when you step into the greater God has prepared, you will look back only to thank Him for the separation. You must also understand that looking back can corrupt your vision. If your eyes are constantly filled with the shadows of yesterday, you cannot see the light breaking over tomorrow. The human spirit cannot fully embrace what's ahead while still mourning what's behind. This is why God calls you to release it. Not because the past was worthless, but because the future is priceless. And greater does not always come in the way you expect. You might be waiting for something grand and visible, but sometimes greater begins in the smallest shift. A peace that settles in your soul, a clarity in your decisions, a strength you didn't have before. These are signs that God is already moving you forward. The visible blessing is simply the final evidence of what He has been doing within you all along. God's way is always forward. The ocean parts for those who step in faith and not for those who stand on the shore debating. Mountains move for those who climb, not for those who stand at the base wishing. The greater that is coming requires motion. It requires you to lift your foot. Take that next step even when you can't see the whole road. Trust that God's path will hold you. Trust that He has already gone ahead of you. And I tell you this, when the greater arrives, you will not have to force it. You will not have to chase it. God's blessings have a way of overtaking you when you walk in obedience. They will find you in the right place at the right time. But obedience is the key. You cannot walk into what's next if you refuse to leave what's past. God is not asking you to forget your story. He is asking you to let Him write the next chapter. Your past may explain you, but it does not define you. Your history may have shaped you, but it does not limit you. Every trial, every delay, every setback was a part of your preparation. And when you finally see what He was preparing you for, you will understand why the command was so urgent. Don't look back. Something greater is coming. When God says don't look back, He is not only speaking about your past mistakes or your past pain, He is also speaking about your past successes, your past comfort, and your past identity. Sometimes the greatest hindrance to the future God has prepared is the satisfaction you felt in the last season. You can become so comfortable with where you were blessed that you resist moving toward where you will be transformed. God is not a God who repeats the same chapter forever. He is the author who writes your life in stages, each one higher, deeper, richer than the last. Some of you are standing in a place that others would envy. People look at your life and say, "You've made it." But God is whispering, "No, this is not the end. This is just a step." You see, the danger of looking back is not always longing for what was painful, but longing for what was pleasant when God has promised something even more extraordinary. If you hold on to what is good enough, you may miss what is divinely appointed. God's plan is not for you to circle the same mountain year after year. His plan is to take you from one height to another, from one victory to the next. The valleys you've walked through have not been wasted. They were passageways, not prisons. The mountaintops you've stood upon were not destinations. They were viewpoints so you could glimpse how much further He wants to take you. And if you keep looking back at one mountain while He is pointing you toward another, you will miss the climb that will change your life forever. Let me tell you something. God is a builder. And every builder knows that sometimes the old structure must be torn down completely before the new one can rise. The demolition can feel violent. It can feel like loss. But God is never in the business of destruction without purpose. If something has been removed from your life, it is because the foundation beneath it could not carry the weight of what He is about to give you. He is preparing a new structure that is stronger, taller, and more enduring than anything you've seen before. This is why you must not mourn too long over what is gone. You honor the past by moving forward, not by clinging to it. You give glory to God not by replaying the old, but by trusting Him enough to step into the new. The greater that is coming requires courage. Courage to walk into the unknown. Courage to release familiar patterns. Courage to silence the voices that tell you to turn back. And yes, there will be voices. The enemy will use people, memories, and even your own fears to pull you backward. But remember this, the enemy always attacks the season before your breakthrough. The resistance you feel is proof that you are close. The heavier the pull to look back, the greater the blessing ahead. God would not tell you to keep moving if there was nothing to move toward. His command is proof of His promise. You must also be willing to see yourself differently. The you who walked through the past is not the same you who will step into the future. God has been molding you in the quiet, shaping you through trials, and sharpening your spirit through every challenge. You may feel worn, but in God's eyes you are prepared. The reason you cannot stay in the past is because you have outgrown it. What used to fit no longer serves you. What once satisfied now feels empty because God has expanded your capacity for greater. The past, even if it was beautiful, was not your final destination. God's blessings are not one-time events. They are streams that keep flowing, rivers that keep moving. The moment you stop moving with them, you begin to stagnate. That is why He calls you forward. Not just for more, but for better. Not just for increase, but for transformation. And make no mistake, the greater that is coming will demand a deeper level of faith. It will require that you trust God in ways you never have before. But that is the beauty of it. The journey forward is not just about receiving new blessings. It is about becoming a new vessel capable of holding them. The reason God calls you to release the past is so He can enlarge you for the future. Then listen with every part of your spirit. When God tells you don't look back, it is because your destiny is not behind you. Your calling is not behind you. Your promise is not behind you. Everything He intends for you is ahead. The past is a closed chapter. The ink has dried. You can't rewrite it. And you're not meant to rewrite it forever. You are meant to turn the page because God has already written more. And the more He has written is greater than anything you have yet lived. Some of you are standing at the edge of a brand new season, but you keep turning your head toward the shadows of yesterday. You replay old conversations, you rehearse old mistakes, and you linger on old memories, and yet you wonder why it feels so hard to move forward. It is because you cannot walk into a new door while holding the key to an old one in your hand. God is saying, drop it, release it. I have something better, but you must come empty-handed so I can fill you anew. Understand this. Looking back is not just about glancing over your shoulder. It is about where your heart is anchored. If your heart is still rooted in a place that God has uprooted you from, you will feel torn between two worlds. And that tension will drain your strength, steal your focus, and delay your progress. God calls you to anchor your heart in His promise, not in your past. When you anchor yourself in Him, even when the road ahead is uncertain, you will not drift back to where you came from. And let me tell you something powerful. God's greater is not always the kind of greater that makes sense to the world. The world's idea of greater is more money, more recognition, more applause. But God's greater can be deeper peace, unshakable stability, restored relationships, or a new clarity of purpose. His greater can be removing the very thing you thought was your source, so He can show you that He alone is your source. And when you experience that kind of greater, it will not be shallow. It will be unshakable. This is why some of you have faced sudden endings. You thought they were losses, but they were actually redirections. God was not punishing you. He was protecting you. He saw things you could not see. He heard conversations you did not hear. He knew the path you were on would not lead to the destiny He prepared, so He shifted you. And yes, the shift hurt, but the shift saved you. That is why you must not look back, because looking back would dishonor the protection of God over your life. Every time you are tempted to turn around, remind yourself of this. If it belonged in your future, it would still be here. If God wanted it in your hands, it would not have slipped through your fingers. His removal is never without purpose. His no is just as holy as His yes. His closed doors are just as much a blessing as His open ones. And if you keep your eyes forward, you will see that the closed doors were making room for something far better to be open. Do not let the enemy trick you into thinking that what's behind you is better than what's ahead. That same deception has ensnared multitudes, leaving them stuck in endless cycles instead of stepping into the inheritance God prepared. The enemy will dress up your past to make present obedience feel heavier. He will shine a light on the moments that seem sweet while concealing the chains and sorrow that came with them. Yet God calls you to remember the truth. The past could not sustain you, and that is why He now calls you forward. You must learn the discipline of faith that looks ahead. This kind of faith says, even though I cannot see it, I know it's there. Even though I do not hold it yet, I trust it is on the way. Even though my reality does not show it, I believe God has already declared it. Faith that looks forward keeps moving even when the road is shadowed, because it trusts the one who lights the way will never fail. And there is more. This faith also understands divine timing. Some of you are so eager for the greater that you try to seize it too quickly. But God's greater cannot be grasped before the appointed hour. If you seize it too early, it will break you rather than bless you. God prepares the blessing and the person at the same time. While He is shaping the opportunity, He is also shaping you to carry it well. This is why patience is not punishment. It is preparation. So stand where you are with confidence. Stop glancing backward. Stop imagining what could have been. Stop comparing the unknown future to the familiar past. The familiar might feel safe, but it cannot stretch you. And God's greater will always stretch you. It will demand that you rise higher, think bigger, walk stronger. That is why the word today is not just an encouragement. It is a command. Don't look back. Something greater is coming. When God places His protection over you, no enemy can prevail. The plots of the wicked may seem clever, but before the eyes of God they are nothing but dust carried by the wind. The one who trusts fully in the Almighty walks with a calm confidence because they know their life is not in the hands of men, but in the hands of the one who sees all, hears all, and knows all. Your strength does not come from your own ability. It flows from the endless power of the Creator who commands the heavens and the earth. There will be moments when evil surrounds you, when people whisper behind your back, when plans are made to bring you down, when opportunities are stolen from you. Yet, if you remain steadfast in your faith, God will turn every evil intention into a stepping stone toward your destiny. Do not waste your energy fighting with them on their level. Rise higher by relying on God. His way of handling your enemies is far greater than anything you could imagine. He does not only block their arrows, He turns them back in the direction they came from. Those who rise against the servants of God rise against the will of God Himself. And when God decides to defend you, there is no power on earth, no army, no influence, and no wealth that can overpower His decree. Remember this: your silence in the face of lies is not weakness. Your refusal to retaliate in anger is not fear. It is the ultimate sign that you trust God to fight the battles you cannot see. Do not be disturbed when they underestimate you, for they are not seeing the invisible shield around you. This shield is not made of steel, but of divine decree. When God says protected, no harm can break through. You do not need to scream for recognition. Your obedience, patience, and faith are the loudest proclamations of your strength. Evil fears the one who fears nothing but God. When you walk with this awareness, the wicked sense it in your presence. They cannot explain why they are uneasy around you. They just know something about you is untouchable. That something is you. It is the light, the wisdom, and the power of God surrounding you. If you truly want evil to fear you, purify your heart from resentment. Guard your tongue from falsehood and align your intentions with righteousness. When your life pleases God, you carry an authority that no human can grant and no enemy can revoke. And when you sleep at night, know this: God is awake guarding you, watching over you, and ensuring that every step you take is within the boundaries of His mercy and justice. My beloved, understand this truth. When you walk in the power of the Almighty, you are not just living, you are advancing under His divine protection. Every step you take is measured. Every breath you breathe is sustained by His will. And every victory you experience is a testament to His strength working in you. Evil can only harm those who are uncovered, but you are not uncovered. You are clothed in the armor of the Most High. The darkness may try to intimidate you, but the moment it senses the fire of God burning in your heart, it trembles. You must know this. Fear is not your portion. Authority is. When you submit to God, you rise above the schemes of the wicked. Their words may be sharp, but the word of God is sharper. Their traps may be hidden, but God sees them before you even take a step. When He is your shield, no arrow, seen or unseen, can penetrate. That is why the righteous can walk boldly through valleys. Because the presence of God is their light, their guide, and their unshakable defense. But hear me, you cannot walk in this power casually. It is not given to the lukewarm, nor to the one whose loyalty shifts like the wind. You must be steadfast, rooted deeply in obedience to God. The more you surrender to Him, the more He empowers you. The more you trust Him, the more He strengthens you to face every challenge without fear. Evil people sense when your confidence is built on something unshakable, and that is when their courage melts away. Do not be surprised when God removes certain people from your life. Some connections are dangerous, some voices are poisonous, and some hands are covered in deceit. If you allow them to stay, they will drain your strength and cloud your vision. God will not let the enemy's servants occupy a seat in the life of someone He has chosen. When they leave, do not chase them. It is His mercy protecting you. And let me tell you this: the fear you put in the hearts of evil people is not because of your appearance, your wealth, or your status. It is because of the unseen army standing with you. It is because of the light of God that exposes their darkness. It is because your spirit refuses to bow to their manipulation. Even without speaking a word, your very presence becomes a reminder that their plans cannot prosper against you. Walk with your head high, but your heart humbled before God. Speak the truth without trembling. Stand firm without wavering, and live righteously without compromise. The more you honor Him, the more His power flows through you, and the more evil people realize they cannot touch you. They will avoid you, not because you are untouchable by your own strength, but because the one who covers you is unstoppable. Beloved, when you walk in the light of God, no darkness can overpower you. Evil trembles not because of who you are in the flesh, but because of who stands with you in the unseen. When you rise in the morning and your first breath is in remembrance of God, the enemy's plans already begin to crumble. They may plot against you, but their weapons become like shadows, present but powerless. For the heart that trusts God is wrapped in a fortress no enemy can breach. Do not be afraid when they glare at you with eyes filled with envy, jealousy, or malice. Their hatred is a sign of the divine shield over your life. Just as a thief avoids a house guarded by strong walls, evil avoids the soul guarded by the constant remembrance of God. Keep your tongue moist with His praises and keep your thoughts fixed on His greatness. For the remembrance of God is the light that blinds the eyes of those who seek to harm you. When the storms of life come and the wind howls against your door, remember God does not leave His servant abandoned in the tempest. He tests, He strengthens, and He delivers. Sometimes He will let the wind blow just so that the weak branches in your life break away, leaving you stronger and more rooted. Do not curse the storm. It may be the very thing that drives your enemies away. Evil thrives in fear, but it dies in the presence of unshakable faith. Stand tall, not in arrogance, but in the quiet confidence that God is your protector, your avenger, your sustainer. When they whisper lies behind your back, let God be the one who answers them. When they set traps for you, let your faith in God be the reason those traps close on themselves. Every day dress yourself in the armor of trust. Let your patience be your shield, your sincerity be your sword, and your remembrance of God be your crown. For those who fear God alone become feared by the very forces that once tried to destroy them. This is not your power. It is His power shining through you. And so I tell you, walk into every room as if the earth beneath your feet belongs to the one you serve. Speak truth without trembling. Stand firm without apology. Move forward without hesitation. For when God is with you, you are never the hunted. You are the untouchable. My friend, the power of God in your life is not something the world can explain, but it is something the world can feel. When God's light rests upon you, it becomes a fire that intimidates the darkness. Those who walk in wickedness may not understand why they feel uneasy around you, but deep inside their spirits know they are standing before one who is guarded by the Almighty. You don't need to raise your voice to make evil tremble. Your obedience, your purity, and your unwavering trust in God send a signal to every dark force. This one is untouchable. When you walk in righteousness, God Himself becomes your defender. He is the one who says in the Quran, "Indeed, my protection will encompass the righteous." This means you are not just living. You are walking under divine surveillance, shielded by the most powerful. And that is why those who plot against you grow restless. Their whispers in the night cannot harm you. For God hears every word before it is spoken. Their schemes cannot reach you, for God dismantles them before they are even formed. You must understand, evil people operate in fear. They fear losing control. They fear truth. And when they see that you are unshaken by their manipulation, when they realize you answer only to God, their confidence begins to crumble. They expect you to fight with the weapons of this world, but instead you fight with prayer, patience, and faith. That confuses them, and in that confusion their strength collapses. Do not chase after their approval. Do not try to prove your worth to those who are spiritually blind. Instead, make your heart a fortress of remembrance. Let your tongue be wet with God's words. When you enter a room, carry yourself with the dignity of someone who knows their worth in the eyes of the Almighty. Even if they laugh, even if they mock, deep inside they feel a discomfort they cannot explain. That is not arrogance. That is the power of God's presence walking with you. Sometimes God will make your silence more powerful than your speech. Sometimes He will make your calmness a weapon that breaks the pride of the arrogant. Do not think that being quiet means you are weak. It means you are letting God speak for you through your character, your patience, and your unshakable trust. So walk without fear, stand without bending to falsehood, and remember, when God is with you, you are already victorious even before the battle begins. Evil people may gather against you, but their gathering is in vain. The Almighty has already written your protection, and no hand can erase what He has decreed. My beloved, when God's light is upon you, darkness cannot hide. The schemes of the wicked may be many, but they all collapse when the Almighty stretches forth His hand. Evil trembles, not because of who you are in the flesh, but because of the power that surrounds you when your heart is anchored in God. It is written that the earth belongs to God, and to Him return all matter. So when you walk in His path, you walk in the authority of the one who owns every soul and controls every destiny. Evil people gain their strength from deception, manipulation, and fear, but these are like shadows. They disappear the moment the light shines. And the light of God, my dear listener, is not just a small flame. It is a blazing fire that exposes every hidden plot. When your faith is unshakable, when you refuse to bow to the pressure of the wicked, they feel powerless. This is how you make evil fear you. Not with your words alone, but by standing as a living proof that God defends His servants. Remember, evil feeds on reaction. They want to provoke you into fear, anger, or desperation because these emotions give them an opening. But when you remain calm, steady, and filled with trust in God, they lose their grip. Even in their whispers and their schemes, they will sense something they cannot touch. The unseen protection of the Most High surrounding you. God has angels that guard His faithful ones. And though you may not see them with your eyes, the wicked sense their presence like a threat they dare not challenge. God's justice is not delayed, even if your human eyes cannot yet see it. Every plot, every lie, every false accusation, all of it is written down, and the day will come when each will be answered in full measure. This is why you do not need to fight with the tools of the wicked. You fight with patience, with truth, and with steadfast trust. The moment you hand over your battles to God, the battlefield shifts. It is no longer you against them. It is them against the one who never loses. And let me tell you, when you align your actions with God's commands, your presence alone becomes a warning to those who intend harm. They will speak against you, but in their hearts they will know this one is untouchable. For God is with them. Just as storms break around the mountain but cannot move it, so too will evil break around you and leave you unmoved when your foundation is the Almighty. Do not waste your time seeking revenge. Do not lower yourself to their level. Every time you respond with wisdom, every time you keep your dignity and stand firm in righteousness, you are sending a message. I belong to God, and no weapon against me shall prosper. This is not weakness. It is the greatest strength a human being can possess. My friend, when God chooses to guard you, no power of darkness can touch you. The plans of the wicked may seem fierce. Their voices may sound loud, but in the presence of the Almighty, they are like dry leaves scattered by the wind. God is not a distant observer. He is an active protector, a shield that surrounds you from every side. When you walk under His protection, you are not walking alone. His angels encamp around you. His hand guides you, and His wisdom lights your path, so you do not stumble in the traps set by your enemies. Evil people thrive on intimidation. They hope to see you afraid, to watch your faith waver, to hear doubt in your voice. But when your trust is rooted in God, their weapons lose their edge. Fear cannot live in the same heart where faith is alive. The one who leans on God stands with a confidence that shakes the wicked, because they cannot understand a person who refuses to bow to fear. This is why the Quran reminds us that those who believe and put their trust in God will find Him sufficient as their protector. Sometimes God allows the schemes of evil to rise just enough for you to see His power destroy them. He will let the arrows be drawn so that you can witness Him breaking them midair. He will let the waves rise high so that you can marvel when He parts them for you. These moments are not meant to frighten you. They are designed to strengthen your faith. They prove that it is not your strength that keeps you safe, but His mercy and His will. And understand this: evil fears what it cannot control. The heart that belongs fully to God is beyond the reach of manipulation. The mind anchored in God's truth cannot be deceived. The soul that prays in secret, that trusts in God alone, becomes untouchable to those who traffic in lies, jealousy, and hatred. Your silence, your patience, your refusal to retaliate with the same poison they give you. These are weapons God places in your hands. But there is a condition: you must remain pure in heart. Do not let hatred take root. Do not let anger cloud your mind. The devil wants you to fight evil with evil, so that you become like the very thing you are resisting. God calls you to rise above, to let Him fight for you, and to trust that His justice is better than any revenge you could imagine. When you carry yourself with this kind of strength, the wicked feel it. They sense that there is a wall around you that they cannot break. They see that their gossip cannot ruin you, their plots cannot trap you, and their curses cannot reach you. They realize that the God you serve is not just watching over you. He is actively protecting, guiding, and lifting you beyond their reach. That is how you make evil fear you, not by shouting louder, but by walking so closely with God that your very presence carries His light and authority. My beloved, never forget the power of God is not a distant dream. It is your living reality. You do not walk through this world alone. Every step you take, every breath you breathe, every battle you face, the Almighty is with you. His light surrounds you. His wisdom guides you. His strength lifts you, and His mercy shields you. You are not weak. You are fortified by the hand that created the heavens and the earth. Evil may rise like a raging storm, but storms do not last forever. and the one who commands the winds is the one who commands your victory. Keep your heart calm, your spirit firm, and your faith unyielding. Do not be shaken by the whispers of the corrupt or the jealousy of the envious, for all of it fades before the authority of God. Stand tall, speak with honesty, walk in humility, and carry the grace of one who knows they are guarded by heaven itself. Place every wrong, every wound into the hands of the Almighty. For the one who sees what is hidden and hears every silent cry will never allow wickedness to triumph over the faithful. Rely on His timing, rest in His design, and trust in His strength. When you fully surrender to Him, you will realize no enemy can reach you, no darkness can consume you, and no hardship can destroy you. Step forward with boldness, wrapped in faith, strengthened with patience, and guided by the everlasting flame of His direction. For with God on your side, nothing can stop you. And that, dear soul, is the way to live so that evil itself trembles at your presence. Do you feel the weight of the world pressing heavily on your shoulders today? Do you sense the load of worries, the tension of unanswered questions, the fear of what lies ahead? Is it gnawing at your heart? Let me tell you something right now. Something that has the power to shift the entire course of your life if you embrace it fully. When you put your trust entirely in God, when you hand over every worry, every fear, and every plan into His hands, you step into a place of peace, provision, and power that nothing in this world can provide. My friends, there is strength, there is freedom, there is a light that pierces through even the darkest nights when you let God take control. I know life often tries to convince you of the opposite. The storms around you feel unending. People let you down. Circumstances shatter your expectations. Your mind fills with questions like, why me? Why now? How can I keep going? But listen to me. Hear me well. God has never once failed anyone who placed their complete trust in Him. The same God who parted seas, who brought rivers through deserts, who raised hope from despair, is the same God who is able to carry your burdens today. Trust is not a passive act. It is a declaration, a spiritual posture that says, I refuse to be ruled by fear, for I know that God is in control. I will not be shaken, for the one who watches over me never slumbers. I want you to understand something profoundly. Trusting God fully does not mean pretending your life is perfect. It does not mean that troubles will vanish instantly. It does not mean that your problems are small or insignificant. Trusting God fully means that no matter the depth of your darkness, no matter the intensity of your storm, you can rest in the certainty that God is orchestrating every detail of your life, that God sees what you cannot see, and that God is working all things together for your ultimate good. Do you grasp that God is not blind to your pain? God is not deaf to your cries. God is not powerless in the face of your struggles. God is almighty, and His wisdom surpasses every understanding your human mind can conceive. Many of you have tried to carry your burdens alone. You have stretched yourselves thin, running here and there, trying to fix everything with your own hands. And what has it brought you? Exhaustion, disappointment, hurt. But listen, there is freedom in surrender. There is relief in handing your worries over to God. Imagine a life where anxiety no longer dictates your days, where fear no longer shackles your nights, where uncertainty no longer robs you of peace. This life is possible. It begins the moment you make the choice to trust God fully. Not partially, not sometimes, fully. With every fiber of your being, with every heartbeat, with every breath. I know it is not easy. The world is full of voices telling you to rely on yourself, to fight your battles alone, to be afraid of surrendering control. But I tell you, the human mind is limited. The human heart is fragile. The human strength is temporary. Only God is infinite. Only God is unshakable. Only God is eternal. To trust God fully is to release yourself from the tyranny of uncertainty. It is to acknowledge that your vision is small, but God's vision is boundless. Your timing is delayed, but God's timing is perfect. Your understanding is limited, but God's wisdom knows no end. When you trust God fully, you are tapping into a power that cannot fail, a love that cannot forsake, and a presence that cannot abandon. Consider the times in your life when things seemed impossible, when doors were closed, when dreams were crushed, when hope seemed a distant memory, and yet here you are somehow through some unseen hand. You have endured, you have survived, you have not been destroyed. That, my friends, is the evidence of God's faithfulness. That, my friends, is proof that even in moments when you cannot see, even in moments when you cannot understand, God has been working tirelessly on your behalf. And now I say to you, do not resist this truth. Do not cling to your own methods and your own control. Place your trust fully in God. Let Him handle the rest. Oh, how we humans try to micromanage our lives. We strategize, we plan, we worry, we panic. But all of this effort without surrender to God is like a ship tossing in a storm with no anchor. You may paddle, you may row, you may scream into the wind, but the waves of life will always overwhelm you unless you anchor your trust in God. Surrender is not weakness. Surrender is courage. Surrender is strength. It is the bold declaration that says, I cannot do this alone, but you, God, are more than enough. I place everything in your hands. I trust you fully. I will not fear. And what does God do with that trust? Oh, God moves mountains. God opens doors. God provides solutions that your mind cannot even imagine. God sends guidance that reaches beyond human logic. God shields you from dangers you cannot see. God lifts you when you stumble, strengthens you when you falter, and carries you when you cannot walk. When you trust God fully, you align yourself with a divine power that transforms impossibilities into realities, despair into hope, and sorrow into joy. Do you hear me, beloved? This is not a distant promise. This is not a vague hope. This is a call to action for your very soul. Trust God fully. Do not withhold any part of your heart. Do not compartmentalize your faith. Do not say, I trust God with some things, but not all. There is no partial trust that leads to peace. There is only full surrender that unleashes the divine intervention of God in your life. God is waiting. God is ready. God is able. All that remains is your decision to step into this truth with courage, with faith, with unwavering confidence. And yes, the trials will come. The storms will rage. The nights may feel endless. But let me tell you this, God's hand is bigger than any storm. God's wisdom is greater than any obstacle. God's plan is higher than any detour. To trust God fully is not to escape life's challenges. It is to rise above them, to stand firm in the face of adversity, to know that no matter what you face, God is your strength, your refuge, your victory. Think about it. How many times have you worried over something only to see it resolve in ways you could never have planned? How many times have you feared the worst only to witness blessings you could not have imagined? That, my friends, is the power of God at work. That, my friends, is the fruit of complete trust. And I want you to embrace it. Not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, but right now, right this moment. Place your fears, your doubts, your plans, and your entire life into God's hands. And watch how everything shifts. I want to challenge you to consider the weight you have been carrying alone. What are the worries that keep you awake at night? What are the anxieties that press upon your chest in the morning? What are the burdens that have been crushing your spirit for far too long? Bring them before God. Lay them at His feet. Surrender them fully. And then step back and watch. Watch how God begins to move. Watch how doors begin to open. Watch how hearts align. Watch how solutions appear where you thought none existed. Watch how the impossible becomes possible. Oh, there is such power in trust. There is such peace in surrender. There is such freedom in knowing that you do not have to carry the weight alone any longer. The one who holds the universe in His hands holds your life, your dreams, your future. Nothing is too difficult for God. Nothing is beyond His reach. Nothing can thwart His plan for you when you trust Him fully. Do not let fear or doubt hold you back. Do not cling to control that is not yours to hold. Do not allow worry to rob you of the joy that is rightfully yours. Trust God fully, and He will handle the rest. He will orchestrate your steps. He will guide your decisions. He will protect your heart. He will provide for your needs. He will work all things together for your ultimate good. And you will look back one day and see that every moment of fear, every second of doubt, every tear you shed was not wasted because God was working behind the scenes, crafting a life beyond your wildest imagination. Let me speak directly to those who feel broken, lost, or abandoned. You are not alone. God has not forgotten you. God has not turned away from you. God is with you, and God is moving in your life right now. Do not try to fix everything yourself. Do not try to control every outcome. Release it trustfully, rest fully, believe fully, and watch as God, in His infinite wisdom and mercy, handles the rest with precision, with power, with love. Take this moment right now and make a declaration. Speak it aloud if you can. Say, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my worries. I surrender my fears. I surrender my life. I place it all in your hands. I will no longer rely on my own understanding. I will no longer try to carry burdens I cannot bear. I trust you completely. And I believe that you will handle the rest. Do this, and I promise you, your life will never be the same. Peace will replace anxiety. Confidence will replace fear. Joy will replace sorrow. Clarity will replace confusion. Do not delay. Do not hesitate. Trust God fully today. Let Him handle the rest. For when you do, you step into a life of unshakable faith, unstoppable power, and unending peace. There is nothing too great for God. There is nothing too complicated for God. There is nothing too far gone for God. When you place your trust fully in Him, the impossible becomes inevitable. The chains of worry are broken, and the fullness of life God intends for you unfolds before your eyes. Oh, my friends, listen carefully, for this is a truth that must penetrate the very depths of your soul. God's timing is perfect, and His plan is unfailing. How often have you wished things would happen according to your schedule? How often have you felt impatient, frustrated, or even betrayed by the delays in your life? Yet the very moments when God seems silent are the moments when He is working most powerfully behind the scenes. God does not rush, for His understanding surpasses every human measure. He does not delay, for what seems like waiting is preparation, refining, aligning, and orchestrating every detail for your good. When you trust God fully, you begin to see that waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred space where God shapes your heart, your spirit, and your destiny. Understand this. Your limited perspective cannot grasp the magnitude of God's plan. You may see problems. God sees solutions. You may see obstacles. God sees opportunities. You may see darkness. God sees light that will pierce through every shadow. Oh, how often we struggle because we try to solve with our human hands what only God can resolve. There is an almighty wisdom at work in your life, far beyond the comprehension of your mind, far beyond the reach of your own strength, far beyond the limitations of circumstance. To trust God fully is to acknowledge that He knows more, sees more, and does more than you ever could, and that your surrender invites His power to work without resistance. Let me speak plainly to those who feel burdened by fear and uncertainty. Do not let fear dictate your steps. Do not allow anxiety to paralyze your spirit. Fear is the voice of limitation. Trust is the declaration of faith. When you trust God fully, you silence the voice of fear. You rise above the pull of doubt. You stand firmly on the truth that God is both your shield and your guide, both your refuge and your provider. There is no problem too complex, no situation too hopeless, no enemy too strong that God cannot handle. He is sovereign. He is omnipotent. He is ever present. And He is at work for your victory even when you cannot see it. Oh, how many of us have carried burdens that were never ours to carry. How many of us have tried to control what only God can control. The weight of worry is heavy, and the chains of anxiety are suffocating, and the struggle to maintain control is exhausting. But when you place your life fully in God's hands, something miraculous happens. Your burdens are lifted. Your mind is cleared. Your heart is renewed. Trust is the gateway to divine intervention, the doorway to peace that surpasses understanding, the key to a life that is guided, guarded, and governed by the power of God alone. Consider the power of surrender. Surrender is not resignation. It is not giving up. Surrender is a bold act of faith, a courageous choice to release your control and invite God to work without restraint. When you surrender, you acknowledge that your own wisdom is limited, but God's wisdom is limitless. Your own strength may falter, but God's power is inexhaustible. Your own vision may fail, but God's sight is infinite. Surrender opens the floodgates of divine provision, protection, and guidance. It allows God to act on your behalf in ways you could never engineer, plan, or predict. And yes, the road will not always be smooth. There will be trials. There will be setbacks. There will be moments when it feels as if the weight of the world is pressing down harder than ever. But understand this, God does not abandon His own. The storm may rage, but the anchor of your faith holds firm. The night may feel endless, but God's light is never dimmed. The struggle may seem overwhelming, but God's power is boundless. When you trust God fully, you are not promising a life without challenges. You are declaring that no challenge can overcome the one who holds you. There is a beauty in complete trust, a strength in absolute surrender, a peace that floods your soul when you realize that you are not alone in this battle. God is with you. God is working. God is orchestrating every detail. The very situations that once terrified you are now being used to prepare you, to strengthen you, to elevate you. The very obstacles that seemed insurmountable are becoming stepping stones, carefully placed by God's hand, leading you to a destiny far greater than your imagination. Oh, beloved, hear this. Trusting God fully is a lifestyle, not a momentary decision. It is waking each day with the confidence that no matter what unfolds, God is in control. It is facing difficulties with courage, knowing that your strength is found in His power. It is choosing peace in the midst of chaos, knowing that God's presence surrounds you like a shield. It is living without fear, knowing that God's plan is perfect, His timing is impeccable, and His wisdom is unshakable. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. Do not let worry whisper lies that contradict God's faithfulness. Do not let the opinions of others or the trials of life shake your resolve. God is mighty. God is faithful. God is just. He sees what you cannot see. He knows what you cannot know. He has the ability to turn every challenge into a blessing, every tear into triumph, every trial into testimony. When you trust God fully, you tap into this divine power. You align yourself with the forces of heaven that cannot fail. You step into a destiny that is secure, guided, and protected by the Almighty. I challenge you today to release your plans into God's hand. Do not cling to them out of fear. Do not hold them out of pride. Do not grasp them out of desperation. Let God handle the rest. Trust His timing. Trust His wisdom. Trust His power and watch as your life transforms in ways you never could have engineered, in ways that defy human logic, in ways that glorify the might and majesty of God. Every step you take in faith, every choice made in surrender, every moment spent trusting God fully is a step toward freedom, toward joy, toward the fulfillment of your divine purpose. Life may challenge you. People may fail you. Circumstances may confuse you. But God is greater than all of it. God is working. God is providing. God is protecting. And when you place your life fully in His hands, the rest becomes effortless. The impossible becomes inevitable. And your heart knows a peace that no trial can disturb. And now I speak directly to the weary, the burdened, the anxious. Do not despair. Do not fight this fight alone any longer. God is calling you to release, to surrender, to trust fully. The chains of worry can be broken. The weight of fear can be lifted. The uncertainty of life can be replaced with unshakable confidence in God's powers. Step into this truth today. Speak it aloud if you must. Declare with boldness, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my life, my burdens, my fears. I release control, and I place it all in your hands. I believe you will handle the rest. There is a supernatural peace that follows complete trust. There is a divine guidance that flows when you let go of your control. There is a mighty protection that surrounds you when you place your life in God's hands. There is a joy that cannot be shaken, a courage that cannot be defeated, and a hope that cannot be extinguished. All of this is yours when you make the bold choice to trust God fully and allow Him to handle the rest. Do not wait another moment. Do not cling to your own strength. Do not carry burdens that were never yours to bear. God is faithful. God is powerful. God is wise. God is working. Step into the promise of trust today. Release, surrender, believe, and watch how God transforms every challenge into opportunity, every trial into triumph, and every moment into a testimony of His greatness. Your life, your future, your destiny, place it fully in God's hands. Trust Him, believe Him, follow Him, and know this: when you trust God fully, He will handle the rest. and nothing can ever stand against the power, the wisdom, and the love of God. Oh, beloved, I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. There is a freedom that comes only when you release every worry, every fear, every plan into the hands of God. So many people walk through life dragging heavy chains of anxiety and doubt, thinking they must solve everything themselves, thinking they must control every outcome. But the truth is this: the moment you place your full trust in God, you step into a power greater than any obstacle, a peace stronger than any storm, and a guidance sharper than the clearest human understanding. Do you understand what I am saying? Trust is not passive. Trust is active. Trust is a declaration, a spiritual statement that proclaims, I will no longer rely on my own strength, for I know that God's power is sufficient. I will no longer worry about the outcomes, for I know that God's wisdom is perfect. I place everything in God's hands, and I believe that He will handle the rest. Many of you have been living in the shadow of doubt, wondering if God is really working in your life. You may have cried out, God, why is this happening? Why am I still waiting? And yet, even in those moments of confusion, God is moving. God's plan is not delayed. It is precise. God's timing is not faulty. It is perfect. God's wisdom is not limited. It is infinite. You may not see the entire picture, but God does. You may not understand the path, but God knows the way, the obstacles you face, the challenges you endure, the heartbreaks you suffer. These are all part of the tapestry God is weaving for your life. And when you trust God fully, you allow Him to take the needle and thread and to craft a masterpiece far beyond what your mind could ever imagine. Oh, how restless the human heart can be, always searching for reasons, grasping tightly for control, trembling at the thought of the unknown. Yet hear me, there is a deep, unshakable rest that comes only when you trust God completely. Not halfway, not only in certain moments, but with a full and unwavering trust. When you release your life fully into His hands, you step out of confusion and into the calm of His perfect authority. You move from fear to faith, from worry to confidence, from turmoil to peace. God is powerful. God is all-wise. He can handle what seems impossible, overturn injustice, shatter the chains of despair, and turn defeat into victory. So let me speak to the one who feels weighed down by circumstances beyond their reach. Life may have struck you hard. It may have left you with betrayal, loss, and heartbreak. People may have let you down, and situations may look utterly hopeless. Yet even in these darkest hours, God's hand is at work. He is preparing your breakthrough. He is orchestrating your deliverance. He is aligning your steps with His perfect plan. When you trust God fully, you stop trying to force solutions with your own hands and start allowing the Almighty to do what only He can do. There is nothing too hard for God. No problem too complicated, no situation too desperate, no enemy too strong. God's power is limitless and His wisdom is infinite. Do you realize the weight you have been carrying unnecessarily? The worries that have kept you awake at night, the fears that have pressed upon your heart, the plans that have burdened your mind, all of these were never yours to carry. They were meant to be placed in the hands of God, Endo. And when you do, oh, the relief, the peace, the freedom that floods your soul. Trusting God fully is the ultimate act of courage. It is the bold declaration that you are no longer ruled by fear, no longer enslaved by worry, no longer bound by limitations. It is stepping into the power of divine provision, protection, and guidance. I want you to hear this truth clearly. Trusting God fully does not mean that life will always be easy. It does not mean that challenges will vanish or that hardships will never come. But it does mean that no challenge can overwhelm you. No storm can shake you. No obstacle can defeat you. When God is in control, your steps are guided. Your heart is protected. Your path is illuminated. And your future is secure. The very things that once terrified you are being used by God to refine you, to strengthen you, to elevate you. The setbacks you experience are the setups for your greatest victories. The trials you endure are the training ground for your highest purpose. Oh, my friends, consider the power of letting go. Letting go is not weakness. Letting go is not failure. Letting go is faith in action. It is the acknowledgement that your understanding is limited, but God's understanding is infinite. Your strength may falter, but God's power is unending. Your vision may be narrow, but God sees the full picture. The moment you let go, you allow God to move without hindrance. You invite divine intervention into every corner of your life. You open the door for miracles to occur, for blessings to flow, and for your destiny to be fulfilled according to God's perfect will. And yes, the world will try to convince you otherwise. The voices of fear, doubt, and skepticism will tell you that you must fight alone, that you must control every detail, that you cannot rely on God fully. But these voices are lies. They are distractions meant to keep you from the power of surrender. Do not listen. Do not be swayed. Do not give in. Stand firm in your trust, and you will witness God's hand moving in ways that defy human logic. You will see doors open that were once closed. You will experience provision that surpasses expectation. You will find protection where there seemed to be danger. You will see hope arise where despair had taken root. Take a moment, beloved, and reflect on your life. How many times have you tried to solve what only God could resolve? How many times have you exhausted yourself trying to control outcomes that were never yours to control? How many nights have you lain awake, worried and restless, when all along God was already working on your behalf? There is a divine order in your life that cannot be disrupted by fear, delayed by uncertainty, or thwarted by human hands. And the key to accessing this divine order is total trust. Place your life fully in God's hand. Trust Him with your past, your present, and your future. Trust Him with your heart, your mind, your body, and your spirit. Trust Him with everything you are, everything you have, and everything you hope to become. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. Do not let worry whisper lies that contradict God's faithfulness. Do not let the pressure of the world convince you that you must carry burdens that belong to God alone. Trust fully. Surrender completely. Release everything into the hands of the Almighty and watch as He orchestrates every detail with perfect precision. You will experience a peace that the world cannot give, a strength that the world cannot provide, and a joy that cannot be taken away. Oh, beloved, this is the time. This is the moment today. Make the choice to trust God fully. Not partially, not occasionally, fully. With every breath, with every thought, with every heartbeat, place your life, your burdens, your fears, your plans, and your hopes in God's hands. And then step back, release control, and watch as God handles the rest. The storms that once terrified you will calm. The obstacles that once blocked you will move. The uncertainties that once confused you will clear. The victories that once seemed impossible will manifest. There is a supernatural peace that comes when you trust God fully. There is a divine guidance that flows when you surrender completely. There is a mighty protection that surrounds you when you place your life in God's hands. There is a joy, a courage, and a hope that cannot be shaken. All of this is available to you not because of your strength, not because of your wisdom, not because of your efforts, but because of God's power, God's faithfulness, and God's love. Take a bold step today. Declare aloud if you must, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my life, my burdens, my fears, my plans. I release control and I place everything in your hands. I believe you will handle the rest. And believe me, when you do, your life will never be the same. Peace will replace anxiety. Confidence will replace fear. Joy will replace sorrow. Clarity will replace confusion. You will move forward in life knowing that you are guided, guarded, and governed by the power of God Himself. Beloved, I want you to pause and hear this truth with the fullness of your heart. Trusting God fully is not a one-time act. It is a daily living, breathing commitment. It is waking each morning and choosing before the chaos of the world touches you to surrender your mind, your heart, your plans, and your every expectation into God's hands. It is deciding that no matter what unfolds today, no matter what challenge appears, no matter what fear arises, you will not rely on your own understanding. You will not lean on your own strength. You will not attempt to manipulate circumstances or people to suit your desires. Instead, you will stand firmly, boldly, and confidently, knowing that God's power is supreme and His wisdom surpasses all. There is no fear when God is in control. There is no despair when God is guiding. There is no uncertainty when God's hand is upon your life. Think about the struggles you have faced, the nights when sleep seemed impossible because your mind raced with worry, the days when it felt like every step forward met resistance, the moments when it seemed that the universe itself had conspired against your hopes and dreams. I tell you now, those struggles are not proof that God is absent. On the contrary, they are opportunities for you to trust Him more deeply. They are invitations to release your grip on what you cannot control and to place your confidence in the Almighty, who can turn every setback into a setup, every trial into a triumph, and every difficulty into a testimony of His faithfulness. There is a power, beloved, in releasing control. The human mind is clever, but it is limited. The human heart is fragile, but God's love is unshakable. The human body is finite, but God's strength is eternal. When you cling to your own methods, your own understanding, your own plans, you block the flow of divine intervention. But when you trust God fully, when you surrender completely, you open the door to miracles, to breakthroughs, to answers that defy logic, to guidance that is infallible, and to protection that cannot be breached. Do not underestimate the importance of trust. Trust is the foundation upon which every blessing rests. Without trust, faith is fragile, hope is weak, and the heart is unsettled. But when trust is complete, unwavering, and absolute, you align yourself with the force of God's will. You position yourself to receive guidance at the perfect moment, provision at the perfect time, and protection exactly when you need it most. Trusting God fully does not guarantee an absence of challenges, but it guarantees victory through them. It does not promise that life will be easy, but it promises that you will not be alone. It does not mean that you will never feel fear, but it means that fear will not control you. Oh, my friends, consider the wisdom of those who have gone before us. Those who trusted God fully did not walk in their own strength. Yet they accomplished feats that seemed impossible. They faced storms that should have overwhelmed them. Yet they stood firm because their trust was in God alone. And you too are called to this level of trust. Not partial, not occasional, but full, complete, unwavering trust that God is sovereign over every detail of your life. the storms you face, the trials you endure, the people who have disappointed you. These are not the end of your story. They are the context in which God reveals His power, His wisdom, and His unwavering faithfulness. Many of you are waiting for a solution, waiting for relief, waiting for a breakthrough. I want you to understand this. God is already at work. God sees the path. God knows the outcome. And God is orchestrating everything with divine precision. Your responsibility is not to control the outcome. It is to trust Him completely, to let go of anxiety, to release fear, and to surrender your life entirely into His capable hands. The rest, beloved, is His responsibility. And when you allow God to handle the rest, peace floods your soul. Joy fills your heart. Strength empowers your steps. Clarity directs your path. I speak now to those who are weary from carrying burdens that were never theirs to bear. You have tried to fix what only God can fix. You have tried to control what only God can control. You have exhausted yourself in pursuit of outcomes that were never meant to be in your hands. Beloved, it is time to release it all. Place every fear, every worry, every plan, every hope, and every dream into the hands of God. Trust Him fully. Believe without reservation. Surrender without hesitation. And watch how He transforms your life. How He opens doors that seem closed. How He provides solutions beyond your imagination. How He protects you in ways you never could have anticipated. There is a profound peace that comes from knowing that your life is in the hands of God. It is a peace that cannot be shaken by failure, that cannot be disturbed by criticism, that cannot be threatened by uncertainty. When you trust God fully, you live with a confidence that the world cannot take away. You walk in courage that fear cannot diminish. You move forward with a hope that despair cannot extinguish. And the world watches in amazement, unable to comprehend how one's soul can remain so steady, so joyful, so courageous in the midst of trials. Oh, beloved, do not wait another moment to embrace this truth. Trusting God fully is not an option. It is a necessity. It is the pathway to peace, the gateway to power, and the doorway to provision. Every worry you release, every fear you surrender, every plan you entrust to God is a step into freedom. Every moment of trust draws you closer to the abundant life that God desires for you. Every act of surrender opens the door for divine intervention, miracles, and blessings beyond measure. Oh, beloved, let me speak to the deepest chambers of your heart. For this is a truth that can change everything if you embrace it. God is not a distant observer of your struggles. God is not passively watching from afar, waiting to see what you will do. No, God is actively involved, orchestrating every detail, guiding every step, and moving in ways that surpass your understanding. Yet so often we try to do it ourselves. We cling to our own plans, our own strategies, our own understanding. And we fail to realize that the very moment we release control to God is the moment miracles begin to flow. Oh, the power that is unleashed when you trust God fully. The burdens that have weighed you down for years, the fears that have gripped your heart, the uncertainties that have paralyzed your mind, all of it can be lifted when you make the courageous choice to surrender completely. Consider the storms in your life. You have faced challenges that seemed impossible to overcome. You have seen doors close, opportunities vanish, and people betray your trust. Yet, in the midst of all of this, God has been working. The very obstacles that appeared to hinder you were instruments for God's plan to unfold. The setbacks you faced were not punishments. They were preparation. Every trial, every hardship, every disappointment was shaping you, refining you, and aligning your life with a divine destiny that only God could orchestrate. And this, my friends, is why complete trust is essential. It allows God to move without restriction, to bring forth His perfect plan, and to reveal blessings that your limited vision could never anticipate. Oh, how often we underestimate the power of God's timing. We are impatient, restless, anxious for solutions that we think must happen now. But God's timing is perfect. Every delay, every pause, every moment of apparent silence is a part of God's plan. It is in these moments that God is preparing your way, equipping you, and positioning you to receive what is rightfully yours. Trust is the key that unlocks this divine timing. When you trust God fully, you align yourself with His wisdom and His plan, and you discover that no delay is wasted, no obstacle is meaningless, and no circumstance is beyond the reach of God's power. Do not let fear or doubt control your life. Fear will tell you that you must fix everything yourself, that you must solve problems alone, that you must wrestle with burdens you were never meant to carry. Doubt will whisper lies convincing you that God cannot, that God will not, that God is not sufficient. But these are not truths, they are distractions. The truth is that God is almighty. The truth is that God is faithful. The truth is that God is capable of handling every detail of your life. When you trust God fully, you step into a reality where fear loses its grip, doubt fades away, and confidence rises in its place. You walk forward with courage, knowing that God is with you, God is for you, and God is in control of every situation. There is also a profound joy that comes from trust, a joy that cannot be taken away by circumstances. It is the joy of knowing that no matter how fierce the storm, no matter how dark the night, no matter how impossible the situation may appear, God is working, God is providing, God is protecting, God is guiding. This joy is not dependent on the absence of trials, but on the presence of God. It is the unshakable peace that flows when your heart rests in the hands of the Almighty. It is the confidence that comes from knowing that God's wisdom is greater than any obstacle, His power stronger than any adversary, and His love more enduring than any difficulty. Beloved, I challenge you to consider the areas of your life where you have been trying to carry the weight alone. The finances that worry you, the relationships that challenge you, the dreams that seem stalled, the fears that grip your mind. What if you released all of that into the hands of God? What if you surrendered completely, trusting that God is able to handle the rest? Imagine the peace that would flood your soul. Imagine the clarity that would illuminate your path. Imagine the strength that would empower every step. Trusting God fully is not passive. It is a bold declaration, a courageous choice, a spiritual act that invites divine intervention into every corner of your life. Oh, the freedom in trust, the liberation that comes when you realize that you do not have to solve everything, that you do not have to control every outcome, that you do not have to fear the unknown. God's power is sufficient. God's wisdom is perfect. God's plan is flawless. When you place your life fully in His hands, you are free to live with peace, confidence, and joy. You are free to move boldly forward, knowing that God is guiding every step, providing every need, and orchestrating every circumstance for your ultimate good. And I say to you, beloved, this is not a promise of ease, but it is a promise of power. This is not a guarantee of comfort, but it is a guarantee of divine guidance. This is not a shield from challenge, but it is a shield from defeat. When you trust God fully, you are not promised a life without trials, but you are promised the strength to endure them, the wisdom to navigate them, and the victory that comes from walking in God's power. So take a moment now and consider your life. What fears are you holding on to? What anxieties are you carrying? What burdens have you been trying to bear alone? Bring them before God. Place them fully in His hands. Trust Him completely. Let go of control, release the weight, and then watch as God moves, providing solutions, opening doors, shifting circumstances, and orchestrating every detail with divine precision. There is a supernatural peace that follows surrender. There is a divine clarity that flows when trust is complete. There is an unstoppable power at work when you allow God to handle every detail of your life. And the beauty of it all, beloved, is that God's plan is perfect. His timing is impeccable, and His wisdom is beyond comprehension. Every tear you have shed, every trial you have endured, every obstacle you have faced is being woven into a tapestry of purpose, provision, and blessing that only God can create. Oh, beloved, do not delay. Do not hold back. Do not cling to control out of fear. Trust God fully. Place your life, your burdens, your hopes, your dreams, and your fears into His hands. And then step back, release, rest, and watch as God handles the rest. The peace you will experience, the joy that will fill your heart, the victories that will unfold before your eyes. All of this flows from one simple but powerful act: complete trust in God. Beloved, hear this and let it resonate in the very depths of your soul. Trusting God fully is not a suggestion. It is a life-transforming decision. It is the choice to release every burden, every fear, every plan, and every worry into the hands of the Almighty, knowing that He is able. He is faithful, and He is working for your ultimate good. When you surrender completely, you step into a power that no obstacle can overcome, a peace that no storm can shake, and a joy that no trial can diminish. Life may challenge you. People may disappoint you, and circumstances may seem impossible. But God is greater than all of it. Do not carry burdens that were never meant for you. Do not strive to control what only God can control. Do not allow fear, doubt, or impatience to dictate your path. Instead, place your life fully in God's hands. Trust Him with every detail, every moment, and every dream. Trust Him with your past, your present, and your future. Trust Him with your heart, your mind, and your spirit. And then rest. Rest in full confidence that God is taking care of what remains. The winds will settle. New doors will swing wide. What once seemed impossible will turn into reality. The blessings you've been waiting for will overflow into your life. The peace you have been longing for will settle deep within your soul. And in the midst of it all, you will walk with boldness, with strength, and with steadfast faith, knowing that God's wisdom never fails. His timing is never off, and His power knows no rival. So today, make that decision. Let go of your grip. Surrender without holding back. Place your trust fully in Him. Then watch as your story unfolds in ways greater than you ever imagined. As your journey shines with divine direction, as your spirit rests in unshakable calm, and as every obstacle becomes a living testimony of God's greatness, trust Him completely. He will take care of the rest. My friend, there comes a time when heaven itself turns its gaze upon you, not with hesitation, not with neglect, but with divine readiness. And God declares, I am prepared to release my blessing over your life. Yet here is the truth so often missed. Before the blessing can overflow, before the doors can be opened wide, before favor can flood your path, God will ask you to let go. For He cannot fill hands that are still gripping what chains you. He will not pour living water into a vessel contaminated with poison. And He will not carry you into your future if you are dragging the weight of your past along with you. Even now, I'm speaking to someone who has prayed earnestly for breakthrough, who has fasted for answers, who has cried out for change. And you've been asking, why hasn't it happened yet? You've wondered why the promise feels far, why the blessing seems delayed. But hear this: God is not withholding out of neglect. He is holding back because you are still clinging to what He already asked you to release. You see, we often think that the only thing standing between us and God's blessing is time. We say when God is ready it will happen, but God's timing is not the only factor. Our readiness is, and part of readiness is release. You cannot walk into the next chapter of your life if your hands are chained to the old one. You cannot claim the new thing God has for you while still clutching the things He has told you to drop. And if you ignore this truth, you will delay what God has already prepared. Some of you are asking God for a blessing that would destroy you if He gave it to you right now because your heart is still bound by the very things He's trying to cut away. God's blessings are not cheap gifts, they are holy assignments. And if He sees that your current attachments, habits, or attitudes would corrupt the blessing, He will wait until you let them go. God is not punishing you. He is protecting you. He is not denying you. He is preparing you. Every delay, every closed door, every not yet from God is His way of saying, I love you too much to give you this while you're still carrying that. And the moment you release what God has been asking you to release, you will feel the wind of His blessing push you forward. Right now, God is whispering into your spirit, clearer than the noise of your fears, louder than the whispers of doubt. And He is saying, let it go. That pain you've nursed for years, that bitterness you've carried like a badge of honor, that relationship that keeps you tied to old patterns, that fear that convinces you to settle instead of rise, God is saying, lay it down, drop it, leave it. Because until you do, you will keep circling the same wilderness, wondering why you have not entered your promised land. And let me tell you, letting go is not weakness, it is spiritual warfare. Because when you release what God told you to release, you break the chains the enemy has been using to keep you bound. When you open your hands, God opens the heavens. When you trust Him enough to drop what is familiar, He will place in your life what is far greater than you imagine. There are 4 things, my friend, that God often asks His people to let go of before He releases the fullness of His blessing. And though they may look different in every life, the principle is the same. If you do not release them, they will rob you of what God wants to give you. The first is the past. And I don't mean simply forgetting it. I mean refusing to let it define you. Some of you are living in the shadow of what happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe even last month. You replay the mistakes. You relie the failures. You rehash the words people spoke over you. And because you have kept the past alive in your heart, you have not made room for the future. God says, I am doing a new thing. But the truth is, new things cannot live in a house full of old memories. Until you decide that yesterday is over, tomorrow cannot begin. The second is bitterness. You cannot carry the poison of unforgiveness into the place of God's blessing. A bitterness is a slow killer. It robs your peace, clouds your judgment, and hardens your heart. And yet, so many hold on to it because it feels like justice. If I let go, they win. You say, but God is telling you holding on to bitterness doesn't punish them, it punishes you. And until you let it go, you cannot receive the fullness of God's favor. His blessing flows best through a clean heart, not a clenched fist. The third is fear. Fear will convince you to shrink back when God tells you to step forward. Fear will cause you to settle for less when God has called you to more. Fear will whisper, "What if it doesn't work?" when God is saying, "What if it does?" Fear is the enemy's favorite weapon to stop you from moving into God's promises. And until you decide to trust God more than you trust your fear, you will remain stuck in places you were never meant to stay. And the fourth is control. Oh, how we love to be in control. We pray, "God, have your way," and then we hand him a list of how he should do it. We want the blessing, but we want it on our terms, in our timing, in the way we expect. But God's blessings rarely come in the package we imagine. And sometimes the greatest act of faith is to take your hands off the wheel and let God drive you where he knows you need to go. My friend, these four things, the past, bitterness, fear, and control, are the very weights that keep so many people from walking in the fullness of what God has for them. And right now, God is calling you to release them. He is saying, you have carried them long enough. You have cried over them long enough. You have prayed for change. But the change begins with you. Drop them. Trust me. Watch what I will do. Because here is the truth. God is not waiting to decide whether to bless you. The blessing is already prepared. The door is already built. The river is already flowing. But he will not open it while your hands are clinging to what he told you to let go. Release it and you will see the floodgates of heaven open over your life. My friend, hear me well. When God calls you to let go, it is never to leave you empty-handed. God never asks you to release something unless he has something greater to put in its place. But here is the tragedy. Many people miss the blessing because they fear the emptiness in between. They fear that if they let go of the past, they will have nothing left to hold. They fear that if they forgive, they will lose their sense of justice. They fear that if they release control, their life will spiral into chaos. But the truth is that empty space is exactly where God wants to meet you. That empty space is where his power is revealed. If you fill every corner of your life with your own strength, your own plans, and your own attachments, you will never see what God can do with surrendered space. Let me tell you, God does his best work in the space you cannot fill. He does his miracles in the gap between what you release and what he provides. And if you trust him enough to let go, you will see him move in ways that will leave you speechless. Think of a seed. A seed cannot grow unless it is buried, hidden, and seemingly lost in the ground. If the seed clings to the comfort of sunlight and the safety of your hand, it will remain small, unfruitful, unchanged. But when you release it into the soil, it dies to what it was, so it can become what it was meant to be. That is what God is asking of you. Release it. Bury it. Trust that what feels like loss is actually the start of growth. Letting go is not just about removing obstacles. It is about proving to God that you trust his way more than your own understanding. Too many people pray for a blessing while secretly believing they know better than God. They want his provision without his process, his reward without his requirements. But God's blessings come with conditions. And one of the greatest conditions is obedience. Obedience is not half-hearted surrender. It is complete release. It is saying, God, even if I do not understand, even if it hurts, even if it leaves me feeling vulnerable, I will let go because I know you have never failed me before. Some of you are still holding on because you think you are protecting yourself. You think that if you keep your guard up, you will avoid disappointment. But the wall you built to keep out pain has also been keeping out God's blessings. You cannot receive with closed hands, and you cannot be filled while you are still clinging to what drains you. Sometimes God has to strip your hands bare so He can place in them what will truly sustain you. And here is the sobering truth. The longer you hold on to what God has told you to let go, the heavier it becomes. What may have once been a small burden will grow into a chain that wraps itself around your future. At first, you carry it easily, thinking it's not that bad. But over time, it slows you, bends your posture, and robs you of strength until one day you realize you are so weighed down that you cannot even take a step toward the blessing. My friend, that is not God's will for you. He did not create you to drag chains into your promised land. He created you to walk freely without the weight of yesterday pulling you back. When God tells you to let go, He is not negotiating. He is commanding for your own good. God sees what you do not see. He knows what is up ahead. He knows the battles you will face tomorrow. And He knows the blessings that are already on their way. And if He says release it, it means that thing will not serve you in the place He is taking you. What you think is helping you may be the very thing holding you hostage. I must tell you, there is a danger in delayed obedience. The longer you wait, the more it costs. Some of the greatest losses in life are not because God failed to deliver, but because we failed to let go in time. If you delay, you may miss the appointed season. There are blessings that come with a window, a moment in time when God is ready to pour out favor. But if that moment comes and your hands are still gripping what He told you to release, the blessing may pass you by. And understand this, letting go is not just about the big things. Sometimes it's the small, subtle attachments that block the flow of God's favor. That quiet resentment you never dealt with, that hidden fear you've disguised as being careful, that private habit you keep telling yourself you'll quit one day. God is saying, no, not tomorrow, now. Because those small things have a way of growing into giants. And giants will always stand in the way of your promised land unless you deal with them before you get there. Do not think for a moment that God's call to release is to harm you. It is to make you lighter so you can move faster. It is to make you freer so you can climb higher. Every single thing God asks you to let go of is something that will either slow you, distract you, or destroy you if you keep it. And if you could see the blessing that waits for you on the other side, you would drop it without hesitation. But here is the challenge. Faith is trusting God without seeing the full picture. Faith is believing that what He has ahead is better than what you have now, even if what you have now feels comfortable. And comfort is dangerous because it convinces you to settle. God is not calling you to a life of comfort. He is calling you to a life of growth. And growth always requires release. There is someone listening right now who knows exactly what God is telling them to let go. You don't have to guess. You don't need another sign. You already feel it in your spirit. Every time you pray, it's there. Every time you try to plan your future, it rises up in your thoughts. And yet you've been wrestling, arguing with God in your heart, saying, maybe later, maybe after I'm ready, maybe after I understand why. But my friend, delayed obedience is disobedience. And if you keep waiting for the perfect moment, you may miss the blessing altogether. When God says let go, He is not asking for negotiation. He is giving you an invitation to step into a better season. That better season is not far from you. It is not years away. It is as close as your willingness to obey. The moment you release what is in your hands, God will release what is in His. And what He has is far greater, far richer, far more powerful than anything you could ever hold on to yourself. My friend, there is a truth that must settle deep into your heart today. God is not limited by your circumstances, your history, or your current position. God can bless you anywhere, at any time, in any season. But there is one thing that can stop His blessing from flowing in your life: the unwillingness to release what He has told you to release. God can open doors no man can shut, but He will not open them if you are still dragging through them the baggage that He has commanded you to drop. That baggage will not fit through the narrow doorway of His purpose. The doorway to your blessing is not wide and careless. It is narrow and precise. And to pass through, you must lay down everything that will not serve you in the place He is taking you. Some people stand in front of that doorway for years, begging God to let them through while refusing to let go of what's in their hands. But the truth is, you cannot enter carrying that resentment. You cannot enter clinging to that relationship He has asked you to release. You cannot enter holding on to the same fears, doubts, and self-made plans that have kept you bound for so long. Letting go is not the loss you think it is. It is the clearing of the ground so God can build something greater. When a farmer prepares a field for planting, he does not leave the weeds, the rocks, and the debris. He clears the land. It takes effort. It feels like destruction at first, but without that clearing, the seed has no chance to grow. God is trying to clear your life of what will choke His blessing before it even has a chance to take root. The question is, will you allow Him? Many people pray for God to do a new thing in their life, but they still decorate their hearts with the old. They want a new season, but they are unwilling to close the door on the last one. My friend, seasons change when obedience begins. The rain of God's blessing will not fall on a heart that is still sowing seeds from a past God told you to leave behind. Sometimes the thing you must let go of is not even bad in itself. It's just not meant for you anymore. God can bless something in one season and require you to release it in the next. If you cling to what was blessed yesterday, you may miss what He is blessing today. The manna that fed the people in the wilderness was a miracle, but it was never meant to be permanent. When God moved them to the promised land, the manna stopped, not because He abandoned them, but because He had a new provision waiting. If they had spent their days crying for yesterday's manna, they would have missed the harvest in front of them. This is why trust is essential. Trusting God means you believe that whatever He takes from your hand, He will replace with something better. It means you stop trying to figure out why and start walking in. Yes, you may not understand now, but understanding often comes after obedience, not before. If you are waiting to understand everything before you let go, you are not operating in faith. You are operating in control. And control is one of the greatest enemies of divine blessing. Control gives you the illusion of safety, but it will rob you of destiny. Control says, I will move when I know what will happen. Faith says, I will move because I know who is leading me. When you give up control, you are not walking into chaos. You are walking into alignment with the one who already sees the end from the beginning. I must also warn you, there are things you are holding on to right now that look harmless, but are slowly poisoning your spirit. They are small compromises, quiet habits, unspoken thoughts you allow to remain in your heart. These are the things that dull your hunger for God's presence and weaken your sensitivity to His guidance. You may think it's just a small thing, but in the spiritual realm, small things grow. And what grows in your heart will eventually shape your actions and determine your direction. When God calls you to let go, He is not only protecting your future, He is protecting your heart. The blessing He has for you is not just about material gain or visible success. It is about transformation from the inside out. And transformation cannot happen if you are still feeding your soul with what God is trying to remove. Do not be deceived into thinking you can carry both the blessing and the burden. Oil and water do not mix. Light and darkness cannot share the same space. God's blessing demands purity of heart and willingness of spirit. If you try to carry both, one will eventually destroy the other. And make no mistake, God sees what you cannot hide. You can smile in public, speak faith-filled words, and appear surrendered on the outside, but God knows if your hand is still clutching what you promised to lay down. You cannot deceive the one who formed you. He is not waiting for your performance. He is waiting for your surrender. My friend, I must speak this with urgency. Your blessing is closer than you think. You have prayed. You have waited. You have endured seasons of silence. And the door is right in front of you. But that door will not open until you release what is in your grip. This is not a suggestion from God. It is a requirement. The sooner you obey, the sooner you will see His power unfold in ways that will leave no doubt it was His hand at work. Some of you are on the edge of the greatest breakthrough of your life, and the only thing standing between you and it is one act of obedience, one act of letting go, one moment of trusting God enough to drop what is familiar and step into what is unknown, but divinely prepared. And when you do, you will look back and wonder why you held on so long. Because the moment you let go, you will feel lighter. The moment you let go, you will see clearer. The moment you let go, you will hear God's voice with greater clarity than you have in years. And you will realize that the thing you feared losing was never your source. God was, God has always been, and God will always be. My friend, I must tell you, when God calls you to let go, it is never a suggestion meant to be taken lightly. It is a divine instruction, a command wrapped in love meant to position you for the very thing you have been praying for. Too many treat God's command to release as though it were optional, as if clinging just a little longer will not hinder what He has prepared. Yet you cannot walk into the fullness of His promise with a divided heart. You cannot serve two masters within your soul. One will always pull you away from the other. This is a divine principle woven into God's order. Before He gives, He may first remove. Before He multiplies, He trims away. Before He lifts up, He humbles. And through each stage, surrender is the doorway. Picture the autumn tree, and its leaves fall not because it is dying, but because it is preparing for the season ahead. God is working the same way in your journey. The loss you sense is not punishment, it is preparation. What slips from your hands now is making space for what is yet to bloom. And this is where many stumble. They try to bring old leaves into a new season. They cling to what was meant to fall away naturally. They glue the dead leaves back to their branches and wonder why there's no fresh life. My friend, God is saying to you today, stop holding on to what I have already called finished. Stop trying to keep alive what I have allowed to die. Let it go so I can make all things new. Letting go requires courage because it means stepping into the unknown. And the unknown terrifies the human heart because it cannot be predicted or controlled. But the unknown is not unknown to God. What you see as uncertainty, God sees as His perfect design. What feels to you like an empty road is in truth a path He has already walked ahead of you. Every stone, every bend, every detail, God has already been there, and He has prepared it for your good. Sometimes the hardest thing to let go of is not the pain, but the identity you've built around it. There are people who have carried hurt for so long they don't know who they would be without it. Their wound has become their name. Their struggle has become their story. But God did not call you to be defined by your wound. He called you to be refined by it. That means you must release even the part of yourself that has grown comfortable in the shadow of your struggle. And then there's this. Letting go is not just about removing what is bad. It's about making space for what is greater. If your hands are full of what is good enough, they will never be empty enough to receive what is best. Many of us are not trapped by sin or destruction. We are trapped by comfort. We have settled for less because it is familiar. And we are afraid that God's more might require more of us than we are willing to give. But hear me, every greater blessing from God will demand a greater level of surrender. When God calls you to release, He will not force your hands open. He will wait until you willingly unclench your grip. And in that moment of surrender, something supernatural happens. Your heart softens, your mind clears, your spirit aligns, and suddenly the space that was once filled with anxiety, fear, or regret becomes the space where God plants His promise. And His promise never returns empty. Some of you are standing at a spiritual crossroads right now. On one side is the familiar, the things you've always known, the patterns you've always followed, the safety net you've built for yourself. On the other side is the unknown, the territory you've never walked, the blessing you've never tasted, the level of freedom you've never experienced. And between the two stands God's voice saying, "Choose. Will you trust me enough to let go of the familiar and step into the future I have for you?" Letting go is not just an act of faith. It is an act of war against every lie that says you will not survive without what you are releasing. That is the enemy's greatest tactic, to convince you that the thing holding you back is actually holding you together. He will whisper that if you let go, you will fall apart. But God says, if you let go, I will hold you together with my own hands. And there is no safer place to be than in the hands of the one who formed you. It is better to walk into an uncertain future with God than to remain in a certain prison without Him. The walls you think are protecting, you may actually be keeping you from the very thing you've been praying for. Some of you have been asking God to open doors, but you are still sitting in a locked room with the key in your hand. The key is obedience. The door is letting go. The freedom is on the other side. And remember this, when God tells you to release something, He is not subtracting, He is multiplying. God never leaves His faithful people in deficit. Every time you put something down for His sake, He replaces it with something better. Sometimes not immediately, sometimes not in the way you expect, but always in the way that is best for you. That is why you must learn to trust His character, even when you cannot trace His plan. You may not feel ready. You may not feel strong enough. You may think, I can't do this yet. But strength is not the requirement. Willingness is. God supplies the strength. Once you take the step, the moment you open your hands, you will find His strength already waiting to fill them. And that is when you will see that the act of letting go was never about loss. It was about making room for God's glory to fill your life in ways you could not imagine. My friend, there comes a point when holding on costs more than letting go. There comes a moment when what you are clutching so tightly is no longer a comfort but a chain. And the longer you hold it, the deeper it wraps itself around your life. until one day you realize you have been dragging it through every prayer, every opportunity, every blessing that tried to reach you. That is why God in His mercy will sometimes allow you to feel the weight of what you're carrying. Not to crush you, but to convince you it's time to release it. When God calls you to let something go, it is not a random demand. It is targeted. It is precise. It is because that thing, whether a relationship, a habit, a thought pattern, or a fear, is standing directly between you and the next move He has for your life. God will never compete with your idols. He will never force His blessings to sit alongside what He has declared unclean for your future. If you want His best, you must be willing to drop what is less. Too often we pray for the blessing without preparing for the sacrifice it requires. We want the harvest without the plowing. We want the crown without the refining fire. But God does not work that way. Before He trusts you with increase, He will test your willingness to obey. And the test is rarely in abundance. It is in release. Can you let go when everything in you wants to hold on? Can you trust His plan when yours is falling apart? Can you believe that losing this thing is not the end, but the beginning of something far greater? God's blessings are not just about giving, they are about transformation. And transformation always involves removal. Think of a sculptor. The beauty of the statue comes not from adding more clay, but from chipping away what does not belong. God is sculpting you right now. Every cut, every chip, every moment of letting go is shaping you into who you need to be to carry the weight of His promise. If you resist the chisel, you resist the masterpiece. And let me tell you something, God will not bless you in a way that competes with His voice in your life. If the thing you are holding on to is louder than His guidance, He will not hand you the blessing until you quiet the noise. Sometimes letting go is not just about releasing physical things. It's about silencing the influences that drown out His direction. That may mean stepping away from certain people, certain environments, or certain habits that keep your mind cluttered and your heart distracted. One of the greatest lies the enemy tells is that letting go will leave you with nothing. But with God, nothing is never nothing. In His hands, emptiness becomes fullness, loss becomes gain, and surrender becomes victory. God specializes in taking what seems empty and filling it to overflowing. The widow who thought she had only a little oil discovered that in God's hands, that little became more than enough. That is the God you serve, the one who turns release into abundance. But here's the truth. Letting go is not something you do once and never face again. It is a posture, a way of living. Because as God takes you from glory to glory, each new level will require a new surrender. The things that were permissible in your last season may be a hindrance in your next. This is why you must stay sensitive to His voice, always ready to lay down whatever He points to without delay and without debate. Delay is dangerous. Every day you hold on to what God has told you to release. You give the enemy more time to use it against you. That bitterness you carry will grow roots. That fear you entertain will build walls. That toxic connection you maintain will pull you further from where you are meant to be. What you tolerate will eventually dominate. This is why God's command to release is always urgent. It is His way of protecting you from a future trap you cannot yet see. And here is the thing. Sometimes letting go will make you look foolish to others. People will question you. They will tell you to hold on, to try harder, to give it more time. They will not understand why you walked away from what they thought was good. but you are not living for their understanding. You are living for God's approval. When God says it's time, you must move, even if no one else agrees. Because the same people who doubt you now will be the ones who marvel later when they see what God has done with your obedience. My friend, the life God has for you is not behind you, it is ahead of you. You cannot step into it while looking over your shoulder, longing for what was. You cannot run forward while your feet are tangled in yesterday's ropes. The sooner you release, the sooner you will be free. And freedom is not just the absence of chains, it is the ability to move without resistance in the direction God is calling you. And make no mistake, when you finally let go, you will not just walk into your blessing, you will walk into a deeper relationship with God Himself. Because letting go is at its core an act of trust. It is you saying, God, I believe you more than I believe my fear. I believe you more than I believe my own plans. I believe that you are better than anything I am giving up. And when you live with that kind of trust, blessing is not something you chase, it is something that chases you. God has already prepared the table for you. The seat has your name on it. The feast is ready. But you cannot sit down carrying the baggage of what He told you to leave behind. You must come empty-handed, ready to receive what only He can give. And when you do, you will see that every release was worth it. Every tear, every sacrifice, every moment of uncertainty will pale in comparison to the joy of walking in His promise. My beloved, when you truly trust in God, you understand that nothing in your life is random. Every delay, every detour, every closed door, and even every disappointment is woven into the perfect design of His wisdom. God does not make mistakes. If He has withheld something from you, it is not because He has forgotten you, but because He is protecting you, preparing you, and positioning you for something far greater. Sometimes what you thought was a rejection is actually God's redirection toward your true destiny. Do not measure your life by the present moment alone. What you see now is only one frame of the picture, but God sees the entire masterpiece. The path may seem crooked to you, but from the perspective of the Almighty, it is perfectly straight, leading exactly where He intends. You may not understand why certain people left, why certain prayers seem unanswered, or why certain doors remain shut. But if you knew what God knows, you would thank Him for every no and every delay. There are times when God hides you in the shadows to protect you from dangers you cannot see. Just as a gardener covers a seed in the soil before it bursts forth into the light, God sometimes covers you in seasons of obscurity so your roots grow deep before your life blooms. Do not despise these hidden seasons. They are not punishment. They are preparation. The fruit is always worth the waiting when God is the one growing it. And remember this, when God begins to open the way, no force in the heavens or the earth can stand in His path. The mountains you feared will flatten. The rivers you thought you could not cross will part. And the enemies that surrounded you will be scattered. God is the master of turning impossibilities into testimonies. He can transform the very thing that threatened to destroy you into the very thing that will promote you. So keep walking with your head lifted high. Speak words of faith, not fear. Stand firmly in trust. For the same God who controls the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon is the same God who holds your future. He has never failed, and He will not begin with you. When God places you in a season of waiting, it is not because He has forgotten you. It is because He is preparing you. Preparation is not punishment. It is the process by which God strengthens your faith, sharpens your vision, and aligns your steps with His perfect will. You may look around and see others moving ahead, receiving breakthroughs, living the life you've been praying for. But God says, "Be still and know that I am working in ways you cannot yet see." Just because you do not see movement in the physical does not mean nothing is happening in the spiritual. In fact, the greatest works of God are often done in silence, in the hidden places where only He can see. Understand this: every delay from God is divine protection. There are doors you think you're ready to walk through, but God knows what's on the other side. He sees the traps, the betrayals, the burdens that would crush you if you entered too soon. That is why He will close some doors no matter how hard you knock. And He will open others only when your heart, mind, and spirit are ready to handle them. His timing is not slow. It is perfect. If He is making you wait, it is because He is preparing something greater than what you asked for. The enemy wants you to mistake waiting for abandonment. But the truth is, God's presence is strongest in those moments when you feel nothing is changing. The seed does not sprout the moment it is planted. It must remain hidden in the dark soil, watered by faith and patience, until the right time comes for it to break through the ground. You are that seed. God has planted you in the soil of His purpose. And though you feel buried, you are not buried to die. You are planted to grow. So do not let impatience push you out of God's plan. Do not let frustration make you settle for less than what He has prepared for you. If you move before His appointed time, you will carry burdens you were never meant to bear. But if you wait upon Him, you will rise with strength you never knew you had. You will see how every tear, every delay, every lonely night was part of a greater plan to bring you into a blessing so great you will say, "God's way was better than mine." My beloved, understand this. Every delay you face, every door that seems closed, every moment that feels like a dead end is not a sign of God abandoning you. It is a sign of God repositioning you. You see, when God is working behind the scenes, He is not rushing according to your clock. He is orchestrating according to His perfect plan. What you perceive as silence is not the absence of God. It is the stillness before His move. Just like a seed buried deep in the soil seems lifeless, you too may feel hidden, but in that hidden place, God is nourishing you, shaping you, and preparing you for a breakthrough that will not be small. It will be mighty. Do not be deceived by appearances. The enemy will try to convince you that nothing is changing, but God's power does not operate by human sight. Faith is trusting Him when the evidence is invisible. God does not need visible progress to fulfill His promise. He speaks and it becomes reality. One command from Him can shift your entire life in a moment. That is why you must keep moving forward even when you see no reason to. The battle is not yours to fight in your own strength. The victory is already written in the unseen by the hand of God. And let me tell you this, the people who underestimated you, the ones who mocked your faith, the ones who thought your prayers were pointless, will one day witness the very thing they said was impossible. For when God decides to honor you, no voice, no force, no power can stop it. God can take the same situation that looked like your downfall and turn it into your elevation. He can use the very stone thrown at you to build your stepping place to the next level. This is why you must guard your heart from despair, because despair blinds you to the movements of God. So I say to you, stand firm. Let your trust be unshakable. Let your hope be anchored in the One who created the heavens and the earth. God has not forgotten you. Every tear you have shed, every night you have cried yourself to sleep, every prayer you whispered when you had no strength left, they have all been recorded by Him. And when the appointed time comes, He will release what He has been preparing for you, and it will exceed every expectation. For God is not just the God of enough. He is the God of more than enough. When God is on your side, every obstacle becomes an opportunity, and every trial becomes a stepping stone. The world may rise against you, but their power is limited. For the one who commands the heavens and the earth has already written your victory. You must understand, and nothing in your life is random. Every delay, every closed door, every unexpected turn is part of God's divine arrangement for your ultimate good. You may feel pressed by the weight of your burdens, but it is often in the crushing that the purest oil flows. God is shaping you, refining you, and preparing you for a position you could never reach without first enduring this season of testing. Do not be deceived by what you see with your eyes. The enemy thrives on illusion, but God works in truth. The storm you are facing is not the end. It is the signal that your breakthrough is near. Even when you hear no answers, God is moving. Even when you see no signs, God is arranging. Even when you feel no strength, God is sustaining you. The wise do not spend their strength on panic. Instead, they bow low with patience, surrendering to the timing of the Almighty. Never forget this truth. God's silence does not mean His absence. Waiting is never wasted time. It is the hidden workshop where destiny is shaped. Every whispered prayer, every tear that falls, every step taken in faith is seen, gathered, and remembered by God. Then comes the appointed hour when blessings pour out in such measure they eclipse the pain you once carried. You will stand in wonder, recognizing that every restless night and every lonely path was worth it, because God was designing something beyond your wildest imagination. So protect your heart. Do not allow bitterness to take root. Do not allow fear to steer your decisions. Do not allow doubt to shout louder than the faith inside you. The very God who split the sea for His children, who shone light into the darkest night, is the same God walking with you now. He has not left you. He has not ignored you. And He will never fail you. Hear me right now. Even as you sit with a heavy heart, your thoughts racing and your spirit weighed down by fears of what tomorrow may bring, God is already at work. You cannot see it, you cannot hear it, you may not even sense it, yet His hand is moving in ways beyond your imagination. That very weight that keeps you awake at night, the burden that eats away at your mind, the struggle that feels like it is consuming you, God has already entered into it. You are anxious over something that is already being resolved in the realm beyond your sight. You are restless over a fight that has already been won by the silent strength of His power. We live in a world that demands evidence before it will believe, but God declares, believe first and then you will see. While you pray from a place of desperation, He is creating a path where none seemed possible. While you drown in the what-ifs, God is establishing the it is finished. Your eyes may perceive disorder, but His plan is unfolding in perfect alignment. Your ears hear the noise of uncertainty, but His whisper has already declared victory. You think the clock is running out, but with God there is no deadline that can stop His hand. You may be thinking, but I can't see any change. That's because God often works in the unseen first. The seed is planted deep in the soil where no one can see it, but that doesn't mean nothing is happening. Under the surface, roots are forming. Structure is being built. The unseen is preparing for the seen. The same is true for your life right now. What you call silence, God calls preparation. What you think is delay, God calls perfect timing. Some of you are so focused on the size of the storm that you've forgotten the one who controls the wind. You look at the waves and think they will drown you. But God is already shifting the winds in your favor. The same God who separated seas, who brought water from rock, who made walls fall without a single touch. He is the same God working in your situation now. Your problem has not intimidated Him. Your tears have not been ignored. Your prayers have not been lost in the noise. Do you understand what that means? It means that before you even formed the words of your request, God already knew. Before the doctor gave you that report, God already had the remedy. Before that betrayal struck your heart, God already had the plan for your healing. Before that financial pressure pressed against your chest, God had already opened the provision. He is not reacting. He is orchestrating. He is not scrambling. He is sovereign. He does not adjust His plan based on your crisis. Your crisis is already part of His plan for your breakthrough. That's why the enemy loves to keep you in fear. Because if you knew how much God is already doing for you, you would stop worrying and start worshiping. Fear blinds you to what God is building. Worry makes you question what God has already confirmed. And doubt insults the one who has never failed. The truth is, while you've been thinking that nothing is happening, God has been aligning resources, shifting hearts, moving people, and rearranging circumstances without your permission, without your understanding, and without your timeline. Some of you think that for your situation to change, you have to see movement. But movement is not the proof of progress. God does not always announce what He's doing. Some of His greatest works are wrapped in complete silence until the moment they burst forth in undeniable glory. The same God who moves mountains with a word can also move them without you seeing Him touch them. I know some of you are praying and feeling like the heavens are quiet, but quiet does not mean absent. Silence does not mean stillness. God's silence is not inactivity. It's often the space where He is building something so much greater than what you asked for. You asked Him to open one door, and He is building you an entire house. You asked Him to give you a little relief, and He is preparing to give you a complete turnaround. That's why you can't quit now. That's why you can't let worry steal your hope. Right now, while you're listening to these words, things are shifting that you know nothing about. Conversations are being had about you in rooms you've never entered. Decisions are being made that will benefit you. And your name is being mentioned in places where your feet have never stood. God is touching the heart of someone who will be the answer to your need. God is redirecting something you thought you lost back into your hands. God is setting you up for a blessing that will make you forget the years of struggle. But here is the challenge. You have to stop living as if your worry has more power than God's will. Your fear cannot change what He has ordained. Your anxiety cannot rewrite what He has already written. Every time you let your heart sink into fear, you are giving weight to the very thing God has already crushed under His authority. You are letting your imagination run ahead of His plan, creating a story of defeat when God has already authored a story of victory. And let me tell you this, sometimes God will intentionally allow you to reach the edge to the point where you think it's over, only so you will see His power in full display. Sometimes He will wait until the last second, not because He is late, but because He wants the outcome to be so clearly Him that no one, not even you, can take the credit. Let me take you deeper into this truth. The problem with many of us is that we live as though God is limited to what we can see. We measure His ability by the size of the resources in our hands or the connections we have in our contact list. But God is not bound by your bank account, your education, your experience, or your location. God can raise you from obscurity to influence in a single moment. God can take you from the back of the line and put you in front without asking anyone's permission. God can give you what people said you could never have, and He can do it without using the systems and structures the world depends on. When you understand that God is already working, you stop panicking over delays and closed doors. You start realizing that every no you face might have been God's. Not yet, or I have better. You stop envying those who got there before you because you know God's timing for your life is tailor-made. If you receive something before the right time, it will crush you instead of bless you. But when God delivers it in His time, it will not just arrive, it will thrive. Some of you have been looking at the same problem for so long that it has become your reality. You've convinced yourself that nothing will ever change. But I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. God is not finished with your story. You might think you're in the final chapter of defeat, but God is holding the pen. And when God holds the pen, there is no ending except the one He writes. He can flip the page when you least expect it. He can turn the valley of your life into the very place where the most beautiful testimony grows. You may feel forgotten, but you are not. You may feel like your prayers are hitting a wall, but God is collecting every word. He is not just hearing you. He is storing your tears as seeds for the harvest that is coming. Some seasons feel empty because God is removing what cannot go with you to the next level. You think you are losing, but you are actually being pruned. And pruning is not punishment. It is preparation. God never cuts something away unless He is making room for something greater to grow. Worry thrives in the absence of perspective. When you look only at your immediate circumstances, you lose sight of the fact that God sees the entire landscape of your life. You see one corner, God sees the whole map. You see the obstacle. God sees the outcome. You see the delay. God sees the alignment. What you think is random is actually strategic. What you think is chaos is actually a carefully crafted sequence that will make sense when you step into the next season. And here's something that will change your entire outlook. Sometimes the reason you feel so much pressure is because God is pushing you into the place you prayed for. You asked for growth. Now you are in a season that is stretching you. You asked for wisdom. Now you are facing challenges that force you to think differently. You asked for strength. Now you are carrying weights you never thought you could lift. Don't misinterpret the process. What you are calling a burden might be the very tool God is using to build you into the person who can handle the blessing that's coming. God does not just want to solve your problems. He wants to develop you in the process. If He gave you every answer instantly, your faith would remain weak, your patience shallow, and your character untested. But when you walk through the valley holding on to His promise that He is working even now, you come out not just with the blessing, but with the strength to sustain it. God's desire is not just to give you the destination, but to prepare you for the weight of it. Some of you are in situations right now where the odds are stacked so high against you that people expect you to fail. Good. Let them watch, because when God moves in your life, it will be so evident that no one will be able to deny His hand upon you. When God delivers, He does it in a way that silences the doubters and confuses the enemy. He will make it so undeniable that even those who mocked you will have to admit, surely this was the work of God. You must also understand that God does not need favorable conditions to bless you. He can bless you in famine. He can promote you in a recession. He can bring you victory when you are outnumbered. He can make you rise when everything around you is falling apart. God's favor is not dependent on the weather forecast of life. It is dependent on His will, and His will is unstoppable. This is why you must stop obsessing over what you see in the natural. The natural world is temporary, but what God is doing in the spiritual is eternal. While your eyes see lack, heaven sees abundance. While you see the end, heaven sees the beginning. While you think you're waiting, God may be saying, "It is already done." There is a rest that comes when you truly believe God is working on what worries you. This rest is not laziness. It is trust. It is the ability to sleep in peace even when the storm is raging, because you know the storm is under God's control. It is the refusal to let your mind be hijacked by fear, because you know God's plans will stand no matter how hard the winds blow. Right now, God might be moving someone to pick up a phone and call you with an opportunity. He might be turning the heart of someone who wronged you toward reconciliation. He might be lining up a series of events that will connect you to the exact place you need to be at the exact moment you need to be there. You can't see it, but it's happening. You can't feel it, but it's unfolding. And one day soon, you'll look back and realize that what you feared the most was the very place where God showed you His greatest power. Let me tell you something that will set your spirit free. What worries you right now is not greater than the one who rules over all creation. The situation you call impossible is nothing more than an opportunity for God to display His unmatched power. You may be staring at a wall so high it feels unshakable, but God can make it crumble without a single hammer strike. You may be facing a door locked by human hands, but God holds the master key that no man can duplicate. You may feel surrounded by problems, but remember, God surrounds what surrounds you. Nothing gets through without first passing through His authority. Sometimes we forget that God's power is not limited to a single method. If He does not move the obstacle, He can move you above it. If He does not change the environment, He can change you to thrive in it. If He does not remove the storm, He can give you the strength to walk through it without breaking. God's solutions are not confined to our imagination. He can use what you think is against you to be the very thing that carries you forward. Consider this. While you are trying to figure out how to make ends meet, God might already be setting up an unexpected provision. While you are fighting to fix the broken relationships in your life, God might be preparing people you haven't even met yet to love and support you in ways you've never known. While you are exhausted from trying to change yourself, God is working in the depths of your heart where no one else can reach, shifting desires, healing wounds, and replacing fear with courage. There are moments in life when God allows the pressure to intensify, not to destroy you, but to position you. It's in those moments that you must remind yourself, just because it feels worse doesn't mean it's getting worse. A seed must crack before life comes out. A birth requires labor pains before the child arrives, and sometimes the chaos you see is simply the breaking of the shell, so that what God planted inside you can finally emerge. You see, God works with precision. He does not throw blessings at you randomly. He releases them when everything is aligned. And alignment is not just about circumstances. It's about your readiness. There are blessings that God has already prepared for you that are being held back only because He loves you too much to give them before you are able to carry them. He will not give you something that will crush your spirit. He will first strengthen your spirit so the blessing will uplift and not overwhelm you. This is why trust is not passive. It is active faith. Trust means you keep walking when there is no sign of change. Trust means you choose peace over panic, even when you feel surrounded by uncertainty. Trust means you speak as if the answer is on its way because you know God has already sent it. Your words matter because they are the evidence of what you believe. If you speak constantly about the problem, you magnify it. But if you speak constantly about God's power, you magnify Him above the problem. And make no mistake, your enemy will always try to magnify your fears so they block your view of God. He will whisper, "It's too late, you failed, it's over." But those are lies that crumble under the truth of God's Word. To your spirit, I am already at work. God is not hindered by how long it has been. He is not intimidated by how far things have gone. He is not discouraged by how deep the damage runs. He is the one who can restore years in a single moment, who can rebuild what took decades to destroy, who can breathe new life into something you thought was gone forever. Sometimes God's way of working things out is not to change your situation, but to change your perception of it. The mountain in front of you may not move because God wants you to climb it and see from the top a perspective you would never have gained otherwise. That climb will teach you endurance. That climb will teach you faith. That climb will give you a view of His hand at work that you could not have seen from the valley floor. It is also important to understand that God works beyond your personal desires. He works for the highest good of your life. There are times when what you want and what you need are not the same. And God loves you too much to give you what you want at the expense of what you truly need. You may be worried because you can't have what you prayed for. But if you knew the whole story, you would be thanking Him for protecting you from it. What feels like rejection may actually be divine protection. And here's the thing, God's work in your life is not always going to be visible to those around you. Some of the most powerful breakthroughs are the ones that happen inside you before anyone else notices. When God replaces your despair with peace, when He replaces your fear with unshakable calm, when He takes away the constant anxiety and replaces it with quiet confidence. That is a victory as real as any change in your circumstances. You can be standing in the same storm, but no longer drowning in it. Right now, as you listen, God could be working through people you've never met, arranging situations you haven't even thought about, moving resources you didn't know existed. He could be opening paths in places you thought were closed forever. He could be stirring in the hearts of others to bless you, defend you, or guide you. And the beauty of it all is that He doesn't need your worry to make it happen, only your trust. That's why today you must release the weight of carrying what was never yours to carry. You were never designed to handle the full burden of the future. Your mind was created to trust, not to endlessly calculate every possible outcome. God did not call you to live as if the next moment depends entirely on your ability to control it. He called you to live knowing that He has already been there and made a way. When you embrace that truth, something changes. You walk lighter. You sleep better. You stop overthinking every decision. You start to notice small signs of His hand. Conversations that happen at just the right time. Doors that open without you knocking. Opportunities that find you instead of you chasing them. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations that God is indeed already working out what you have been worried about. And I will tell you this, when the day comes and you finally see the result, you will realize that the waiting, the uncertainty, the tears, and even the moments of fear were all part of a story that God was writing for your good. You will see how every delay was protection. Every no was redirection. Every closed door was the guidance of a loving hand that knew where you truly belong. Let me speak to the part of you that still wonders if things will ever truly turn around. God has not brought you this far to leave you here. The very breath in your lungs right now is proof that His purpose for you is still alive. If your life was finished, you would not be here. The fact that you are still standing, even after all the nights you thought you wouldn't make it, means that God is still working, still shaping, still unfolding the next chapter you cannot yet see. The truth is, God has been working on your behalf long before you even knew you needed help. Before you faced this situation, He was already setting in place the connections, the opportunities, and the answers that would carry you through it. You may think you are running behind, but in God's timing, you are exactly where you need to be. You are not late, you are in process. And the process is not punishment. It is preparation for the greatness He has already written into your destiny. Sometimes the biggest challenge is not believing that God can do it, but believing that He is doing it right now. We are quick to trust Him for the past and hopeful for the future, but we struggle to see His hand in the present. Yet this very moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this step is part of His plan. The path may feel uncertain, but uncertainty is the stage where faith is proven. And faith is not simply saying God can work, it is living as if He is working. Now I want you to understand that the delays you feel are not evidence of His absence. Often they are evidence of His precision. God does not operate on human deadlines. He does not rush because you are impatient, and He does not stall because you are worried. Every moment is intentional. Every step is measured. He is not scrambling to catch up to your needs. He is ahead of them, arranging the outcome long before you arrive. Think about this. Some of the most life-changing blessings in your future are being shaped right now. But they require certain people to be in the right place, certain events to align, certain doors to be ready to open. If God were to give you the blessing before these pieces were in place, it might fall apart in your hands. But when everything falls into place in God's perfect timing, no one and nothing can take it away from you. That is why you must stop attaching your peace to what your eyes can see. What is visible will try to deceive you. It will insist that nothing is moving, that you are stuck, that your prayers have gone unanswered, yet the unseen realm is full of activity. God is already speaking into the hearts of people you have not encountered yet. He is redirecting events you cannot yet grasp. He is arranging every detail so that when you take the next step, all pieces are set in their rightful place. I know some of you have carried the same weight for years, and weariness has set in. You feel as though you've prayed every prayer, shed every tear, and still nothing has changed. But listen closely. Just because the surface seems calm does not mean the depths are unmoving. The floor of the ocean is always shifting, creating currents that eventually rise to the top. In the very same way, God is stirring currents beneath the surface of your life. One day soon, the stillness will break and the blessing will rise to meet you. And sometimes God's work is not about changing the storm, but changing you within it. You may be asking Him to remove the problem, but He may be using the problem to remove fear, doubt, pride, or dependence on things that cannot sustain you. God's goal is not to give you a fragile peace that crumbles under pressure. He wants to give you a peace so strong that no storm can steal it. Understand this. The very thing you are worried about right now might be the thing that shapes you into the person you are meant to become. If God removed it instantly, you might miss the transformation that comes from walking through it with Him. Worry wants you to believe that this moment will break you. Faith knows that this moment will make you. And when you come through it, you will not only be free from the worry, you will carry a testimony that will strengthen others who are walking the same path. Do not underestimate the power of God's quiet work. Some of the most miraculous changes in your life will not be announced with loud signs or instant shifts. They will come like the dawn, slow but unstoppable. At first, the darkness will seem unchanged. Then a faint light will appear. Then brighter, until suddenly you are standing in the fullness of a new day. That is how God often works. Gently, steadily, and with unstoppable certainty. And when that day comes, you will look back and realize that your worry was wasted energy. You will see that while you were pacing the floor at night, God was setting the table for your victory. You will see that while you were preparing for defeat, God was preparing your breakthrough. You will see that not a single moment of waiting was wasted. It was all building toward this. Right now, I want you to imagine your life as a tapestry. Up close, all you see are tangled threads, knots, and colors that make no sense. That is how your present feels. Messy, disconnected, and confusing. But step back far enough and you will see the masterpiece God is weaving. Every knot, every thread, every color has a place. The dark threads make the bright ones shine. The mistakes you regret, the pain you endured, the waiting you hated, it is all part of the picture He is creating. And when He turns it around for you to see, you will realize it was beautiful all along. And I want you to hear this with the deepest part of your spirit. God is not waiting for the right conditions to act on your behalf. He is the one who creates the right conditions. The world says you must have certain connections, certain qualifications, certain resources before change can come. But God says, I am your connection. I am your qualification. I am your source. When God decides it is time, nothing in heaven, on earth, or beneath it can stand in His way. You see, what you call impossible is simply the arena where God shows His limitless power. The harder the situation, the greater the opportunity for Him to reveal that He alone holds authority over your life. This is why He often allows the circumstances to reach the point where human hands can do no more. So that when the answer comes, no one will be able to say it was coincidence, luck, or human effort. It will be unmistakably, undeniably the work of God. Right now, some of you are asking, why is it taking so long? Why hasn't it changed yet? But delay is not denial. In the silence, God is not ignoring you. He is perfecting the details. He is shaping the outcome so that when it arrives, it will fit your life without flaw. Rushing would only give you something incomplete, something you could not sustain. But God's timing is flawless. Never too early, never too late. Always exact. And you must understand, God's work is not always loud. Sometimes it's not earthquakes and lightning. It's the subtle shift of a single conversation, the quiet change in someone's heart, the hidden door that opens without announcement. By the time you see it, the work has already been done. The blessing has already been prepared. You are simply walking into what God finished long ago. Do not let the darkness of this season convince you that God has left you. It is often in the darkest soil that the most powerful seeds are planted. A seed does not see the sun while it is growing roots, but the sun has not disappeared. Likewise, you may not feel the warmth of change yet, but that does not mean the light is gone. God is rooting you deeper so you can rise stronger. And here is something that will set you free from fear. God is not only working on the problem, He is working on you. He is building your capacity to handle what you are asking for. He is strengthening your character, sharpening your discernment, teaching you to trust Him without conditions. Because when the answer comes, it will not just be about what you receive, it will be about who you have become in the process. Some of you have been in battles that feel unending. You wake up to the same struggles, the same uncertainty, the same unanswered questions. But battles are not signs of abandonment. They are often signs of preparation. God will not send you into a fight without already securing the victory. What you are experiencing now is simply the training ground for the territory He is about to give you. Every tear you've shed is watering the ground for the blessing that will soon bloom. You must also realize that the thing you are most worried about might already be solved in ways you cannot imagine. God's solutions are not bound by human logic. If He could part the seas for one people, bring food from the sky for another, cause walls to fall without a single weapon being raised, then what is your situation in comparison? You are not asking too much of Him. You cannot overwhelm His ability. The only thing you can do is limit your belief in what He can do. And belief is not just thinking He can, it is living as though He is doing it now. It is waking up with expectation instead of dread. It is speaking about your future with confidence instead of fear. It is making room in your heart for the blessing before it arrives as if it's already on the way. Because when you live in that posture, you are aligning yourself with the truth of God's promise. He is faithful to complete what He has started. I want you to picture this. God is already ahead of you, clearing paths you don't even know you'll need to walk. He is already behind you, closing doors that would have destroyed you if you entered. He is beside you, steadying you when your steps feel weak. And He is above you, watching over every move, ensuring that nothing reaches you that has not passed through His divine filter of purpose. You may not feel in control right now, and that is because you are not meant to be. Control is an illusion that robs you of peace. The truth is, you are safest when you surrender control to the One who already sees the end from the beginning. When you stop trying to force the outcome, you make space for God to work in ways that will amaze you. And here is what will happen. There will come a moment when the breakthrough arrives and you will realize that the weight you carried for so long has been lifted. The worry that consumed your thoughts will feel so small compared to the magnitude of what God has done. You will stand in awe not just of the blessing itself, but of the way God brought it to you, through doors you never thought would open, through people you never thought would help, through timing you never would have chosen but now know was perfect. That is why you must not give in to fear. Now the story is not finished. Well, the chapter you are living is not the conclusion. Even now, behind the scenes, God is weaving threads of mercy, protection, provision, and favor into a tapestry you cannot yet see. And when He turns it toward you, every worry will be replaced with wonder, every doubt with praise, every tear with joy. When God decides to lift you, no force in the heavens or the earth can hold you down. You must understand your elevation is not determined by the opinions of people, nor is it controlled by the strength of your enemies. It is decreed in the unseen before it manifests in the seen. When God opens a door for you, it is a door no hand can shut, no tongue can curse, and no enemy can block. That is why you do not need to fight as the world fights, because your battle is not in the noise of the crowd, but in the secret place with God. Sometimes God will allow delays not because He is denying you, but because He is protecting you. There are blessings you are not ready to carry yet, and there are positions you must grow into before you can hold them without falling. So do not be disheartened when the answer seems slow. God's timing is not just perfect. It is protective. He is aligning circumstances, removing hidden traps, and building in you the strength to sustain what He is about to release. When you walk with God, you must stop expecting your path to look like everyone else's. He did not create you for comparison. He created you for completion of His purpose. Some will rise by connections, others by luck. But you will rise by the command of God. And when He commands, there is no counsel that can overrule Him. You do not need the approval of the masses when you have the approval of the Almighty. God's power does not just protect you from harm. It also transforms you into a vessel of resilience. When you have been through storms and still stand, it is not because you are stronger than others, but because God's hand was holding you while others thought you were alone. This is why you must walk with confidence, not in arrogance, but in the assurance that the one who formed the mountains and stretched out the heavens is the same one guiding your steps. And hear this, the same people who once doubted you will one day bear witness to your elevation. But when that day comes, remember it was not your own hand that brought you this far. It was God. Let your success never make you forget your source, because blessings without gratitude lead to arrogance, and arrogance leads to a fall. Stay humble, stay faithful, and God will take you places you never imagined you could reach. When God lifts you up, no power in this world can push you down. When God speaks over your life, no voice can cancel His command. And when God opens a path before you, even the mountains must move and the seas must part, because His will is unstoppable. That is why you must stop being intimidated by the size of your problem and start being confident in the size of your protector. Your enemies may plan, your critics may speak, and the world may conspire, but every plan against you will collapse when it collides with the will of God. Understand this, God's timing is perfect. You may think the delay is a denial, but in reality, God is aligning the pieces in ways you cannot yet see. While you are wondering why it hasn't happened, God is working behind the scenes, protecting you from harm, setting up divine appointments, and ensuring that when your moment comes, it will be unstoppable. You are not being overlooked. You are being prepared. Do not be deceived by appearances. The battle is not always about what you can see. It is often what you cannot see that determines victory. When you feel pressure from every side, it may be that God is positioning you for a breakthrough so powerful that even your enemies will be forced to acknowledge His hand over your life. He will make you a living testimony, not by removing all challenges, but by making you victorious in the midst of them. You must also learn the discipline of silence. Sometimes the most powerful response to an attack is to say nothing, because your words cannot defend you as well as God's actions can. The moment you take matters into your own hands, you limit the magnitude of God's intervention. But when you stand still and let Him fight for you, He will bring an outcome so complete, so undeniable that no one can take credit except Him. God does not waste pain, and He does not ignore faith. Every tear you have shed, every night you have spent in prayer, every injustice you have endured, all of it is being stored in the unseen account of God's justice. And when the time comes, that account will be poured out upon your life in blessings that not only heal your wounds, but also elevate your position. This is why you must not quit. You are closer to your breakthrough than you realize. The very resistance you are feeling now may be the final push before the door opens. Hold your ground, guard your faith, Keep walking in obedience, for God's hand is over you and His promise will not fail. When God chooses to defend you, His methods are unlike anything the human mind can predict. He does not need to shout, argue, or prove your worth to anyone. His power is silent but unstoppable. He can remove a person from your path without you lifting a single finger. He can make the plans of your enemies crumble in their own hands. He can turn the very weapons they formed against you into tools that work for your good. This is why you must rest in the knowledge that your defense comes from the Almighty, one whose wisdom surpasses every human scheme. Sometimes God will allow the storm to rage, but keep you calm in the center of it. He will not always change the situation immediately, but He will change you so the situation cannot destroy you. Your enemies may be watching, expecting your downfall. Yet God will make your endurance a living testimony of His power. They will see that no matter how many traps they set, you still rise. And it will not be by your own strength, but because the hand of God is holding you steady. Do not be surprised when God hides you in plain sight. People may search for ways to harm you, but they will not find you, because God has placed you in a space they cannot reach. This is divine covering, protection that is invisible yet impenetrable. Even if you feel surrounded, you are actually surrounded by God's mercy. The eyes of those who wish you harm are blinded. Their words lose power, and their influence fades like smoke in the wind. The key is to keep your heart pure before God. Do not let the desire for revenge corrupt your spirit. When you let God fight your battles, you are declaring that you trust His justice more than your own. And His justice is perfect. It comes at the right time, in the right way, and it leaves no wound untreated. The same God who parts the seas can part you from danger. The same God who provides for the birds of the sky can provide for you even when every door seems closed. When God's hand is upon your life, no power on earth or in the heavens can stand against you. His protection is not a fragile wall that can be broken. It is a fortress built by the Almighty Himself. He sees what you cannot see, hears what you do not hear, and knows the traps the enemy sets long before they are even formed. This is why the one who trusts in God walks in a peace the world cannot understand. While others panic at storms, you will rest, for you know the winds are in His command. God does not need to announce His protection with loud signs. Often His work is in the unseen. That accident you narrowly escaped, that deal that suddenly fell through, that person who unexpectedly left your life, it was not chance. It was the mercy of God preserving you from harm you didn't even know existed. The world may call it coincidence, but you know it was divine intervention. Those who mock your faith do not realize that every breath you take is a testimony of God's sustaining hand. When you live under the shadow of the Almighty, no curse, no evil word, and no hidden scheme can prosper against you. People may speak lies, enemies may plan harm, and some may even rejoice at your struggles. But remember, God is not moved by their laughter, and you should not be either. He is your defender. He fights battles you never even enter. He silences voices that rise against you. He blinds the eyes of those who wish you harm and opens the paths only you are meant to walk. But you must remain steadfast. God's protection is not for those who run to Him only in crisis, but for those who walk with Him in every season. Trusting Him means you stop worrying about what is beyond your control. It means you refuse to retaliate against those who hurt you. For you know God's justice is more perfect than your revenge. The one who leaves their matters in God's hands will never be left ashamed. And here is the deeper truth. Sometimes God's protection is not about keeping you in the same place, but about moving you to a better one. That rejection was protection. That delay was preparation. That loss was redirection. You may not understand it now, but one day you will see that God was not withholding. He was shielding. If you truly believe in His wisdom, you will begin to see life differently. No longer will you panic when plans fall apart, because you will know His plan is greater. No longer will you fear the unknown, because you will know the one who owns the unknown. And no longer will you be shaken by the actions of people, because you will be anchored in the will of God, which no man can overturn. My beloved, as we close this message, let your heart hold firmly to this truth. God is your ultimate refuge, your unshakable protector, and your unfailing provider. When storms roar around you and enemies plot against you, do not tremble, for the Almighty is greater than every threat. The same God who split the sea for His servants, who brought water from a rock in the desert, who raises the humble and humbles the arrogant, that God is watching over you right now. Do not allow fear to speak louder than faith. Do not be deceived into thinking the darkness has the final word. The power of God is mighty, working in ways beyond what you can perceive. He is arranging blessings quietly, shielding you from unseen dangers, and leading your path toward places where your soul will flourish. Your part is not to win every battle by your own effort, but to remain steadfast in trust. Guard your heart against resentment and let your actions stay pure before Him. As you walk in the light of His direction, even those who rise up against you will stumble and fall. For no human hand can overturn the plan of God. Lift your head with courage. Step forward with the assurance of one upheld by the Creator of heaven and earth. Keep your faith steady, your spirit meek, and your eyes fixed upon His promises. If God is on your side, no force on earth or beyond can prevail against you. And when His appointed time arrives, you will witness how He transforms every trial into victory, every wound into purpose, and every challenge into a testimony. Stand firm, for you dwell beneath the shelter of the Almighty, and in His shadow you are untouchable. There comes a moment in life when the atmosphere shifts, when the burden you've carried for years suddenly feels lighter, when your spirit begins to sense that the season of waiting has finally arrived at its appointed hour. My friend, I declare to you today, prepare yourself for God's favor, for the waiting has come to an end. You have prayed in the darkness. You have wept in the silence. You have walked through valleys where no one else could walk with you. Yet the one who sees all has never taken His eyes off you. And He has decided that this is the moment to release His blessing over your life. For too long you have stood at the threshold, seeing the promise but unable to grasp it. For too long your prayers seem to echo back without reply. But God has been at work in the unseen, aligning circumstances, turning hearts, and moving mountains you never knew were there. Now the spiritual clock has struck its hour. You are not listening to this by coincidence. You are hearing it because the author of time Himself wants you to know delay is no longer your story. The door that stayed shut is about to swing wide open. You may have felt overlooked, as though the blessings of life skip past your house. But hear me, God never forgets the faithful. Even when you thought nothing was happening, the ground beneath your feet was being prepared to hold the weight of what He is about to give you. Sometimes God holds back not because He doesn't want to bless you, but because He wants to strengthen you enough to carry the blessing without breaking. And now He has looked at you and found you ready. Think about this. Seeds don't sprout the moment they are planted. They must be buried in darkness, hidden under the soil, enduring the silent pressure of the earth. But under that soil, something is happening. Roots are growing. Life is forming. And when the appointed season arrives, the sprout bursts forth into the light. That is where you are right now. Your roots have been growing unseen, and God is about to bring you into a season where what He planted in you will be visible to all. You have endured storms that should have destroyed you, but they only drove your roots deeper. You have walked through fire that should have consumed you, but it only refined your character. And now, because you did not give up, you are about to taste the sweetness of answered prayer. God's favor is not just a gentle breeze. It is a mighty wind that can turn years of struggle into moments of victory. When He decides to favor you, no force in heaven or earth can block it. Some of you have been waiting for a long time, waiting for that breakthrough in your finances, that healing in your body, that peace in your mind, that restoration in your relationships. And maybe the enemy has whispered in your ear, telling you that it will never happen. But you must silence that voice with truth. God's timing is perfect. He is never early, never late. He arrives exactly when the moment will bring Him the greatest glory and you the greatest joy. The same God who split the sea for His people is the same God who can split open the barriers standing before you. The wait was not wasted. Every tear you shed was seen. Every silent prayer was heard. Every moment of endurance was recorded. The loneliness you felt was not abandonment. It was preparation. God wanted you to rely on Him alone so that when the blessing came, you would know exactly where it came from. And now the blessing will not just meet your need, it will exceed it. His favor will cover you like the sunrise covering the earth. Unstoppable, undeniable, and uncontainable. When God's favor comes, it changes everything. People who once ignored you will seek you out. Doors that stayed shut for years will open without you knocking. Opportunities will chase you down instead of you chasing them. And the very places where you were once rejected will become the places where you are celebrated. That is what happens when God declares the wait is over. You must prepare your heart to receive it. This is not the time to be passive. This is the time to expect, to believe, to speak words of faith over your life. If you are still carrying the mindset of the waiting season, you will miss the opportunities of the favor season. Lift your head, strengthen your spirit, and walk like someone who knows the King of all creation has set His gaze upon them. Because He has. Some of you are going to see sudden change. Years of barrenness will turn into fruitfulness in a single season. Situations that have been stagnant will suddenly move. Oh no. People who were against you will be moved out of the way. That is how quickly God can work. When He decides the time has come. And when that moment arrives, you will not have to force it, manipulate it, or beg for it. It will happen naturally because favor is not earned by striving. It is given by God's sovereign choice. Do not be surprised if in this season God removes certain people from your life. His favor will not rest where there is corruption, jealousy, or hidden betrayal. He will clear the space so that the blessing He gives you will not be poisoned by those who do not have your best interest at heart. Trust Him when He subtracts just as much as when He adds. Because sometimes the preparation for favor involves God protecting it from wrong hands. And know this, favor is not just for your comfort. It is for His purpose. When He blesses you, it is so you can bless others. When He lifts you up, it is so you can shine light on His goodness. The more you keep your heart focused on using His favor to honor Him, the more He will pour into your life. This is not the time to shrink back in false humility. It is the time to step forward boldly and declare, God has done this, and I will use it for His glory. The season of waiting has refined you, and the season of favor will define you. God is about to write a chapter in your life that will make sense of all the ones that came before it. Every detour, every delay, every disappointment will suddenly reveal its purpose. And when you look back, you will realize that the waiting was not punishment. It was positioning. Get ready. Prepare your spirit. Clear the clutter from your life. Make room for the blessing you have been praying for, because it will not trickle in slowly. It will come in waves. When God moves, He does not just give enough, He gives more than enough. Your cup will overflow. Your heart will overflow. Your life will overflow. And the world will see what happens when someone refuses to let go of faith. Even in the longest night, there is a stirring in the unseen realm right now. The winds of change are not a whisper. They are a roar. Something is shifting on your behalf. And though you may not see it with your eyes yet, your spirit can already feel the tremors. When God decides that your time has come, He will orchestrate events so perfectly that no one will be able to take credit for it. But Him, the same God who sets the boundaries of the oceans and commands the stars in the sky, is the one who is now commanding the circumstances of your life to align for your good. This is not just a change of season, it is a change of position. Where you once stood as the overlooked, God will place you in a position of influence. Where you once fought just to survive, He will cause you to flourish. You will not just step into the blessing, you will inherit it. And when God gives, He gives in a way that leaves no doubt. His blessings come wrapped in peace, overflowing with provision and anchored in purpose. You must understand, when God's favor locates you, it will not matter who tried to stop you, who doubted you, or who counted you out. Their opinions will be powerless in the face of His decision. God is not limited by the approval of people. He does not ask permission from those who oppose you before He blesses you. He moves as He wills, and when He declares that the waiting has ended, the doors will open whether the world is ready for it or not. Some of you have been walking through a season where every step felt uphill. You pushed through weariness, fought through discouragement, and held on to faith when everything in you wanted to let go. You may have wondered why the process took so long, but God uses waiting to forge warriors. A blessing given too soon can crush a person unprepared to hold it. But you are not who you were when you first began the wait. You are stronger, wiser, more discerning, and more anchored in your faith than you have ever been. That is why you are now ready. There is something about divine timing that makes the breakthrough so much sweeter. When the blessing comes after a long wait, gratitude flows from a deeper place. The nights of crying out to God, the days of questioning if He heard you, those moments are not forgotten. They are seed sound in faith. And God is faithful to bring forth the harvest. You are about to step into a harvest season that will redeem every barren year you endured. And I tell you this, God's favor is not always predictable. It does not always come in the way you expect. Sometimes it arrives through a closed door that forces you into a better one. Sometimes it comes disguised as a setback that turns out to be a setup. And sometimes it comes so suddenly that it leaves you breathless, unable to do anything but fall to your knees in awe of His goodness. However it comes, you will know it is from Him because it will carry His signature. peace, abundance, and undeniable purpose. Be watchful in this season. The opportunities God is sending may not look like what you imagined, but they will carry the weight of destiny. The connections He is arranging may seem ordinary at first, but they will open extraordinary doors. The ideas He plants in your mind will be divinely inspired and carry the power to shift your future. Favor is not just an open door. It is the wisdom to recognize which door is yours and the courage to walk through it. Do not allow fear to rob you in this moment. Fear will tell you that you are not ready, that you will fail, that this is too good to be true. But God has not brought you this far to abandon you now. The same hand that sustained you in the valley will guide you on the mountaintop. The same strength that kept you standing in your weakest moments will carry you when the blessings begin to pour. And make no mistake, when God's favor rests on you, it will attract both support and opposition. Not everyone will celebrate your breakthrough. Some will question it, others will envy it, and a few will even try to sabotage it. But take comfort in knowing this. No weapon formed against you will prosper when God has declared His blessing over your life. His favor is a shield that cannot be pierced by the schemes of the enemy. This is also the moment to remember that favor is not the end. It is the beginning of a greater responsibility. God's blessings are meant to flow through you, not just to you. The abundance He is releasing over your life is meant to impact others, to heal the broken, to lift the weary, and to shine light into places still covered in darkness. The more you align your blessings with His purposes, the more He will trust you with. So lift your head and open your hands. The season of hiding is over. The season of struggle is passing. The season of divine recognition has arrived. God has called your name. And when He calls, nothing in heaven or earth can keep you in the shadows. The wait is over. Not because you forced it, not because you earned it, but because God, in His perfect wisdom, has declared that the time is now. You will see His hand in unexpected places. You will feel His presence in every decision. You will watch as paths that were once blocked become clear. You will notice that the burdens you carried begin to lift, replaced by a lightness that only comes when the Almighty is carrying the weight for you. This is the reality of God's favor. It does not just change your circumstances, it changes you. And as you step into this new chapter, walk boldly. Do not tiptoe into what God has prepared for you, Claim it with the confidence of one who knows that the Creator of all things has paved the way. Speak life over your steps. Speak abundance over your home. Speak peace over your mind. For God is not just giving you favor for a day. He is setting you on a path where favor will follow you for the rest of your life. There are moments in life when everything you have endured begins to make sense, not in fragments, but as one clear picture. You realize the nights of loneliness, the unanswered questions, the battles no one saw were all part of a divine blueprint. God never wastes your pain, and He never wastes your waiting. The delays you thought were denials were actually protection. The closed doors you thought were rejection were actually redirection. And now you are standing on the edge of a moment when those years will no longer define you. His favor will. God's favor is not just about giving you something you want. It is about positioning you for something greater than you imagined. Favor is the hand of God guiding you into rooms you didn't even know existed. Placing your name in conversations you were never present for and arranging outcomes you couldn't have orchestrated even with all your strength. When God decides to release it, there is no force on earth that can keep it from reaching you. Do not mistake this as an ordinary moment. This is a divine shift. God is not just changing your circumstances. He is elevating your position, expanding your influence, and planting your feet on higher ground. What you are about to walk into is not a coincidence. It is the fulfillment of promises He whispered to you when no one else was listening. And let me tell you, when God moves, He does so suddenly. Years of preparation can be followed by moments of acceleration. What you thought would take decades will happen in months, Dawn. The blessings you thought would trickle and will pour out like a flood. This is why you must be ready. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. The favor of God does not wait for you to feel ready. It comes when He says the time is right and you must step into it by faith. Some of you have been praying for change, but deep down you still carry the mindset of your wilderness. You are so used to fighting to survive that you have forgotten how to receive. God's favor requires an open heart and an open hand. It demands that you let go of the bitterness from the last season and make space for the blessing of the next. You cannot walk into the promised place still dressed in the clothes of disappointment. And understand this favor is not always loud. Sometimes it is the quiet turning of a heart in your favor. Sometimes it is the invisible shift in a system that suddenly works for you instead of against you. Sometimes it is the unseen protection that keeps you from walking into a trap you didn't even know was there. You might not see the fingerprints of God immediately, but when you look back, you will see them all over the story of your life. But favor also has weight. When God lifts you up, the responsibility grows with the blessing. This is why He trained you in the dark, why He tested your character when no one was watching, why He refined your motives through hardship. Because the higher the favor, the greater the need for humility, discipline, and discernment. This is not a season for pride. It is a season for stewardship. I must also tell you this: God's favor will draw the eyes of many. Some will celebrate you with pure hearts, and others will watch you with envy. Do not waste time defending yourself against those who question your blessing. You are not obligated to explain what God is doing in your life. Let the results speak for themselves. The same God who is blessing you will also protect you from those who would try to tear it down. This is also the season to release fear of losing what you are about to gain. The God who gives is also the God who sustains. You do not have to hold on with trembling hands, afraid it will slip away. Favor is not fragile. It is anchored in the eternal will of God. What He has appointed for you cannot be taken by anyone else. And what He has placed in your hands will not vanish unless He chooses to exchange it for something greater. In this moment, I want you to recognize that your waiting has built a testimony. Your journey is a living witness that God sees, God hears, and God delivers. And when He places His favor upon you, it will not just bless you, it will inspire faith in others. People will look at your life and say, if God could do it for them, He can do it for me. That is the power of favor. It spreads hope beyond the one who carries it. So, lift your head high. Walk into the days ahead with a steady step and a fearless heart. This is not the end of your story. It is the chapter where everything changes. The wait is over. Not because of luck, not because of chance, but because the sovereign God of all creation has spoken over your life. And His word does not return empty. What He has begun in you, He will bring to completion. And His favor will not be a fleeting moment. It will be the mark of this new season. When God releases His favor, He does not measure it in small amounts. He does not bless you with just enough to get by. He blesses you in a way that shatters limitations and pours into every part of your life. This is the reason for the process you have endured. God has been widening your capacity, stretching your faith, and anchoring your roots so that when His favor rests upon you, you will not crumble beneath its weight. You are about to carry more than you ever imagined, not by your own strength, but by the power of the one who walks with you. The season ahead will demand that you see yourself in a new light. You cannot continue speaking words of defeat when God has already declared victory over your life. You cannot go on expecting little when He has prepared the extraordinary. Many miss the fullness of His blessing because they come with a mindset still chained to past struggles. But hear me, you are not the same person who entered the waiting season. You have been transformed, and this transformation has qualified you for what is coming. Do not think of favor as simply material provision or earthly success. The highest form of favor is alignment with God's will. When your steps are ordered so perfectly that even the things that seem to go wrong end up serving your good. It is when peace becomes your anchor, even in the middle of change. It is when wisdom flows into your decisions, when clarity replaces confusion, and when the weight of worry lifts because you know the Almighty is handling what you cannot. You will notice as His favor begins to unfold that the pace of your life will change. Things that took years to move will suddenly gain momentum. Conversations will open. Opportunities you did not even ask for. Paths will straighten before your feet, and people will appear in your journey whose presence will be a direct answer to prayers you thought were forgotten. This is not chance. It is the orchestration of the one who sees the end from the beginning. And I tell you this, when God decides it is your time, there is no voice that can overrule Him. People can argue, systems can resist, and circumstances can seem impossible. But His word cuts through every barrier. That is why you must not be discouraged when the enemy tries to create last-minute chaos before your breakthrough. Often the greatest turbulence happens right before the plane lands. The opposition you feel now is not a sign of delay. It is a sign that you are close. Some of you have been living in a state of quiet endurance, doing what you can with what you have, believing in your heart, but feeling invisible in the eyes of others. But God has been watching. He has seen you choose integrity over shortcuts, faith over fear, and perseverance over surrender. And because of that, the reward that is coming is not random. It is tailored for you. It will fit your life so perfectly that you will know without a shadow of doubt that it was designed by His hand alone. When the Almighty chooses to honor your faith, the transformation can be so sudden that even those who doubted you will have no choice but to acknowledge it. This is why humility is essential in this next season. Do not allow the blessing to make you forget the giver. Remember the nights when you prayed with nothing in your hands but faith in your heart. And remember the valleys that taught you how to depend on God's strength. These memories will keep you grounded when the heights of His favor lift you above what you once thought possible. And here is a truth you must hold on to. Favor is not fragile, but it must be protected. Guard your heart from pride. Guard your mind from fear. And guard your environment from voices that would diminish your faith. Not everyone can handle what God is about to do in your life, and that is why He will draw some people closer and remove others. Do not mourn those He moves away. They are being repositioned for reasons you may not understand yet. This is also a season to act with boldness. God's favor is not meant to make you complacent. It is meant to propel you into greater works, higher purposes, and deeper obedience. The doors He opens will require courage to walk through. The opportunities He sends will require faith to embrace. And the influence He grants will require wisdom to use. Every blessing carries a responsibility, and the more you steward it well, the more He will trust you with. So walk with your spirit awake, your eyes open, and your heart ready. You are stepping into a time when the smallest acts of faith can yield extraordinary results. When the seeds you plant will grow faster than you expect, and when every step you take will echo with the assurance that you are walking under an open heaven of favor. This is your time, not because of what you have done, but because the one who holds all power has chosen to release it to you. And when it happens, do not hesitate. Do not doubt. Do not stand on the edge wondering if you deserve it. Move forward with confidence, knowing that the same God who brought you to this point will carry you through what lies ahead. The wait is over, and the future you prayed for is no longer a distant hope. It is standing before you, waiting for you to claim it. When God chooses to release His favor, it is not a subtle whisper. It is a divine announcement to the heavens and the earth that your appointed time has come. You will begin to notice signs that something in your life has shifted. People will speak your name in rooms you have never entered. Opportunities will find you in ways you could never have engineered. Circumstances that once resisted you will start cooperating with you, not because the world suddenly changed, but because God commanded them to. His word carries authority that nothing in creation can resist. You see, God's favor is not bound by the systems of this world. It does not need the approval of those who sit in positions of power. It bypasses human limitations, leaps over barriers, and establishes you where others said you could never stand. And when it comes, it will not be temporary. It will be sustained by the same hand that brought it to you. This is why you can walk into this next season with unshakable confidence. You are not leaning on your own strength. You are standing on the word and will of the Almighty. But I must tell you, God's favor rarely comes to those who sit idle. It comes to those who have been faithful in the hidden places. It comes to those who have obeyed when no one was watching, who have served without applause, who have sown in tears, believing they would one day reap in joy. God watches the posture of the heart, and He rewards those whose trust remains in Him, even when the evidence of change is nowhere in sight. And here is the beauty of His timing. God will not just meet your need, He will exceed it. He will answer in ways that cover not only what you prayed for, but also what you didn't even know to ask. The season you are stepping into will be marked by more than enough blessings, where your cup overflows to the point that you cannot contain it all. This is why you must be prepared to be a vessel, not a reservoir. Let the blessings flow through you so that they can multiply in the lives of others. The more you release, the more He will trust you with. Some of you are about to see a complete reversal in areas that have long been a source of pain. Relationships that have been fractured will find healing. Closed doors will swing wide. Finances that have been strained will experience unexpected provision. And the situations that seem like permanent losses will reveal themselves as divine setups for something better. This is the nature of God's favor. It transforms not only the present but the memory of the past. What once brought you sorrow will become a testimony that inspires hope in others. Be ready also for acceleration. God is not bound by the slow pace of human timelines. He can compress what should have taken years into moments. He can restore what was lost in the blink of an eye. And when His favor rests on you, the pace of your life will quicken, not in chaos, but in divine order. The things you have been waiting for will come to you in rapid succession, like waves hitting the shore one after another. You will barely finish praising Him for one blessing before another arrives. But in this season, you must guard your spirit with vigilance. Favor attracts attention, both good and bad. Some will rejoice with you, but others will envy you. Some will be inspired by your story, but others will seek to diminish it. Do not let the voices of doubt or jealousy distract you from the purpose of your blessing. Remember, God did not give you favor to prove anything to people. He gave it to position you for His plans. Keep your focus on Him, and no amount of criticism or resistance will be able to shake you. And here is another truth. Favor is not only about receiving, it is about becoming. God's blessing will not just change what you have, it will change who you are. It will deepen your gratitude, sharpen your discernment, and enlarge your compassion. You will see the world differently because you will have walked through the valley and stood on the mountain. You will understand that both were necessary to shape the person you are today. And from that place, you will carry yourself with the quiet strength of one who knows they are upheld by God alone. So step forward with courage. Speak words of faith over your life. Expect the best, not because you are entitled, but because God is faithful. The wait is over, and the chapter ahead is already written in your favor. Every detail has been considered, every obstacle has been accounted for, and every blessing has been timed perfectly. You are not stepping into uncertainty. You are stepping into a promise that has been prepared for you since the beginning. And when you look back, you will say, every step, every tear, every trial was worth it for this moment. When God is leading you, even the storms that rise against you will become stepping stones beneath your feet. The winds that were meant to knock you down will carry you forward because nothing can stand against the decree of the Almighty. God does not just give you the destination. He walks with you through the valleys, over the mountains, and across the deserts, ensuring that every trial is woven into your testimony. You may not understand the path, but the one who created it understands the reason. And when you trust Him completely, your heart will be unshaken no matter how dark the night becomes. There will be moments when the silence of God feels heavier than the noise of your troubles. But understand this, His silence is not His absence. When God is silent, He is watching, He is measuring, He is strengthening, and He is preparing the perfect moment to lift you higher. Sometimes God hides you so that the enemy cannot find you. He places you in the shadow of His hand, allowing you to grow in secret until the time of your unveiling. Do not mistake the delay for denial. God's timing is always flawless. When God decides to bless you, He does not need the approval of anyone. No human hand can open or close the doors that God Himself controls. You may have been rejected by people, but rejection from them is often protection from God. Many times, the no you hear from the world is the yes that will come from the heavens. Trust that what God has kept from you was never meant to destroy you, but to redirect you to something greater. God sees the betrayals you endured, the lies spoken against you, and the tears you cried in private. He is not blind to the injustice you faced, but the beauty of God's justice is this: He repays in a way that not only restores, but multiplies. While people seek to break you, God uses their very actions as the tools to build you. Every stone they throw becomes part of the foundation for the blessing He is preparing. And when God decides to elevate you, no force in the heavens or on earth can pull you down. Your enemies may gather, but they will stumble. They may speak, but their words will dissolve into the wind. Because when the Almighty covers you, you become untouchable, not by your own strength, but by the shield of His divine decree. That is why you must walk with confidence, not in arrogance, but in the quiet assurance that the one who holds the universe also holds your life. When fear tries to whisper that you will not make it, remind yourself God has already written my story, and the ending is victory. When doubt tries to cloud your vision, lift your head and say, the one who split the seas, who raises the sun each morning, who commands the stars at night, is the one guiding my steps. Because when God is in control, you are not just surviving. You are destined to thrive. The struggles may be real, but His power is greater. The road may be narrow, but His guidance is precise. The battle may be fierce, but His hand is mighty. Trust Him. Follow Him, and you will see that His plan for you was never to harm you, but to lift you beyond what you thought possible. When God decides to move in your life, no force in the heavens or the earth can stand against it. The mountains that looked immovable will tremble at His command. The seas that seemed impossible to cross will split open when He speaks. You must understand God is not limited by the obstacles you see. He is not hindered by the timelines of men. He is not restricted by what people think is possible. When God says it is, and nothing in creation can undo His decree, sometimes God will allow you to walk through seasons that test every part of you, not to destroy you, but to prove you, purify you, and prepare you. You may wonder why the road has been so long, why the trials have been so deep, why the delays have been so painful. But hear this: God is shaping something in you that could not be formed in comfort. Diamonds are not made in gentle breezes. They are forged under pressure. Gold is not purified in cold streams. It is refined in fire. And God will use the fire of your trials to bring out the purest version of you, the version that can carry the weight of the blessings He is about to release. Do not be deceived by the silence of God. His silence is not His absence. His delay is not His denial. Many times when you think nothing is happening, God is orchestrating the greatest turning point of your life behind the scenes. The doors that have been shut in your face are only setting the stage for the door that He will open. A door so great that you will understand why every other one had to remain closed. When God lifts a person, no human hand can pull them down. And when God withholds something, no amount of striving can force it into your life. This is why the wise stop fighting for what is not from Him and instead wait for His perfect will. For what God gives, He sustains. What He builds, He establishes. What He blesses, no curse can destroy. So guard your heart in this season. Do not let fear dictate your actions. Do not let bitterness take root because of delays. Keep your trust anchored in God alone. Speak His promises back to Him. Remind your soul of His power and walk as if the breakthrough has already been written, because it has. When God moves, the chains you thought were permanent will break suddenly. The people who look down on you will watch as He elevates you. The situations that seemed impossible will shift in a moment, and you will know without a shadow of a doubt that it was the hand of God and God alone that did it. My beloved, when the weight of life presses heavily upon you, when the storms rise and the winds howl, there is one truth you must never forget. God is still in control. Your situation does not define the power of God. Your pain does not limit the plan of God. And your enemies do not hold the keys to your destiny. God alone is the owner of the heavens and the earth. He has written your story before you were even placed in your mother's womb. And nothing in this world can erase the words He has spoken over your life. Do not measure God's greatness by the size of your trial. God is not intimidated by the obstacles before you. What you see as a dead end, He sees as a doorway. What you call impossible, He calls already done. Many times we are tempted to think, I am forgotten, my prayers are not heard. But the truth is, every tear you have shed has been counted. Every sigh of your heart has been recorded. And every moment you felt alone, God was closer than your own breath. God allows the darkness not to destroy you, but to teach you that the light you carry inside is far greater than any shadow outside. The valley you walk through is not the end of your journey. It is the training ground where God shapes your faith, strengthens your patience, and builds your resilience. If you only receive blessings without trials, you would never know the depth of His mercy or the greatness of His power to rescue. Some of you right now are in a season of waiting. You have prayed, you have worked, you have knocked on doors, but nothing seems to move. Understand this: delay is not denial. God's silence is not His absence. Sometimes He withholds what you think you need because He knows it will harm you. Sometimes He delays what you are asking for because He wants to give you something far greater than you imagine. And when God moves, He moves in a way that leaves no doubt that it was Him. He will open doors no one can shut. He will send help from places you did not expect. He will cause people to bless you who once ignored you. He will turn situations around so quickly that you will stand in awe and say, "This is the work of God alone." But you must be ready. God does not place His treasures in careless hands. He does not pour His blessings into hearts that are filled with arrogance or ingratitude. If you want God to trust you with more, you must prove faithful with the little. If you want Him to lift you higher, you must bow lower in humility before Him. The higher God takes you, the more deeply your roots must be planted in obedience, patience, and gratitude. And hear me, your enemies, no matter how loud, cannot stop the will of God. Their words may try to wound you. Their actions may try to block you, but they cannot override what God has decreed. When God says, "Be," it will be. When He commands the seas to part, they will part. When He orders the storm to be still, it will fall silent. So do not fear what man can do. Fear only losing your connection to God. Fear only turning your heart away from the one who holds your soul. For as long as you keep Him at the center, no force on earth or in the unseen can break you. Beloved, as we close this message, remember this: nothing in your life is hidden from the sight of God. Every tear you have shed, every silent cry in the dark, every injustice you have endured has been recorded by the one who never sleeps. He is not absent. He is not indifferent. His timing is perfect, and His wisdom is unsearchable. The trials you face today are not the end of your story. They are the training ground for the destiny He has prepared for you. What may seem like a delay is actually divine preparation. When the Lord chooses to move, nothing in the heavens, on the earth, or beneath it can resist what He has declared. When He unlocks a door, no hand can close it. When He raises you up, no power can drag you down. Do not let fear settle in your soul. Do not let the quiet voice of doubt drown out the call to trust. Hold fast to His promises. Walk in the way He has lit before you. Keep your heart clean in His sight. For God is your defender, your provider, your shield, and your guide. Even in the fiercest storm, He is at the helm, steering you towards safety. So rise with boldness, stand firm in faith, walk with confidence, and know that the Creator of heaven and earth is the very one who carries you in His hand. He will not forsake you, and He will not fail you. Your story is destined for victory, not through your own might, but through His unfailing strength. And when the breakthrough arrives, when the heaviness is lifted, when the light finally breaks through the clouds, you will look back and declare, "Surely God was with me every step of the way." There will come a moment in your life when you must rise, hold your head high, and declare enough. God did not place you on this earth to be stepped on, disrespected, or robbed of your peace. You were made in the image of the Almighty, carrying dignity, purpose, and a divine calling. And if you are to walk out that calling, hear me, you cannot allow certain behaviors, no matter who they come from or how close those people are to you. Because the moment you begin accepting what God never asked you to accept, you give others the right to trample on the very blessings He entrusted to you. Some of you are carrying a hidden weight because you have permitted these behaviors to linger around you for far too long. You've told yourself, "It's fine. I'll overlook it. I'll just let it slide." But deep inside, you know it is not right. Deep inside, you know this is not God's will for your life. God did not bring you this far to let you be bound by chains of disrespect, manipulation, and toxicity. He wants you to live free, to walk in His light, and to protect the peace He has placed inside you. But you cannot protect it if you keep giving space to behaviors that poison your spirit. The first thing you must never tolerate is disrespect. Disrespect is more than just someone raising their voice or rolling their eyes. Disrespect is when someone devalues your worth, undermines your faith, and treats you as if the God inside you is small. And here's the truth. Every time you allow someone to speak to you in a way that crushes your spirit, you are silently telling them, "It's okay, keep doing it." No, my friend, draw the line. God does not want His children to bow to the disrespect of others. If someone cannot honor you, if they cannot treat you with the dignity God Himself has given you, then you have no obligation to keep their presence in your life. God's approval is worth more than their acceptance. Another behavior you must never tolerate is deception. Lies destroy trust. And trust is the foundation of any relationship, whether it's with family, friends, or those you work with. God is a God of truth. He moves in light, not in shadows. When you surround yourself with liars, you are surrounding yourself with people who operate in darkness. And darkness will always try to pull you down to its level. It will twist your thinking, make you question your own discernment, and slowly erode your peace. If someone lies to you once, and you see no repentance, no change, then understand this is not a safe place for your heart. Protect the truth in your life the way you would protect a flame in the middle of a storm. The third behavior you must never tolerate is manipulation. There are people who will use your kindness against you. They will twist your compassion into a leash they can pull anytime they want. They know your heart is soft and they prey on it. But hear me, God gave you a heart of mercy, not a heart of slavery. Manipulators will drain you not because they cannot carry their own burdens, but because they know you will always pick them up. And if you keep allowing it, you will one day wake up too exhausted to carry the assignment God has given you. Love people, yes, but do not let that love become a chain around your own neck. Another behavior to never tolerate is disloyalty. Loyalty is not just about being present when life is good. Loyalty is about standing with someone when the wind is against them, when their name is being dragged, when the road gets hard. But there are those who smile in your face and stand in your shadow. Yet the moment the storm comes, they disappear. Or worse, they stand with your enemies. My friend, God Himself warns about double-minded people, those who speak one way and act another. When someone shows you they cannot be trusted with your name, your secrets, or your struggle, believe them. Do not give your heart to people who have already proven it means nothing to them. The fifth behavior you must never tolerate is constant criticism without love. We all need correction, but correction from God always comes with the warmth of His love and the goal of your growth. But there are people who criticize not to help you, but to break you. They point out your flaws, magnify your mistakes, and speak death over your dreams. They do not see the good in you because their heart is not aligned with God's heart. If you keep such voices close, you will begin to believe their words more than God's promises. Silence those voices, because the only voice that deserves to define you is the voice of the Almighty. And finally, never tolerate abuse, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual. Abuse is not love. It is not patience. It is not just how they are. It is evil. It is a violation of the boundaries God has set for how His children should be treated. If you are enduring abuse and convincing yourself that it's your duty to stay, hear me now. God does not want you bound to harm. He has called you to peace. He has called you to safety. Walking away from abuse is not rebellion. It is obedience to the truth that you are worthy of protection. Some of you listening to me right now are carrying wounds from each of these behaviors. Disrespect has made you feel small. Lies have made you question your worth. Manipulation has drained your strength. Disloyalty has broken your trust. Criticism has silenced your dreams. Abuse has crushed your spirit. But I am here to remind you that you are still standing because God has been holding you up. You are still breathing because He has a plan for you. And part of that plan is learning to say no more. No more giving space to what destroys me. No more tolerating what God never told me to accept. No more lowering my standards to keep people who have no intention of honoring the God in me. The day you decide to stop tolerating these behaviors is the day your life begins to shift. Doors will close. Yes, some people will walk away, but hear me, when they walk out, they are making room for the people God has chosen to walk in. God will never take something from you without giving you something better. He will never allow the wrong people to leave without bringing the right people to stay. But you must first have the courage to make the cut. God has given you discernment. He has given you wisdom. He has given you strength. Use it, protect it, live by it. Because your life is too short, your calling is too great, and your God is too mighty for you to waste another moment tolerating what should have been removed a long time ago. Let me take you deeper, my friend, because this message is not just about avoiding certain behaviors. It is about protecting the spiritual territory God has entrusted to you. Every life has boundaries set by God. Those boundaries are like the walls of a city meant to guard what is precious inside. But when you keep allowing these 6 behaviors to cross your boundaries, you are leaving the gates wide open for destruction to walk in and settle down. God did not place you here so your soul could be eroded one careless word, one deceitful act, one manipulative scheme at a time. He placed you here to live in the fullness of His peace, to walk with your head high under His covering, and to stand as a person who honors the truth He has placed within you. When you tolerate disrespect, you are allowing someone else's voice to carry more weight than the voice of God. Think about that. Every time they speak over you in a way that belittles you and you stay silent in fear of conflict, you are letting their opinion have authority in your life. But the authority belongs to God alone. He says you are valuable. He says you are chosen. He says you are worthy of honor not because of your status, your wealth, or your popularity, but because you carry His breath inside you. If the Creator of the heavens and the earth calls you precious, who has the right to make you feel worthless? And if someone insists on doing it, they do not deserve to stand close enough to hear your heartbeat. Deception is another poison that you must identify quickly, because lies are not always obvious. Sometimes deception comes wrapped in smiles and gentle words, but underneath the intention is to mislead you, to make you doubt what you know to be true. The danger of tolerating deception is that it distorts your discernment. When you constantly allow liars into your space, you begin to question your ability to hear from God. And once your discernment is clouded, the enemy can lead you down paths you were never meant to walk. God is light. Where there is light, there can be no darkness. So ask yourself, does this person's presence bring more clarity or more confusion to my life? If it brings confusion, God may be showing you that this is not a voice to trust. And manipulation, this is one of the most dangerous because it is subtle. Manipulators are skilled at making you feel guilty for setting boundaries. They twist your love into a leash and convince you that saying no means you are selfish. But God does not call you to live a life where others drain your strength until you have nothing left to give. Even the earth itself has seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And there are seasons when it rests, when it stops producing, so it can be renewed. Why do you think God designed it that way? Because constant giving without rest is not godly. It's destructive. Protect your seasons. Guard your strength. Refuse to let manipulation pull you out of alignment with the pace and peace God has set for you. Disloyalty, my friend, is betrayal in slow motion. It often begins with small cracks, whispers shared with others, moments when your absence becomes an opportunity for them to dishonor you. Do not be fooled into thinking it is harmless. Disloyalty eats away at trust until there is nothing left to stand on. God is faithful. His nature is loyalty. He never abandons those who seek Him. That is why it hurts so deeply when someone you trusted betrays you. It is the opposite of His nature. But understand this, when disloyalty is exposed, it is a gift. It is God pulling back the curtain and showing you who truly belongs in your inner circle. Do not run after those He has removed, because every departure He allows is an act of protection. Then there is the constant criticism without love. This one is dangerous because it often disguises itself as just being honest. But honesty without love is cruelty, and cruelty is not from God. Words are seeds. Every word spoken into your life has the power to either build you up or tear you down. And when someone constantly points out your flaws without offering encouragement, they are planting seeds of doubt and insecurity in your heart. God's correction always comes with hope. It lifts you even as it challenges you. But the critic who speaks only to wound is not speaking from the heart of God. Shut the door to those voices and tune your ears to the voice that speaks life over you. Finally, we must confront abuse in all its form. Abuse thrives in silence. It convinces you that enduring pain is a form of loyalty, that accepting harm is an act of patience. But God never commands you to stay in the hands of those who break you. Abuse is not a test from God. It is an offense against the very life He gave you. The same God who created the oceans, the mountains, and the stars also created you with care and intention. He placed His breath within you. That alone makes you too valuable to be destroyed by someone's cruelty. Walking away from abuse is not weakness. It is honoring the life God entrusted to you. If you truly want to honor God with your life, you must start by guarding the ground He has given you. Stop apologizing for protecting your peace. Stop feeling guilty for walking away from what drains you. Some people will call you cold. Others will say you've changed. Let them talk. What they call change is actually you stepping into alignment with God's will. And when you are in His will, you will have a strength that no human approval could ever give you. The truth is, these 6 behaviors are not just annoying habits. They are spiritual threats on. Each one is a doorway that, if left open, will let darkness enter your life. Disrespect chips away at your identity. Deception blinds your discernment. Manipulation drains your strength. Disloyalty weakens your trust. Loveless criticism steals your confidence. Abuse crushes your spirit. God does not want His children to live under the weight of these chains. He calls you to freedom, but freedom always requires courage. The courage to close the door on what harms you, even when it's hard, even when it costs you relationships, even when it leaves you standing alone for a season. And here is the beautiful truth. When you take a stand, when you refuse to tolerate what dishonors God's will for your life, you create space for Him to move. You create room for the right voices to speak into you, for the right people to walk beside you, for the right opportunities to open before you. The God who made you is the same God who will surround you with what nourishes your soul once you remove what poisons it. Let me take you even deeper, because if this message is going to reach your heart, you must see these 6 behaviors not only as social wrongs, but as spiritual invasions. Silent thieves that strip you of the joy, clarity, and strength that God Himself has given you. You see, every one of these behaviors is like a seed. And if you let it be planted in your life, it will grow roots. And once it takes root, it will not only affect your relationships, it will choke out your peace, your purpose, and your closeness with God. When you tolerate disrespect, it's not just about someone being rude. It is an attack on the order God has set for your life. God calls you to live with dignity. And dignity means you carry yourself with the understanding that you belong to Him. Disrespect is dangerous because it trains you to accept less than what God intended. You get used to being spoken over, ignored, or treated like your feelings do not matter. Slowly, without realizing it, you start adjusting yourself to fit into spaces that were never worthy of you in the first place. My friend, you cannot shine the light God gave you if you are constantly shrinking to fit the darkness others want you to stay in. There comes a moment when you have to say, I will not let the way others see me override the way God sees me. And when it comes to deception, the cost is even greater than hurt feelings. It is the loss of trust, and trust is sacred. When someone lies to you, they are showing you that they are willing to break one of the most precious bonds that exists between people. And if you overlook it, thinking it's just one lie, you open the door for more. Lies multiply. A single deception is like a crack in a wall. Leave it unattended, and soon the whole structure will crumble. God operates in truth, and truth builds strong foundations. Deception is the enemy's language, and it always works to destroy what God is building in you. So when you detect it, deal with it. Do not allow a liar to have the same access to your heart as someone who has proven their honesty. Manipulation is perhaps one of the most subtle yet damaging forces you can face. It doesn't always come from those you expect. Sometimes it comes from people you love deeply, family, friends, mentors. They know your values, your compassion, your sense of duty, and they use those very qualities against you. This is why you must anchor your decisions not in guilt, not in fear of disappointing people, but in what God says is right. If you live your life constantly bending under the weight of manipulation, you will one day find yourself so far off the path God intended that you no longer recognize where you are. God has given you a mind to think clearly, a spirit to discern, and a will to choose. Do not hand those gifts over to people who twist them for their own gain. Disloyalty is a wound that cuts deeper than most realize because it is betrayal wrapped in familiarity. The person you trusted with your secrets, the one you defended in their absence, becomes the one who turns their back on you when it's your turn to be defended. And here is the truth. It is better to know where someone truly stands, even if it hurts, than to live in the illusion of loyalty. God often reveals disloyalty not to break you, but to free you from misplaced trust. And when you release those who cannot be faithful, you make room for the ones God has prepared. People whose loyalty is not based on convenience, but on the same integrity and faithfulness that God Himself shows to you. Then there is loveless criticism, which is a slow poison. Words shape us from the time we are children. The words spoken over us build our understanding of who we are. When criticism comes without love, without the intention to help you grow, it tears down rather than builds up. You start doubting your abilities, your calling, even your worth. That is why you must weigh the words spoken into your life against what God says about you. If someone's words consistently push you into fear, shame, or self-hatred, they are not speaking from God's heart. God's correction may sting, but it always leads you toward hope, toward betterment, toward becoming the person He created you to be. Abuse in any form is the clearest sign that a relationship is out of alignment with God's will. Abuse is not love. Abuse is not patience. Abuse is violence against the soul. Whether it comes through hands, words, or the twisting of spiritual truths to control and dominate, the longer you tolerate abuse, the more it conditions you to see it as normal. But hear me, God never intended for harm to be your daily reality. He calls you to peace. He calls you to safety. And walking away from abuse is not abandoning your faithfulness. It is protecting the temple that God Himself made when He created you. These 6 behaviors are not just personal issues, they are spiritual threats. And the longer you allow them, the more they will drain the life God poured into you. But here's the hope. God has not left you powerless. He has given you discernment to see the truth, wisdom to set boundaries, and strength to walk away when necessary. And when you choose to stop tolerating what dishonors Him, you open the door for blessings that have been waiting for you all along. Some blessings are delayed not because God is unwilling to give them, but because you are still holding on to people and behaviors that cannot go where He is taking you. And I want you to know this. When you take that stand, not everyone will understand. Some will say you have changed. Some will accuse you of being unkind or unforgiving. But you must remember you are not living for their approval. You are living for God's approval. And if God delights in your choice to guard your peace, to protect your calling, and to honor the worth He has placed within you, then know this: you have chosen wisely. The road of rejecting such behaviors will not always be smooth. There will be nights of solitude. There will be times when you long for the comfort of what was familiar, even if that familiarity was toxic. Yet every step you take away from what wounds you is a step closer to the life God intended for you. A life marked by peace, by purpose, and by strength. And one day you will look back with gratitude, not only for those He brought into your life, but also for those He gave you the courage to release. When you decide to draw the boundary and refuse to permit such behaviors any longer, you are not being cruel. You are stepping into the authority God has entrusted to you over your own life. You are declaring, I will no longer allow what is impure to taint what God has purified. I will no longer let what is destructive erode the foundation God has built within me. This is not arrogance. This is faithful stewardship. Stewardship means taking care of what God has entrusted to you. And your heart, your mind, and your peace are part of that sacred trust. You must understand every relationship you have is either pulling you closer to God's light or dragging you further into darkness. There is no such thing as neutral ground when it comes to influence. Even the smallest tolerated behavior, if it goes against God's will, is like leaving a window open in the middle of a storm. It won't be long before the rain and wind come pouring in. That's why discernment is not optional. It's essential. And discernment doesn't just come from observing actions. It comes from being close to God. The more you align your heart with Him, the more clearly you will see who belongs in your life and who must be kept at a distance. Disrespect, if left unchecked, will reprogram the way you see yourself. You may begin as someone confident in God's love, but over time, constant belittling will convince you to question your worth. That is the enemy's strategy, to use people's words and actions to make you forget the identity God has given you. But you cannot allow someone else's brokenness to redefine your value. The day you stop accepting disrespect is the day you reclaim the truth that God's opinion of you is final, and His opinion is not swayed by the loudest voice in the room. It is set from the moment He breathed life into you. Deception works like a slow leak in a vessel. It might not seem dangerous at first, but over time, it will sink you. Lies have the power to cloud your judgment and make you question what you know in your spirit. This is why you must guard your inner circle with the utmost care. Not everyone who smiles at you is for you. Not everyone who praises you means it. God will often give you subtle warnings, a feeling, a moment of hesitation, a small detail that doesn't add up. Listen to those warnings. Ignoring them will cost you more in the long run than confronting the truth. Now, manipulation is one of the most calculated forms of control. It doesn't come from strength. It comes from weakness disguised as authority. Manipulators depend on you being too kind, too giving, too afraid to say enough. They operate through guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure. But God never designed relationships to be chains. True connection should be built on mutual respect, not forced compliance. When you set a boundary against manipulation, you are not being cold. You are refusing to surrender the freedom God intended for you to live in. Disloyalty is often revealed when you're at your lowest. It's easy for people to stand with you when you are strong. But when you're struggling, their true character emerges, and this is when God allows you to see their heart clearly. Do not be bitter when disloyalty is revealed. Be grateful. It is God showing you the truth so you can move forward with clarity. Sometimes the removal of a disloyal person from your life is the very thing that clears the way for the loyal God-sent relationships you have been praying for. Loveless criticism is like acid to the soul. It eats away slowly until you can no longer see the good in yourself. There is a difference between someone pointing out an area you can improve and someone constantly reminding you of your shortcomings without ever speaking hope over your life. God's voice is never without hope. Even when He corrects you, He does it to lift you, to guide you, to bring you closer to His purpose. But a critic without love is not guiding you. They are grinding you down. And the longer you listen to them, the harder it becomes to hear God's voice over theirs. Abuse in any form is the ultimate violation of the value God placed on you. Physical abuse breaks the body. Emotional abuse breaks the spirit. And spiritual abuse distorts the truth of God's word to control and trap you. Every form of abuse is a rebellion against God's design for how people should treat each other. If you are in an environment where abuse is present, know this: it will not change simply because you hope it will. Change begins when you remove yourself from the reach of the abuser and allow God to heal and restore you in a safe place. These 6 behaviors are not just problems to endure. They are alerts from God that something in your environment is not aligned with His will for your life. If you keep ignoring those alerts, you will remain stuck in cycles that drain you of strength, joy, and peace. But if you act on them, if you take the courage to set boundaries, to walk away, to speak up, then you will begin to see doors open that you never thought possible. God blesses obedience. And obedience sometimes looks like leaving behind the very things you once thought you could never live without. And when you finally step out, when you cut ties with what has been poisoning your life, do not fear the silence that follows. That silence is not emptiness. It is space. Space for God to fill with what is good. Space for peace to return. Space for the right people, the right opportunities, the right moments to enter. It may hurt now, but the pain is temporary. The freedom will last. And in that freedom, you will see that you were never truly alone. God was with you all along, waiting for you to trust Him enough to let go. My friends, when a heart is far from God, it is like a well without water, dry, cracked, and barren. Such a heart may appear beautiful on the outside, speaking words that sound smooth to the ear, but within it hides darkness, pride, and deceit. And if we are not careful, if we do not guard our souls, we may allow such a person to influence our spirit, weaken our faith, and drain our peace. God warns us in His book that the heart is the wellspring of life, and from it flows either purity or corruption. A person with an evil heart does not merely make a mistake, but they live in rebellion against the light. They do not seek truth, they twist it. They do not love righteousness, they resist it. They will smile in your presence, but plot in your absence. And it is not your imagination. This is the whisper of God guiding you to see beyond their mask. One of the most dangerous signs of an evil heart is that it thrives in deception. Such a person cannot survive in the presence of transparency because truth exposes them. They operate best in shadows, in secrecy and manipulation. But remember, God sees through every disguise, every lie, and every plan formed against the righteous. No plot is too hidden for Him to uncover, no scheme too clever for Him to dismantle. An evil heart will also feed on division. It will stir conflict where there is peace, sow mistrust where there is harmony. Why? Because unity threatens their control. But the one who walks with God will not be shaken by their schemes. For they know that peace is not found in pleasing people. It is found in aligning with the will of the Almighty. Beloved, there is something you must understand. When God exposes the evil in someone's heart, it is not to make you bitter. It is to make you wise. It is not to harden your heart. It is to strengthen it. God does not reveal the darkness in others so you can hate them. He reveals it so you can protect yourself, your calling, and your soul from their influence. Sometimes the most powerful act of faith is not confronting them. It is removing yourself from their reach. Silence can be more powerful than any argument. Because when you stop feeding their need for control, they lose their grip. This is not weakness. This is divine strategy. God Himself removes people from our lives when their presence would poison our future. And let me tell you, when you walk away from an evil heart, you are not losing something valuable. You are gaining the space for God to bring the right people into your life. You are freeing your mind from the confusion of manipulation, and you are allowing God to fill that space with peace, clarity, and purpose. But hear me well. An evil heart is not always in others. Sometimes God will show you pieces of your own heart that need cleansing, selfish motives, hidden pride, secret resentments. The most dangerous enemy is the one inside. That is why the prayer of the wise is always, "O God, purify my heart." Because only a pure heart can truly see and hear Him. So I say to you today, guard your heart above all else. Do not allow bitterness, envy, or lies to take root. Do not be deceived by appearances, for a person can dress in humility, but walk in arrogance. Test every spirit, weigh every word, and measure every action by the standard of God's truth. And when you find yourself in the presence of someone with an evil heart, do not fear. God is your shield, your defender, your light in the darkness. No weapon formed against you shall succeed, because the one who holds your destiny is greater than the one who plots against it. My dear brothers and sisters, when the heart is pure, it becomes like a mirror reflecting the light of God's guidance. But when the heart is corrupt, it becomes like a stone that refuses to let water sink in. A person with an evil heart does not just commit wrong deeds. They carry an atmosphere of darkness around them. Their words wound, their actions mislead, and their intentions are soaked in pride, envy, and deceit. This is why God warns us, "Verily, in the body there is a piece of flesh. If it is sound, the whole body is sound. But if it is corrupt, the whole body is corrupt, and that is the heart." An evil heart thrives on secrets that destroy others. Such a person smiles in your presence, but sharpens their knife behind your back. They are quick to spread rumors, yet slow to admit their faults. They seek the weakness in others, not to help them, but to use it as a weapon. Beware of such souls, for they are like hidden snakes in the grass, silent until they strike. God, in His infinite wisdom, exposes them in time. For falsehood may rise like foam on the water, but the truth will always remain like the ocean beneath it. The one who walks with God fears no evil heart, for God's protection is like an invisible shield. You may hear the lies spoken about you. You may feel the sting of betrayal, but deep down you will also feel the unshakable calm that comes from knowing that God sees, God knows, and God will judge. This is why we must guard our own hearts with constant remembrance of God, so that no seed of arrogance or hatred can take root. For an evil heart cannot harm a believer whose faith is anchored deeply in God's promise. And remember, my brothers and sisters, God does not simply warn us about evil hearts so that we can avoid them. He warns us so we can make sure we never become one ourselves. Pride can creep in unnoticed. Bitterness can harden us quietly. Jealousy can grow in the shadows of our thoughts. That is why the believer constantly checks their heart, constantly purifies their soul, constantly seeks God's forgiveness before the disease spreads. An evil heart may gain temporary victories, but their end is always the same: disgrace in this world and regret in the next. For the justice of God is not delayed. It is perfectly timed. My dear brothers and sisters, when the storms of life rage around you, when the night feels endless and the weight upon your heart seems too heavy to bear, remember this: God is not distant. God is not silent. God is not ignoring you. Every moment you breathe, every tear that falls from your eyes, every sigh that escapes your chest, He sees, He hears, and He knows. The Almighty, whose wisdom spans the heavens and the earth, has written your life with precision. Not a single trial enters your path except by His knowledge and permission. And not a single hardship will remain except that it carries within it the seeds of a blessing you cannot yet see. You see, sometimes God allows the soil of your soul to be broken so that something greater can grow. He allows certain people to walk away not because you are unworthy, but because their chapter in your story is over. He closes one door not to punish you, but to shield you from a fire you cannot see. And when God shields you, it is not only from what harms your body, it is from what could corrupt your heart, destroy your faith, and distance you from Him. So do not be deceived when the path grows narrow. Do not be shaken when the world turns cold. The one who holds the keys to all doors has not abandoned you. He is preparing you. The delay is not denial. It is divine timing. What you think is the end is often the exact place where God begins something new. The same night that feels unbearable is the night that carries your dawn. And let me tell you, when God decides to lift you, no force in creation can keep you down. No jealousy, no scheme, no enemy, no injustice will stand against the will of the Almighty. You could be in the deepest pit, and He will raise you in ways that will silence every tongue that spoke against you. But you must trust Him in the unseen. Walk with Him when you do not understand, and surrender your heart fully to His care. Do not measure God's love for you by how easy your life feels. Measure it by how many times He saved you from what you did not even know would harm you. Measure it by the strength He gave you when you thought you would break. Measure it by the peace He placed in your heart when the world around you was chaos. Hold on, for the help of God is near. And when it comes, it will not be small. It will not be partial. It will be perfect. Because everything from God is perfect. Understand this: when God calls a person, He does not call them into a life of comfort, but into a life of purpose. He strips away the false comforts of this world so that you will lean on Him alone. The tests you face are not signs of His absence. They are signs of His deep involvement in your life. Every hardship, every betrayal, every door that closes is part of His design to position you exactly where you need to be for the destiny He has written for you. Do not measure your worth by how people treat you, for people's hearts are fragile and flawed. Measure your worth by the value God has placed on you when He molded you in the secret of the womb. When He breathed His Spirit into you, and when He decreed that your name would be written in His book before you ever took your first breath. You are not a product of chance. You are a deliberate creation of the Almighty, fashioned with intention and set apart for His work. The world will try to break you. It will whisper lies. It will present illusions, and it will paint temporary pleasures as permanent joy. But remember, every glittering temptation that lures you away from God is just dust in disguise. True peace is not found in what you possess. It is found in who possesses your heart. When God holds your heart, no storm can uproot you. No enemy can overpower you. and no darkness can suffocate the light that He has placed within you. Some of you here feel overlooked, forgotten by people you once served, ignored by those you once supported. But hear this: you are not forgotten by God. Every tear you shed is recorded by Him. Every sleepless night is seen by Him. Every prayer whispered under your breath is heard by Him. And the one who sees everything will answer you in His perfect timing. Not a moment too soon, not a second too late. So walk forward with courage. When the path ahead seems uncertain, trust that God has already walked it before you. When you feel weak, trust that He is your strength. When you are lost in the noise of the world, silence your heart and listen, because His guidance often comes as a whisper, gentle yet powerful, steering you away from danger and into His safety. And when you face your greatest trials, do not ask, "Why me, God?" Instead ask, "What are you preparing me for, God?" Because the higher the calling, the greater the preparation. You are not being destroyed. You are being refined. You are not being abandoned. You are being hidden for a season, so that when He brings you out, no one will doubt that it was His hand alone that raised you. Understand this truth. When God decides to elevate you, no force in the heavens or the earth can hold you down. People may plot, whispers may spread, and enemies may rise, but when the Almighty decrees your success, it becomes reality. His word is not like the word of man. It is eternal, unshakable, and irresistible. We often mistake the noise of the world for power, but the real power lies in the silence of God's command. You may not see it yet, but when He moves in your favor, events align, doors open, hearts soften, and opportunities appear as if from nowhere. The one who trusts fully in God walks with a shield the world cannot see. But here's the challenge. Faith without obedience is like a locked treasure chest. You can believe there's gold inside, but if you don't have the key, you will never touch it. The key is submission to God, doing what pleases Him, even when it costs you comfort, even when no one is watching, even when the path is lonely. Because obedience brings the light of His guidance into your life. Do not think the storms in your life are always signs of punishment. Sometimes God allows the winds to blow hard so He can clear away the false foundations you've been standing on. Sometimes He shakes your world not to destroy you, but to rebuild you on a stronger foundation. If He removes a person, a job, an opportunity, it is only because He has seen what you could not. And remember, the Almighty tests those He loves. He tests you not to break you, but to prepare you for the blessings that require stronger shoulders. A tree that grows in gentle weather develops shallow roots, but a tree that faces the storm digs its roots deep. So when the wind comes again, it will not fall. You too must let your trials drive your roots deeper into trust in God. The one who puts God first will never be last in His plan. And the one who fears God more than the opinion of people will walk with a freedom no chains can bind. So I tell you, stop living for the approval of men. Stop bending your back to please those who would not lift a finger for you in your time of need. Bend only before the one who holds your soul. Seek His smile, even if the whole world frowns. Because at the end of this life, when all the noise is gone, and you stand in the silence of eternity, it will not be the applause of people that saves you. It will be the mercy of God. And that mercy is reserved for the sincere, the humble, the steadfast, the ones who never traded His truth for the comfort of lies. Beloved, hear me well. In a world that is drowning in deceit, betrayal, and darkness, God has not left you defenseless. He has given you the wisdom to discern, the strength to resist, and the courage to stand firm. When you recognize the traits of an evil heart, you are not judging. You are protecting the sacred space God has given you. Evil will always try to appear as good. It will smile when it hates you. It will flatter when it envies you. And it will pretend to help while it schemes your downfall. But when you walk in the fear of God, no scheme of the enemy will stand. Do not let your heart grow cold because of the evil you have seen. Let your heart remain untainted, preserved by the truth of God's word, and rooted firmly in righteousness. The darker evil becomes, the brighter you must shine as a beacon, steady, unwavering, and unyielding. Your destiny is not controlled by the will of people. It rests securely in the hands of the Almighty. And when the Lord stands with you, no corrupt heart can break you. No lying tongue can label you, and no hidden scheme can ever overcome you. Stay alert, remain in prayer, stand strong. Discern the marks of a wicked heart, not so that fear rules you, but so that victory guides you. For the one who trusts in the Lord will never be disgraced, and the one who walks in obedience will always rise above the plots of the unrighteous. So lift your head, guard your soul, and never forget this truth. Evil may roar loudly, but God's voice resounds louder still, and His word will carry you safely through every storm, every betrayal, and every shadow into the radiant light of His protection. Take a moment and breathe with me, because what I'm about to share is something you need to hear, and you need to hear it now. Some of you watching this have been pacing the floor through the night. Your thoughts keep spinning, chasing answers that refuse to come. You wake before dawn, not because you choose to, but because the heaviness on your chest won't let you rest. You stare at your life and whisper, "When will it change? When will it happen for me? How much longer must I wait?" And right there in the stillness of that moment, I want to speak directly to your soul. Stop worrying. Stop tormenting yourself with every possible thing that could go wrong. Stop painting pictures in your mind of disasters that will never unfold. God's work in your life isn't over. He is already preparing massive, divine doors to open for you. You may think those doors are locked. You may have pushed and pushed until your strength ran out. You may have knocked, cried, pleaded, and been met with nothing but silence. And in that silence, the enemy whispers, "See, God has forgotten you. You are stuck here forever." But that is a lie. That silence is not absence. It is preparation. God is working behind the scenes in ways you cannot yet see, weaving together events, aligning circumstances, and preparing blessings that will come to you in the exact moment He has appointed. You may not see the blueprint, but God is the master builder, and He wastes nothing. Not your tears, not your pain, not your waiting. Some of you are staring at closed doors right now and calling them rejection. But I tell you, some closed doors are not rejection. They are redirection. God is not saying no to punish you. He is saying not this way to protect you. That door you wanted so badly to open might have led to a place that would have drained your soul, destroyed your peace, or stolen your joy. And yet, in our impatience, we demand that God works on our timetable. But hear me, God's timing is not just good, it is perfect. He will not open the door 1 second too soon or 1 second too late. Think about this. When a seed is planted in the ground, it disappears from sight. You cannot see it breaking open. You cannot see it growing roots. But under the soil, life is stirring. The darkness of the soil is not the death of the seed. It is the beginning, and so it is with you. This season of waiting, this season where nothing seems to be moving, is not the end. It is the preparation for your breakthrough. God is nourishing the roots of your faith before He brings you into the full light of your blessing. I know what worry does to the human heart. It robs your energy before the battle even begins. It ties you up in knots, convinces you that nothing will work out, and makes you live tomorrow's problems with today's strength. Worry is the thief that enters your mind and leaves you weaker, smaller, and doubting. And here is the truth you need to take deep into your soul. Worry does not move God's hand, faith does. You cannot pray for a blessing and then live as if God is not able to provide it. You cannot ask for an open door and then keep staring at the locked one as if that is all God can do. There is a reason the people who live with unshakable peace are not the ones with perfect circumstances. They are the ones who have decided to trust God regardless of the circumstances. They know that if God could create the heavens and the earth, He can create a pathway for them. If God could bring water out of a rock, He can bring provision out of nowhere for you. If God could part a sea, He can part the obstacles in your way. But you have to choose to stop feeding your fears and start feeding your faith. Some of you have been measuring God's power by your past disappointments. You think, well, I've prayed before and it didn't happen. I believed before and it still failed. But just because it didn't happen when or how you wanted doesn't mean it won't happen. Some blessings are delayed because God is protecting you from receiving them too soon. A blessing given at the wrong time can become a burden. And God loves you too much to give you something that will harm you because you are not ready for it. He will wait until you are strengthened, matured, and prepared for the weight of what you are asking for. You see, God's doors are not ordinary doors. When He opens one, no man can shut it. And when He shuts one, no man can force it open. That is why you cannot manipulate, beg, or force your way into a season that God has not yet unlocked for you. The most powerful thing you can do in the waiting is to trust Him completely. To rest in the knowledge that He knows exactly where you are and exactly what you need. Some of you are holding on to things God is trying to take away, and yet you are asking Him to bless you. But blessings often require letting go. You cannot receive what is in God's hand if your hands are full of what He has already asked you to release. Maybe it's a relationship that has drained you for years. Maybe it's a job that suffocates your spirit. Maybe it's the approval of people who will never truly value you. Whatever it is, if God is asking you to lay it down, it's because He is about to replace it with something better. And here is where so many stumble. They want the blessing without the pruning, the reward without the refining. But God will not place new wine into old wineskins. He will not pour fresh oil into a vessel that still carries the residue of the past. Sometimes the reason the door has not yet opened is because God is still preparing you to walk through it. He is shaping your character so that when you receive the blessing, it will not destroy you. Worry tells you to rush. Faith tells you to wait. Worry says, what if it never happens? Faith says, it's already on the way. Worry makes you chase after everything in sight. Faith makes you stand still and watch God bring it to you. And if you have lived long enough, you know this truth. Every time you tried to force something before its time, it never lasted. But every time you waited on God, the blessing came with peace, with stability, and with a strength that could not be shaken. Some of you are surrounded by closed doors right now because God is funneling you toward the right one. He is not confusing you. He is directing you. He is guiding your steps away from danger and toward destiny. And I promise you, when that door swings open, you will understand why every other one had to remain shut. You will look back and thank God for not giving you what you thought you wanted. You will realize that His no was never rejection. It was divine protection. There are moments in life when God will strip you of every option except to trust Him. He will close every door, cut off every escape route, and remove every backup plan. Not to punish you, but to position you, because when the blessing comes, you will know beyond a shadow of a doubt. It was not luck. It was not chance. It was not your own strength. It was God and God alone who made it happen. You may feel forgotten, but God knows your name. You may feel invisible, but God sees you. You may feel like you've been waiting forever, but God's appointed time is never late. And when that time comes, the blessing will not trickle into your life. It will flood it. It will overtake you, surprise you, and remind you that you serve a God who keeps His promises. Let me speak to you plainly because your heart needs to hear it without any sugar. Quoting worry is a form of doubt in disguise. It's the mind's way of saying, I don't really believe God will handle this. You may not say it out loud, but every time you turn a problem over in your head 100 times instead of turning it over to God, you are letting doubt set the rules for your life. And doubt is a tyrant. It will chain you in the same spot for years, make you afraid to take a step forward, and rob you of sleep while accomplishing absolutely nothing. God never asked you to figure everything out. He asked you to trust Him. That is why your energy is running low. You are trying to carry what was never meant for your shoulders. There is a reason God allows seasons of uncertainty, because it strips away the illusion that you are in control. We are quick to believe that if we plan well enough, work hard enough, or connect with the right people, we can make everything happen for ourselves. But there comes a point where no contact, no amount of skill, and no clever plan can force the door open. That is when you discover the most freeing truth in the world. God does not need your connections, your status, or your strategy to bless you. When it's time for your door to open, He can take you from overlooked to sought after. In a single day, He can turn what others ignored into something the world suddenly values. But here's the challenge. You have to stop measuring God's ability by the size of the door in front of you. Some of you are staring at a small opportunity and thinking, this can't be the way. Others are looking at an obstacle so massive that you assume it's impossible. But the size of the door has nothing to do with the size of your God. If He wants you to walk through it, He will either enlarge it or make you fit perfectly through it. And if He wants to, He can make a brand new door in a wall you thought was solid stone. So many blessings are missed because people gave up one prayer too soon. They stopped believing right before the turn came. They let exhaustion convince them that nothing was happening when in reality the blessing was already in motion. Think about the earth itself. There is always movement happening beneath the surface, even when you feel nothing. The ground can be calm and still for years, then shift suddenly and permanently. Your blessing can be like that silent preparation until one day everything changes in a moment you never saw coming. And make no mistake, when God opens the right door, it will not just be for your survival, it will be for your elevation. Too many settle for asking God only to get by when He is trying to bring them into a place of abundance. I am not talking about greed or chasing after material things. I am talking about the abundance of peace, stability, and purpose that comes when you are exactly where God wants you to be. And let me tell you, when you walk into that kind of blessing, you won't have to apologize for it, hide it, or downplay it to make others comfortable. The blessing will speak for itself, and it will testify to the goodness of God without you saying a word. But before the door opens, God often asks you to pass a test, the test of trust. He will place you in situations where nothing makes sense, where you cannot see the outcome, and where the easiest option is to give up. And in those moments, you have two choices. Either you let your emotions dictate your decisions, or you stand in the middle of the storm and declare, "I will not be moved. God is my provider, and I will not be shaken." That's what faith looks like. It's not an emotion you feel when everything is going well. Faith is the decision to trust God when everything around you is telling you not to. There is another reason God may delay the door from opening. He is building in you the ability to stay humble when it does. A blessing can attract jealousy, criticism, and attention you never asked for. Without humility, you might spend more time defending the blessing than enjoying it. But when you know it was God who brought you there, you don't waste your energy trying to prove anything to anyone. You simply walk in gratitude and let the blessing speak for itself. Some of you are frustrated because you think the delay means God has forgotten you. But a delay is often the sign that the blessing is bigger than you imagined. Bigger blessings require bigger preparation. You can't carry a heavy load with weak hands. You can't walk through a large door if you're still thinking small. God is using this season to stretch your vision, deepen your endurance, and increase your faith so that when the blessing arrives, you are ready to hold it without dropping it. And I must warn you, when God is about to open a door for you, distractions will come. People who doubted you will suddenly want your attention. Opportunities that look good but are not from God will appear to pull you off course. Old habits and old fears will try to creep back in. Why? Because the enemy knows that if you step through that door, you will operate on a higher level than before. That is why you must guard your focus. Do not let temporary emotions pull you away from eternal purposes. When you are close to your blessing, life will often feel the most difficult. You will feel the pressure increasing, the uncertainty mounting, and the silence from God stretching longer than you thought you could endure. But remember, just before dawn, the night is the darkest. Just before the birth, the labor is the most intense. And just before the blessing, the enemy will push the hardest. If you can withstand that final push, the door will swing open with a force that nothing can shut. I want you to understand something powerful. God's blessings are not fragile. When He opens a door, you don't have to rush to grab it before it disappears. You don't have to fear that someone else will take what belongs to you. A door God has designed for you will remain yours until you step through it. Nobody can steal it, block it, or cancel it. That is why you don't need to compare your journey to anyone else's. Their door is not your door, their timing is not your timing, and their blessing is not your blessing. Stop living as if the blessing depends on you convincing God to give it. He already knows what you need. He already knows what you've been through, and He already has the perfect moment in mind. Your role is not to force the timing. It is to remain faithful until the timing arrives. And when it does, you will realize that every tear, every prayer, every sleepless night was worth it. Some of you listening to me right now are living in the tension between what God promised and what you can currently see. That space between the promise and the fulfillment can feel like a desert, dry, lonely, and without any visible sign of life. But deserts are not dead places. They are proving grounds. In the desert, you learn to rely on God in ways you never would in the comfort of abundance. In the desert, you learn that water can come from unexpected sources. that strength can rise in you when you thought you had nothing left, and that peace can exist even when nothing around you makes sense. Do not despise your desert season. It is often the pathway to the door God is about to open. And let me tell you something about God's door. They are never random. God is strategic in everything He does. When He opens a door, it is aligned perfectly with your purpose, your preparation, and your season. He does not open doors to entertain you. He opens doors to advance you. That means the door you've been praying for may not look glamorous at first. It may look small, hidden, or even unremarkable to others. But when you step through it, you will find that it leads to far more than you could see from the outside. Never underestimate what God can do with what looks ordinary. I know the temptation to take matters into your own hands when you feel like God is taking too long. You start to think, maybe I should help God out. Maybe I should push this door open myself. But every time you try to do God's work in your own strength, you create unnecessary burdens. What God opens flows with grace. What you force will drain you. And there is nothing more exhausting than living in a season you were never called to enter. Sometimes the very reason God is delaying your blessing is because He's waiting for you to put something down. You can't carry baggage from the past into the place He's taking you. Old grudges, old habits, and old mindsets cannot survive in the atmosphere of your blessing. They will pollute it. They will sabotage it. God is not just preparing the door. He is preparing you to walk through it without bringing destruction to what He's about to give you. When the door opens, it will not be a timid, half-hearted shift. It will be a clear, undeniable move of God. And when it happens, you won't need to ask anyone if this is the moment. You will know. The peace will be unshakable. The provision will be undeniable. The alignment will be too perfect to be explained by coincidence. That's the thing about God's doors. When He opens them, you don't have to fight for proof. The blessing itself is the proof. But here's the truth. Many people will see the door but never walk through it because they allow fear to speak louder than faith. Fear will tell you you're not ready. Fear will remind you of your failures. Fear will show you all the risks, all the reasons why it might not work, and all the ways you could lose. And if you listen to fear long enough, you will watch the door close while you stand on the outside wondering what could have been. God did not bring you this far to leave you frozen at the threshold. When He says, go, you must go even if your knees are shaking. There is a certain boldness that comes from knowing who holds your future. When you truly believe God is in control, you stop living like every setback is the end. You stop treating closed doors as personal failures. You stop seeing delays as punishments. Instead, you begin to understand that everything, yes, everything is either God's protection, God's preparation, or God's positioning. You start walking through life with a steady heart because you know the one who holds the keys is guiding your steps. Some of you have been asking, but what if the opportunity passes me by? Let me settle that for you right now. Nothing God has for you will ever belong to someone else. Your blessing has your name on it. Your opportunity has been designed to fit your life, your calling, and your journey. It will never show up too soon, and it will never come too late. It will appear at the exact moment God declares, now. And when that time arrives, you won't have to plead for it. You won't have to manipulate your way into it. And you won't have to prove your worthiness. God's favor is not something earned. It is a gift. And once He places it in your hands, no one can remove it. One of the greatest dangers in your season of waiting is allowing comparison to poison your faith. You glance at the doors God has opened for others and wonder why yours remains shut. You start to judge His faithfulness by how quickly He seems to move on their behalf. But you have no idea of the battles they endured, the sacrifices they made, or the purpose behind their blessing. God's hand in their journey is not a clock for yours. The moment you stop comparing and start trusting, you will see how much peace floods your heart. Sometimes the reason God's door is still closed is because He's keeping you hidden for a season. Not because you are unworthy, but because the place He's taking you requires you to be shielded until the right moment. If you were exposed too soon, the wrong people would try to use you, drain you, or pull you away from your purpose. God hides you not to punish you, but to preserve you. And when the hiding is over, the unveiling will be so powerful that no one will be able to deny His hand on your life. I want to tell you something that may surprise you. When the door opens, it may not always lead to immediate comfort. Sometimes it leads to responsibility, to stretching, to new challenges you've never faced before. But that's how blessings work. They don't just make your life easier, they make your life fuller. And when God opens a door, He equips you to handle everything on the other side of it. You may feel nervous, but you will not be unprepared. The most beautiful thing about God's doors is that they are not just for your benefit, they are often connected to the blessing of others. When you step through that open door, your obedience may unlock opportunities for people you haven't even met yet. Your faith may inspire someone else to trust God. Your courage may break a generational pattern in your family. That's why you cannot afford to stay stuck in fear. Your blessing is bigger than you. And so in this waiting, in this preparation, in this stretching season, I urge you, stop worrying. Worry blinds you to the blessings already around you. Worry convinces you the door will never open, when in reality the handle is already in God's hand. Your job is not to pace back and forth wondering when it will happen. Your job is to stand ready, expectant, and faithful so that when God swings it wide, you can walk through without hesitation. There will come moments in your life when everything around you will scream that it's over. The bills will stack higher than your income. The relationships you thought would last will suddenly crumble. The opportunities you thought were secure will vanish overnight. And in those moments, the temptation will be to panic, to grasp for anything that feels like control. But hear me, when the ground is shaking under your feet, that is not the time to run. That is the time to stand still and know that God has not lost control. The same God who spoke the universe into being has not forgotten how to arrange the details of your life. He does not panic. He does not scramble. He does not improvise. Every move He makes is deliberate, calculated, and perfectly timed. I want you to think about the door you're waiting for, not just as an entry point, but as a divine appointment. God's doors are not just about your convenience. They are about your destiny. When you walk through that door, it will place you exactly where you need to be, surrounded by the right people, equipped with the right resources, and positioned at the right time. That is why He cannot allow you to walk through too soon. A door opened too early is just as dangerous as a door never opened at all. The blessing must meet you at the right maturity, the right strength, and the right readiness for it to last. Too often people mistake impatience for readiness. They think because they are tired of waiting, they are ready to receive. But God knows the truth. He knows if you are ready to carry the weight of the blessing or if it will crush you. He knows if your heart is prepared to handle the criticism, the responsibility, and the discipline that come with the open door. Sometimes the delay is not punishment. It is protection from yourself. You may not realize it now, but this waiting season is not wasted time. It is sacred time. It is the time where God is refining your focus, stripping away your dependence on others, and teaching you to hear His voice above all the noise. When the door opens, you will not have the luxury of figuring out if you can trust Him. You will have to already know. This is why the preparation is so intense, because the blessing is significant. Let me speak plainly. When God opens your door, not everyone will be happy for you. Some will question it. Some will resent it. Some will try to discredit it. This is why God uses the waiting season to toughen your skin and soften your heart. You will need thick skin to endure the opinions of others. But you will also need a soft heart to avoid becoming bitter in the process. The moment you start walking in what God has for you, you will see both opposition and favor increase. And you must be strong enough in your spirit to handle both without losing focus. The truth is, God's doors often come wrapped in challenges. They don't always look like instant success. They may require you to step into uncomfortable places, to learn new skills, or to trust God for provision in ways you never have before. This is because the door is not just about what you will receive, it's about who you will become once you walk through it. God is more interested in your growth than your comfort. The blessing is not meant to make you idle. It is meant to make you impactful. And here's something you must understand. The door's not the goal. The door's the gateway. Too many people see the open door as the finish line, when in reality, it is only the beginning of a new assignment. The open door is an invitation to a higher level of obedience, a deeper level of trust, and a greater level of influence. If you treat the open door as the end, you will waste the blessing. But if you see it as a beginning, you will multiply it. Do not be surprised if God requires you to leave certain people or places behind when the door opens. Every blessing comes with a separation. You cannot carry everyone into your next season. Some people were only meant to walk with you to a certain point, and if you try to drag them beyond that, they will weigh you down. God will sometimes close the hearts of certain people toward you, not to hurt you, but to release you. Do not chase what God has already removed from your path. I must also warn you, when the door opens, distractions will try to follow you through it. Just because you've stepped into a blessing doesn't mean the enemy will stop trying to pull you off course. This is why your discipline matters as much as your faith. An open door without focus will become a revolving door. You will walk in and out of it, never settling into the fullness of what God has for you. Guard your time, guard your mind, guard your spirit. One of the greatest mistakes you can make is to think the blessing is yours to control. The blessing belongs to God. You are simply entrusted with it. That means your decisions inside the blessing matter just as much as your prayers before it. Do not allow the comfort of the new season to make you forget the faith that brought you there. The same God who opened the door is the God who must guide you through it. I want you to imagine this. You are standing before a massive ancient door. It looks immovable. You've knocked until your hands are sore. You've waited until your patience has worn thin. And then, without warning, you hear the sound of the lock turning. The door swings open, not because of your strength, not because of your cleverness, but because God decided it was time. In that moment, every delay, every tear, every disappointment will make sense. You will see that God was not just preparing the blessing, He was preparing you to walk in it without fear, without doubt, and without hesitation. The God who holds the keys has not lost your address. He knows exactly where you are, and He knows exactly when to open the way before you. Your part is to stay ready and to stay faithful and to stop letting worry rob you of the joy of expectation. Because when that door opens, it will not just lead you into a blessing, it will lead you into the very place God has been shaping you for all along. There are seasons when God will allow you to stand before a door that will not budge. No matter how hard you push, you will try everything, every plan, every favor, every resource, and still it will not open. And you will wonder, why would God put me here if He wasn't going to let me in? But that's when you must remember, sometimes the waiting at the door is as important as walking through it. Waiting teaches you what rushing never will. It shapes your patience, strengthens your endurance, and deepens your trust in God's timing. If the door opened the first time you knocked, you would walk through with excitement, but without the maturity to stay. God is not just trying to get you in, He's making sure you can remain there when you arrive. You see, we often think of blessings as sudden, dramatic moments, a flash of light, an instant change. But many of God's blessings are layered. They are built piece by piece over days, months, even years, until one day they stand fully before you. That is why you must not despise the small shifts, the tiny improvements, the little victories. These are signs that the foundation is being laid for something far greater. When the final piece falls into place, it will seem sudden to the world, but you will know it has been God's hand working all along. Do not make the mistake of thinking that because you cannot see movement, God is idle. God never sleeps, never rests, and never loses track of what belongs to you. Even in the silence, He is speaking into your future. Even in the stillness, He is moving pieces on your behalf. Just because you cannot hear the footsteps does not mean the answer is not on its way. The most miraculous openings often happen after the quietest seasons. But let me speak a truth that will challenge you. Sometimes the greatest obstacle to your blessing is not the locked door in front of you, but the unlocked door behind you that you refuse to close. You are standing in front of God's promise, yet you keep looking over your shoulder, unwilling to shut the chapter on what God has already told you is finished. You cannot walk boldly into your future while clinging to the comfort of your path. If you want the door ahead to open, you must be willing to lock the door behind you and throw away the key. And hear this, when God opens your door, it will not require you to compromise your values, your peace, or your integrity to keep it open. Any opportunity that forces you to sacrifice your character is not from God. His blessings bring peace, not torment. They add to your life. They do not drain it. If you have to beg someone to let you stay in the blessing, it was never the blessing God intended for you in the first place. What God gives, He sustains. This is why you must learn to be content in the waiting. Contentment is not the same as giving up. It is trusting that God knows what He is doing. Contentment says, I am not where I want to be yet, but I will praise God here because I know He is taking me there. The enemy will try to make you restless because restless people make rash decisions. But when your heart is at peace in God's timing, you cannot be manipulated by fear. And do not underestimate what happens to your faith when you witness God open a door no one thought could open. It changes you. It gives you a new boldness, a new confidence, a new certainty that no matter what comes next, God can make a way. That's why you must not waste your energy trying to explain yourself to people who doubt you. Now when the door opens, your life will become the testimony. Some of you are in a season where it feels like every door is closing. Opportunities dry up, friendships fade, paths that once seemed clear are now blocked, and your instinct is to panic thinking you are going backward. But in reality, God is narrowing your path. He is removing the unnecessary so that you will not be distracted when the right door appears. If every door were open, you might wander into the wrong one. God's no is not a rejection. It's an act of mercy steering you to the yes that matters. There is also something you must understand. When God opens a door, it will often be bigger than what you prayed for. You may have been asking for just enough to survive, but God was preparing more than enough to thrive. You may have been asking for a small breakthrough, but God was arranging a generational shift. This is why you must not limit your expectations to what you think is possible. God does not operate within the walls of your imagination. He exceeds it. And let me remind you, no person can block what God has ordained. They may try to delay it, distract you from it, or discourage you from believing in it, but they cannot stop it. When the Creator of the universe decides it is time for your door to open, no opinion, no circumstance, no earthly power can keep it shut. This is why you must stop worrying about who likes you, who supports you, and who understands you. Your blessing does not depend on their approval. It depends on God's decision. Some doors will open quietly without announcement. Others will open so loudly that everyone around you will see it happen. But whether it comes with a whisper or a roar, the opening will be unmistakable. You will not have to wonder if this is the moment. You will know it in your spirit. God will give you the peace to walk through it and the strength to hold it. And here is the final truth for this moment. You must prepare now as if the door could open tomorrow. That means getting your heart right, your habits aligned, and your faith strengthened. Because when the moment comes, there will be no time to scramble. The people who step into their blessing are not those who were lucky. They are those who were ready. The time to prepare is not when the door is open. It is while it is still closed. And if you will do that when God swings it wide, you will walk through not just hoping it will work. You will walk through knowing you were made for this. And I tell you, when you finally release that tight grip of control and place it into the hands of the Almighty, you will witness how swiftly the tides turn in your favor. You see, worry is a thief. It steals your strength before the battle even begins. It clouds your vision so you can no longer see the doors that God has already prepared. And many of you are standing right in front of a door that is about to open, but you are too distracted by fear to recognize it. Let me tell you, this fear is a liar. But God is the truth. When He says He will bless you, no storm, no enemy, no setback, and no delay can stop Him. When He says He will make a way, that way is already written in His plan. Sometimes God delays the door because He is strengthening your hands to carry the blessing. A blessing that comes too early can crush a person who is not ready, and God loves you too much to give you something that would destroy you. So instead of asking, why is it taking so long, begin to ask God, prepare me for what you have prepared for me. That prayer will change everything because it shifts your focus from what you don't have to what God is doing in you. When you let Him shape your character, build your endurance, and refine your faith, you will not just walk through the door of blessing. You will be able to stay there and thrive. Do not think for a second that your blessing is lost. What God has written for you is not floating in uncertainty. It is anchored in His divine will. It is sealed with His authority. The blessing is not wandering aimlessly looking for you. It has your name written on it, and no one else can claim it. That is why envy is pointless. That is why comparison is a trap. Another person's blessing is not your blessing. and your blessing will not fit anyone else. Stop looking at the open doors in other people's lives and wondering if God forgot you. He hasn't forgotten you. He is preparing a door so perfect for you that when you step through it, you will know beyond doubt that only God could have done it. You may think you're behind schedule, but in God's calendar, you are right on time. You may think opportunities have passed you by, but the truth is what is meant for you will circle back around until it finds you standing in faith. And when it comes, you will not have to fight for it in your own strength, because God Himself will open it. And when He opens a door, no human can close it. You won't need to push it, pry it, or beg for it. It will swing wide because God's hand is upon it. So stand tall in this season. Speak life into your situation. Stop rehearsing the problem and start declaring the promise. Say it out loud if you have to. God is my provider. God is my waymaker. God is opening my doors right now and nothing can stop Him. This is not just positive thinking. This is faith speaking. And faith is the language that moves the hand of God. When you choose faith over fear, obedience over doubt, and gratitude over complaint, you are unlocking the atmosphere for God's power to work. Do not underestimate the small steps. Sometimes the road to the big door is paved with little acts of obedience. That conversation you didn't feel like having, that habit you decided to break, that moment you chose to trust instead of panic, those are all bricks in the road God is laying toward your breakthrough. You might think they are insignificant, but in God's design, nothing is wasted. The small things today are the foundation of the great things tomorrow. And hear me, when your door opens, it won't just bless you. It will overflow to everyone connected to you. Your faith will become a testimony for your family. Your perseverance will inspire others to hold on. And your breakthrough will become a living example of God's faithfulness. That's why the enemy fights you so hard now, because he knows that your victory will not be silent. It will speak of God's goodness in a way that will shake the doubt out of someone else's heart. So let go of the worry. Stop wearing yourself out at night, pacing and questioning if God notices you. He does. Every tear has been recorded. Every quiet prayer you've spoken in the shadows is known to Him. Not a single one has slipped from His memory. You are not forgotten. You are being placed exactly where you need to be. You are not invisible. You are being prepared for more. You are not cast aside. You are being redirected towards something greater than anything you could have planned. If only you could glimpse what God already sees, every ounce of worry would vanish. But since you cannot, He calls you to trust. Trust that His wisdom surpasses yours, His timing is never late, and His plan cannot fail. Trust that closed doors are not rejection, but divine protection. Trust that delays are not the end, but careful preparation. Trust that the waiting is not meaningless. It is setting the stage for your good. For when the appointed time arrives, when God places His hand on the door and it swings open wide to reveal your blessing, you will finally see why it all had to unfold this way, in this moment, under His perfect design. And with tears of gratitude, all you will be able to say is, Lord, you knew better than I ever could.
My friend, hear me right now, because what I'm about to tell you has the power to change your life. Your future, your peace, your success, and even your closeness with God hinge on this one truth. Your mind is a battlefield. The greatest war you will ever fight isn't with your enemies, not with those who've wronged you, not with the world outside, but with your own thoughts. Your mind is the gateway to your soul. Your mind is the gate, and if you don't take charge of your thoughts will take charge of you. Think when that happens, the enemy doesn't even need to strike from the outside, because the defeat has already begun within. I'm speaking with urgency because we are living in an age where the mind is under constant attack. They eventually, from every screen, every voice, every circumstance, seeds of thought are being sown. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. Without realizing it, your thoughts are crafting your reality. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.6. You think a thought, and that thought turns into a feeling. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. That feeling grows into a decision. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. That decision hardens into a habit. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.4. And that habit becomes your life. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.6. But it all begins with a single thought. Hashtag it Meta, Sex 0.6. And if that thought was not from God, then where did it come from? Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. My friend, understand this. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. Not every thought that enters your mind is yours. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. You must hear me loud and clear. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. Just because a thought appears in your head doesn't mean it belongs to you. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. Some thoughts are planted by doubt. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.4. Some are planted by fear. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.4. Some are sent by those who wish to see you fail. Hashtag Meta, 0.4. And some are even sent by unseen forces that want to destroy everything God is trying to build in your life. Hashtag Meta, Sex 0.6. But here's the truth. Sex 0.6. God has given you the power to choose. You can't always control what thoughts come to your mind, but you can control what thoughts you allow to stay. Many people are prisoners not because they are behind bars, but because they are chained by their own minds. They wake up with worry. They go to bed with anxiety. They replay every failure, every insult, every mistake. They torment themselves with what-ifs and should-haves. But I tell you, God did not design your mind to be a dungeon of regret. God designed your mind to be a garden of faith. And you must learn to protect it with everything you have. And do you know why so many people can't move forward in life? Because they've allowed negative thoughts to dig deep roots in their mind. A single seed of self-doubt watered with fear can grow into a tree that blocks out the light of God's truth. And when the light is blocked, you begin to forget who you are. You begin to believe you are weak. You begin to believe that your situation is hopeless. You begin to believe that God has forgotten you. But let me tell you something. God has never forgotten you. God is not God who left your side. It is your thoughts that led you away from Him. When God created you, He placed within you a power so great that no force on earth can stop you when you align your thoughts with His will. They place within you. That is why the battle for your thoughts is so fierce, because your thoughts determine your direction. If the enemy can poison your thoughts, he can destroy your purpose. But if you can align your thoughts with God, there is no mountain you cannot climb, no obstacle you cannot overcome, no pain you cannot heal from, because God becomes your strength and your thoughts become your weapons. You must train your mind to reject what doesn't come from God. If a thought brings fear, it is not from God. If a thought brings confusion, it's not from God. If you feel worthless, unloved, forgotten, it is a lie, and you must cast it out like a disease. You must replace that lie with God's truth. God's truth says you are chosen. God's truth says you are strong. God's truth says you have a purpose, and your life is not an accident. You were created by design for a reason. And if God gave you life, He gave you the mind to protect it. Let me tell you something bold. You feed your mind becomes your reality. If you constantly feed it garbage, negativity, hopelessness, comparison, and lies, then your life will reflect exactly that. But if you feed your mind faith, strength, wisdom, gratitude, discipline, and the remembrance of God, then you will rise. You will walk through storms with peace. You will face your enemies with courage. You will rest at night knowing that the same God who brought you through yesterday will carry you through tomorrow. You've got to stop letting your thoughts run wild. A wild mind is a dangerous mind. A wild mind will have you fearing things that haven't even happened. A wild mind will have you building walls between you and the very people who love you. A wild mind will keep you stuck in the past, afraid of the future, and blind to the blessings in the present. But when you train your thoughts, when you discipline your mind, when you place God at the center of your thinking, everything changes. Discipline your mind, like a soldier disciplines his weapon. Don't entertain every thought. Don't let your emotions run the show. Emotions come and go, but truth remains. God remains. God remains. And the truth is this: God remains. You are not your thoughts. You are what you choose to do with them. When a thought comes that does not align with what God has spoken over your life, cast it down immediately. Speak against it. Don't sit with it. Don't entertain it. Don't nurse it. Don't reject it with the authority God has placed inside of you. Some of you are waiting for your life to change. But God is waiting for your thinking to change. You want new blessings, but your mind is stuck in old patterns. You want peace, but your thoughts are full of war. You want strength, but your thoughts tell you you're weak. I'm here to tell you, you don't have to live like this. You can rise. You can break free. You can be renewed. Hashtag Sex 0.6. But the change doesn't start outside. Sex 0.6. It starts within. Sex 0.6. The moment you say no more, I will not allow my thoughts to rule me. I will not be a slave to fear. They will not be driven by what ifs. I will think with the mind God gave me. I will think thoughts of peace, strength, purpose, and power. This we have. I will fill my mind with truth. I will guard my thoughts like a fortress. I will not let doubt enter these gates ever again. That is the moment your life begins to shift. You have to be ruthless with your thoughts. Let me say that again. You have to be ruthless with your thoughts. You don't give fear a second to breathe. Don't give regret a seat at your table. Your mind is holy ground. Don't let it be trampled by lies. Guard it, strengthen it, train it. And how do you do that? By feeding it with what comes from God. Speak remembrance every morning. Speak gratitude every night. Speak when a negative thought enters your mind. Respond with faith. When your mind says you can't, answer back with God can. When your mind says you're not enough, respond with God is more than enough, and I am with Him. My friend, there is no greater power than the mind that is fixed on God. A mind filled with God's remembrance is unshakable. It doesn't mean you won't face problems, but it means the problems won't face you the same way because you'll have the thoughts of a warrior. You'll have the mind of one who walks with God. And when your thoughts align with His truth, even in the darkest hour, you will feel peace. Even in chaos, you will remain calm. Even in loss, you will not lose your purpose because your mind will not be shaken by what is seen. It will be anchored in what is eternal. Some people will think you're strange. Some will not understand the peace you carry, the strength you walk in, the way you do not panic like everyone else. Hashtag it meta. That's okay. Hashtag it meta. Let them wonder, because what they don't know is that you are not controlled by circumstances. You are led by truth. You are not ruled by fear. You are rooted in faith. You are not a product of your environment. You are a product of your connection with God. And your thoughts are no longer random. Hashtag meta. They are intentional. They are shaped by divine wisdom, not by the noise of the world. Let me speak clearly to your heart. Now, controlling your thoughts is not just a mental practice. It is a spiritual discipline. It is an act of worship. It is an act of protection. It is an act of thought. It is an act of obedience. Because every time you choose to align your thoughts with what is right, noble, peaceful, and strong, you are honoring the one who created your mind in the first place. You are saying to God, I trust you with my thoughts. I will not let my mind wander into places you never called me to go. And let me tell you, the more you practice this, the stronger you will become. Just like muscles grow with repetition, your mind becomes stronger each time you choose right thinking over reckless thinking. Each time you reject a lie, you build a wall of protection. Each time you feed your mind with truth, you plant seeds that will grow into peace. And the more you do this, the more you will walk in clarity. You will make better decisions. You will speak with more confidence. You will attract peace instead of drama. You will feel lighter because your thoughts will no longer weigh you down. This is the life God wants for you. This is the life, not a life of torment, not a life of confusion, but a life of discipline, strength, peace, and clarity. And it starts by mastering the one thing you truly have power over: your thoughts. And I say to you now with every fiber of urgency in my soul, if you do not take dominion over your thoughts will take dominion over you. Your mind is not a playground. It is a battlefield. And you cannot afford to be casual on a battlefield. You must wake up every day with your mind armed, not just with knowledge, but with remembrance. Remembrance of God, remembrance of who you are and who He created you to be. Some of you listening have been walking around with thoughts that were never meant to live in your mind. You've been babysitting fears that are not from God. You've been hosting anxiety like it's a permanent guest. Hashtag it meta. You've positive memorizing of past mistakes to haunt your present peace. Hashtag it meta. The sex and the tragedy is not what happened to you. It's that you are allowed what happened to you to become your identity. But sometimes, loud and clear, God never defined you by your past. God defines you by your potential. He doesn't, Lee. And your potential cannot come alive until your thinking comes into alignment with His divine truth. You cannot rise while your thoughts remain low. You cannot expect a life of power while your mind is filled with weakness. You cannot walk in the strength of God while your thoughts kneel at the feet of fear. So it is time. It is time to evict every lie. Hashtag meta, pause. Time to silence every voice in your mind that tells you that you are broken. Hashtag meta, pause, that you are not enough. Hashtag meta, pause, that you have nothing left to offer. Hashtag meta, pause. Those voices are not from God. Hashtag meta, pause. And anything that is not from God must go. Hashtag meta, pause. Let me tell you something. Hashtag meta. Pause. Most people will never say there is a war going on inside you, and your mind is the throne. Hashtag meta. Whoever wins that war becomes the ruler of your life. If you let fear win, fear rules. If you let shame win, shame rules. But if you let God's truth win, then peace rules, strength rules, clarity rules, and your life begins to reflect the order and the power of God Himself. That is not wishful thinking. That is divine order. Let's go even deeper. Do you know what the real danger is? Sex, meta. The danger is not the storm outside your house. The real danger is when the storm gets inside your mind. That's when you start second-guessing everything. That's when you turn blessings into burdens and opportunities into threats. But if your mind is anchored in God, then even in the middle of the storm, you will be still. The storm, even when the waves crash, your thoughts will not be tossed around, because peace is not the absence of trouble. Peace is the presence of God in your thoughts. And that's what God wants from you. Not just for you to believe in Him in theory, but for your thoughts to become a temple where He dwells, a sanctuary of remembrance, a fortress of faith, a place where doubt cannot breathe and fear cannot take root. Because imagine a mind so full of God that there is no room left for insecurity. Imagine a mind so trained in discipline that negativity dies before it can take hold. That kind of mind is not just possible, it is your calling. But let me be clear, it doesn't happen by accident. You must be deliberate. You must be intentional. You must make your mind a sacred space. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. Just as you clean your house, you must clean your thoughts. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. Just as you lock your doors at night, you must lock out thoughts that come to rob you of your peace. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. Some of you are too open with your mind. You let anyone speak into it. Shak Meta, Sex 0.6. You watch anything. Shak Meta, Sex 0.4. You scroll endlessly. Shak Meta, Sex 0.4. And without knowing, you are letting your enemies decorate the walls of your thoughts. That's why your mind feels so cluttered. That's why peace feels so fodder. That's why focus has become a stranger. But today is the day you take it back. You take back the gate of your mind. You take back your right to decide what enters and what must be cast out. Not every thought deserves your attention. Not every voice deserves your agreement. And not every memory deserves a seat in your future. You must learn to evict what God never sent. There is something sacred about a mind filled with remembrance of God, because when your thoughts are anchored in Him, everything changes. Your decisions become wiser. Your relationships become clearer. Your reactions become calmer. Your dreams become bolder. Your self-worth no longer depends on opinions, but on divine truth. You are no longer moved by flattery or wounded by insults, because your thoughts are not built on sand. They abbreviated them. They are built on the unshakable foundation of your Creator's voice. You were never meant to live at the mercy of your emotions. You were never created to be led by impulse or paralyzed by fear. You were formed by God with intention, with excellence, and with power. That power begins with your thoughts. The same God who created the universe gave you the ability to shape your inner world by how you think. And when your thoughts become aligned with that divine wisdom, you no longer see life the same way. You don't just react, you respond. You don't just survive, you lead. You don't just dream, you build. because now you are walking with a sound mind, a God-filled mind. Don't you know how valuable that is? A sound mind is not common. It is a gift. In a world filled with noise, distraction, and deception, a mind that remembers God is a rare treasure. It is a light in the darkness. It is peace in the middle of confusion. It is power that cannot be explained by this world. And if you have that mind, if you train that mind, no darkness can overpower you. But you must commit. You must make a choice. You must say, I will not be passive. I will no longer let my thoughts drift like a ship without an anchor. I will fight for clarity. I will fight for peace. I will fight for purity in my thinking, because I know that my destiny is tied to what I think. And I will no longer allow my thoughts to be poisoned by fear or tainted by the past. I will fill my mind with light. I will fill it with purpose. I will fill it with God. Every day your mind is either building your future or breaking it. And the most dangerous thing is when you don't even realize what you're letting in. That's why you must become conscious of what you're feeding your thoughts. If your mind, every word you read, every conversation you entertain, every image you see, they are either feeding your faith or starving it. And if something starves your faith, you must cut it off. Not tomorrow, today. If it clouds your thoughts, it is stealing from your destiny. If it weakens your confidence in God, it is too expensive to keep. You were not meant to think like everyone else. You were meant to rise above. You were meant to see with different eyes, to think with a different mind, to walk with a different energy. And that difference begins when God becomes the center of your thoughts. Not just sometimes, not just when things go wrong, but always, continually, consistently, even when life is good, even when everything feels right, still God remains your focus. Because let me tell you something, peace is not found when the storm ends. Peace is found when God becomes your atmosphere. When God is the air you think with, the space your thoughts breathe in, the foundation under every decision. That is when peace begins to reign. That is when strength begins to grow. That is when clarity becomes your portion and confusion dies. So everything in me, I urge, begin today. Point 6, train your thoughts, examine your thinking, Cuffy cleans your mental habits, and submit your mind back to the one who created it. He knows what you need. He knows what you're capable of. And He will strengthen you as you discipline your thoughts to reflect His greatness. The sexed world may be filled with chaos, but you will walk in order. Thank you as it's... The world may panic, but your thoughts will rest in power. Metta. Others may fall into despair, but you will rise with quiet confidence because you know who holds your mind. And when God holds your mind, there is no force in existence that can shake you from your purpose. And now hear this deeply, my friend, not with your ears, but with your spirit. Your thoughts are sacred territory. The mind is not a place for confusion, corruption, or compromise. It is a field planted by the hands of God, intended to bear fruit that honors His name. But the question is, who is tending that field? Who is watering it? What kind of seeds are being sown each day through the words you hear, the voices you allow, the things you absorb in silence? We live in a generation that glorifies noise, constant input, endless opinions, flashing lights, and digital distractions. Hashtag Meta. People scroll their lives away, filling their minds with voices that do not care for their soul. And yet they wonder why their peace has vanished. They wonder why they feel empty when the screen turns off. They wonder why, despite everything they chase, nothing satisfies. What can you walk in peace if your thoughts are being shaped by what does not honor God? Let me say it plainly. What you allow to enter your mind has the power to shape your destiny. Hashtag meta. A distracted mind becomes a directionless life. A distracted mind becomes a poisoned heart. You cannot keep feeding your soul things that drain your spirit and expect to walk in the power God created you to carry. You must be bold enough to say, no, I choose what enters my mind. I choose to guard the gates of my thoughts like a warrior protecting a king's palace. Because your thoughts are the royal court where decisions are made. And the king you serve deserves a clean temple. Let me go further. You don't just need to control your thoughts during your hardest days. You must be most watchful in the easy days when everything feels calm. When life flows smoothly, when prayers seem answered with ease. That is the season when your mind is at its weakest. That's the time when you are tempted to lower your guard. The time when pride slips in and whispers, "This was your doing." That is when self-dependence tries to replace dependence on God. The instant you let your thoughts forget the true source of your strength, the descent begins. Understand this. The enemy does not only come through storms and crises. He enters through comfort, through complacency, through the haze of distraction. He does not always need to destroy. Sometimes, all he seeks is to reroute you, and he accomplishes it with a single thought. The enemy, one stray thought, one seed of laziness, one whisper saying you've done enough, one subtle echo reminding you that you're different. Before long, gratitude turns to entitlement. Surrender shifts to self-praise. And when the mind wanders, the soul soon follows. But those who walk with God must be vigilant in thought every day, every hour. Even in silence, especially in silence. Because your real life is not what you show the world. It's what happens in the theater of your mind when no one is watching. The true you is not in your appearance, your reputation, or your achievements. The true you is found in your thought life. The true you is found in your... If God were to display every thought you've entertained this week, would it reflect peace? Would it reflect worship? Would it reflect a heart that longs to please God? Even in private, it's not enough to say you love God. Your thoughts must love Him too. Your thoughts must inner dialogue, must honor Him. Your imagination must reflect purity, hope, discipline, and purpose. And you cannot fake that. You cannot manipulate your way into a sound mind. You must cultivate it daily, deliberately, prayerfully, like a fire that must be kept burning. Your thoughts must be kept lit with the flame of God's remembrance. The moment you let it die, darkness creeps in. And let me tell you something powerful. What you meditate on is what multiplies in your life. If you meditate on pain, pain will grow. If you meditate on fear, fear will expand. If you meditate on what you lack, you will begin to feel empty, even when you are surrounded by blessings. But if you meditate on the greatness of God, peace will multiply, clarity will expand, strength will grow, and even in hardship, your soul will stand firm. Some of you need to declare war on your thought life today. You've been too tolerant, too permissive, too gentle with things that are silently stealing your power. You've allowed your mind to become a storage room for negativity, for opinions that were never God's, for comparisons that suffocate your uniqueness. But it ends now. You are not a servant to random thoughts. You are not at the mercy of your memories. You are not a slave to the patterns of the past. You are free to choose. And when you choose God, you choose clarity. You choose strength. You choose discipline. There is power in the disciplined mind. Not the mind that tries to control every outcome, but the mind that surrenders to the one who controls all things. That is, the mind that says, even when I don't understand, I will not be shaken. Even when I don't see the way, I will not be afraid, because my thoughts are grounded in trust, not in circumstance. And that kind of mind is unstoppable. That kind of mind walks into storms without trembling. That kind of mind faces betrayal without breaking. That kind of mind walks away from temptation without regret. That kind of mind chooses silence over gossip, purpose over distraction, and peace over chaos. Because it is trained, it is submitted. It is filled not with the noise of the world, but with the stillness of God. But hear me, a God-filled mind is not born, it is built. It is built through daily remembrance, built through choosing stillness over noise, built through refusing to think thoughts that go against the very character of the one who made you. You must become the gatekeeper of your own mind. You must stand guard at the entrance of your thoughts, asking every idea, every emotion, every whisper, "Are you from God?" And if the answer is no, do not let it enter. You are not weak. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.6. You are not too broken. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.4. You are not too far gone. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.4. If your mind has been a battlefield of torment, it can become a fortress of peace. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.8. If your thoughts have been wild and scattered, they can be tamed by the hand of God. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.8. But you must decide. Hashtag Meta. Sex 0.6. You must stop waiting for change to fall from the sky and start building the mental life that aligns with your highest calling. Hashtag Meta. Because at the end of it all, you will not be judged for what passed through your mind, but for what you allowed to stay. You will not be held accountable for every thought that knocked at your door, but for which ones you invited in. So let this be your declaration. Me turn it is, no more vacancy for fear, no room for bitterness, no place for shame. My mind is sacred ground, and only the truth of God will be allowed to stay. And when you live like that, when you think like that, when you breathe like that, then even when the world around you is falling apart, your mind will be still. Your thoughts will remain steadfast. And your life will become a vessel not of chaos, but of power, clarity, peace, and unwavering faith in the one who gave you that mind to begin with. Because when your thoughts belong to God, your life will no longer be tossed by the waves. It will be carried by the wind of divine purpose. There comes a time in every person's life when they must confront the hidden thoughts that have quietly shaped every decision, every response, every belief. You see, it is not what happens around you that defines you. It is what happens within you. A storm outside may rage with thunder and chaos, but it is the storm within your own mind that determines whether you stand or fall. And that storm, yes, that invisible silent force, must be brought under the authority of God. Let me speak to your soul now, not with soft words, but with fire. You were never created to be ruled by emotions, enslaved by fear, or deceived by whispers of doubt. You were created to think with purpose. You were created to reason with truth. You were created to imagine in righteousness. Your thoughts were never meant to be random winds. You were called to harness them like sails
that carry you in the direction of divine purpose. And yet, how many of us walk around with minds that are cluttered, confused, and condemned? Thoughts that replay the same hurt over and over like a broken record. Thoughts that anticipate the worst instead of expecting the best. Thoughts that keep bringing up what should have been forgotten. Let me tell you, when you allow your mind to become a graveyard of past wounds, you bury your future under the weight of what no longer belongs. God did not bring you this far for you to be trapped by thoughts you never invited. And even if you did invite them, today you have the power to dismiss them. Thoughts of envy, release them. Thoughts of vengeance, bury them. Thoughts that scream, "You are not enough," silence them with the echo of truth. God has given you everything you need for the season you're in. Now listen to me clearly. One of the greatest signs of spiritual maturity is not how loud you pray or how many words you know. It's how well you manage your thoughts when no one is watching. That's the true test. Sex 0.6. That's the battlefield of integrity. Sex 0.8. Can you guide your thinking when the lights are off? Sex 0.6. When no one is applauding, when life doesn't make sense. Sex 0.6. When your plans fall apart. Sex 0.6. Because those quiet hours of mental discipline are where God watches to see who is ready for more. True. 8. And you, yes, you are being called to more. Hashtag more. But more doesn't start in your hands. It starts in your mind. A bigger assignment requires a stronger mind. A new thought pattern. You cannot carry the weight of a great calling with the thoughts of a weak spirit. You must be transformed from the inside out. Thank you. You must unlearn what this world has taught you about fear, about failure, about worth. Shipped. And you must learn to think as one who belongs to God, who is led by God, and who is answerable to God alone. You've got to stop renting out your mind to opinions that were never appointed by the Creator. What someone said about you in anger, that's not truth. What your past tried to convince you of, that's not your identity. What failure told you about your future, that's not your prophecy. The voice, the only voice that deserves authority in your thinking is the voice of God, because He alone knows the full picture of who you are. But let's take it deeper. Your thoughts are not only shaping your own life, they are influencing everyone around you. Hashtag meta. Pause. The way you think affects the way you speak, and the way you speak affects what you build. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 8. A negative mind produces toxic words. Hashtag meta. Sex. Point 6. A fearful mind projects insecurity. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 6. But a mind filled with God breathes life into every room it enters. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 8. Your children are learning from your thoughts, even if they never hear them. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex. Point 8. Your spouse, your friends, your co-workers, they feel what your mind carries. Hashtag meta. And when your thoughts are rooted in God, you don't just bless yourself, you bless the atmosphere around you. Hashtag meta. That's why you must protect your inner life more than your outer image. Don't be more concerned with how you look than how you think. The real work is invisible. The real transformation happens in silence, in solitude, in surrender. And let me tell you, surrendering your thoughts to God is not weakness. It's the greatest strength you can ever walk in. Because a surrendered mind is a dangerous mind. Dangerous to darkness, dangerous to fear, dangerous to every lie that tried to write your story. And make no mistake, your mind is writing your story every day. Your thoughts are the ink. Your choices are the pen. Your future is the page. What are you writing? Shash meta.
sex 0.6. What kind of legacy are you shaping with your thoughts? Shashmeta, sex 0.8. Are you building a narrative of defeat or of discipline, of excuses or of excellence, of doubt or of destiny? Shashmeta 0.8. Because every chapter of your life begins with the silent dialogue happening in your head. Shashmeta, sex 0.8. Now I know some of you have been thinking the wrong thoughts for so long, you're wondering, can I ever be free? Hashtag meta, and the answer is yes. Freedom begins the moment you stop agreeing with lies. You don't need a new life, you need a new mindset. You don't need the world to change, you need your focus to shift. Start speaking to your thoughts, challenge them, examine them. You ask, does this thought lead me closer to God's purpose or further away? Does it lift me or limit me? And if it doesn't serve the truth, throw it out. You don't owe any loyalty to a lie. You are not at the mercy of your upbringing. You are not chained to generational thinking. You are not destined to repeat the same patterns. You are a thinker, crafted by God. And with His guidance, you can renew your mind. You can break the cycle. You can rewire the way you see, the way you feel, the way you respond. And when your mind is renewed, your life will be restored. But listen, repetition. But can't think one good thought and expect transformation. You must train your thoughts daily. You feed your mind truth the way you feed your body food. You don't eat once a week and expect to live. You eat daily. So feed your mind daily. Strengthen it in the morning with gratitude. Guard it in the afternoon with focus. Purge it at night with reflection. The mind that is constantly returning to God will not drift into destruction. Don't just let your thoughts pass through. Interrogate them, discipline them, speak to them, and yes, even dismiss them when they do not honor the God who formed your spirit from the dust and breathed into you purpose before you were even known by this world. That's who you are. That's who your mind belongs to. And no lie, no fear, no shadow can claim what was created by the light. So I challenge you now. Elevate your thinking. Raise the standard. Rise above the noise. Remove every thought that keeps you small. Because God didn't make you to live in cycles of confusion. He made you to walk in clarity, in strength, in courage, in excellence. But it all starts here, in the unseen sacred ground of your thoughts. When you change what you allow yourself to think, you change who you allow yourself to become. And when your thoughts are surrendered to God, there is no limit to the life you will live, the battles you will win, and the peace that will overflow in everything you do. Your mind, once the battlefield, can become the sanctuary, not through force, but through faith, not through striving, but through surrender, not through fear, but through the quiet, unshakable remembrance of the one who holds your every thought in his hand. So walk forward now, not in confusion, but in clarity, not in hesitation, but in boldness, not in weakness, but with a renewed mind anchored in truth, filled with God, and focused on everything you are destined to become. So when the fire of faith begins to burn within you, it touches even the deepest corners of your thoughts. And I tell you today, if your thoughts are not under the rule of God, your life never will be. You can fast until your body grows weak. You can pray until your knees are sore. But if your mind remains unchecked, the enemy will find his way through the cracks. For the battlefield of your soul is not fought in your hands. It is fought in your head. It is in that secret place where no one but God can hear your silent battles that the greatest victories or defeats occur. And that is where you must rise up and say, enough is enough. I will not be ruled by fear. I will not be driven by lust. I will not be chained by bitterness. I will not be tormented by shame. My mind belongs to God. The one who learns to submit every thought to God becomes unstoppable. Not because they are strong, but because they walk with the one who cannot be shaken. Do you understand the power of one thought submitted to God? It's like placing a tiny seed in the soil of the Almighty's will. One righteous thought can grow into a destiny. One disciplined mind can break generational curses. One faithful decision can shift the course of a family, a city, even a nation. That's why the enemy fights you in your thoughts. Because he knows if you ever become disciplined in your thinking, your life will become a weapon of divine purpose. When your thoughts are full of chaos, you must call upon God with urgency, not casually, not passively, but like a warrior in battle. You must rise early and speak to your mind. You must rise. Today, I command my thoughts to align with the will of God. I reject every lie. I silence every voice that is not from Him. I take back what fear has stolen. I recover what doubt has broken. I think what God says I can think. I think what God says I can think. I think with anxiety knocks, even when depression whispers your name. You think, because you are not who your thoughts say you are. You are who God says you are. And God does not speak in confusion. God does not speak in hopelessness. God does not speak in despair. God speaks life. God speaks peace. God speaks strength. And when He speaks, everything else must bow. Some of you are living under mental torment because you have allowed too many voices into your mind. You scroll endlessly. You compare constantly. You listen gossip. You digest negativity. And then you wonder why you have no clarity, no focus, no peace. Friend, the mind cannot thrive on poison. You cannot feed yourself fear and expect to walk in courage. You cannot feast on filth and expect to walk in purity. You must protect your mental gates with the intensity of a guard protecting a king. You can see your eyes, your ears, your conversations, they are all doors. Be watchful over them. Guard them with prayer. Guard them with intention. Because once a thought enters, it desires to take root. And once it takes root, it bears fruit. So ask yourself, what fruit is your mind producing today? Is your mind producing patience or panic? Is it bearing faith or fear? Is it yielding love or hatred? These are the indicators of who sits on the throne of your thoughts. And if it is not God, then it is time to evict every other voice. Don't delay it. Don't excuse it. Don't say, well, this is just how I've always thought. Number. If it doesn't honor God, it doesn't belong. Your mind must become a sacred place, a temple where the voice of God echoes louder than every doubt, louder than every trauma, louder than every past mistake. You cannot change your past, but by God you can redeem your mind today. There is nothing more dangerous than a believer who knows how to master their thoughts, because such a person does not react to life, they respond to God. When bad news comes, their mind doesn't spiral into panic, it runs to prayer. When a fate or offense arises, they do not stew in bitterness, they lift it to the throne and let God handle it. When temptation lingers, they do not feed it. They flee and fill their minds with what is pure. That kind of discipline doesn't happen overnight. It happens when you make a covenant with your mind. When you say, "My thoughts are not for sale. My mind is not an open market. I belong to God, and so does every part of me, even the parts no one can see." And I say this with love, but with truth. You cannot claim to walk with God while entertaining thoughts that oppose Him. Light and darkness cannot dwell in the same space. You must choose this day whom your mind will serve. Will it serve the fears of your upbringing? Will it serve the traumas of your past? Will it serve the lies of culture? Or will it serve the truth of the one who formed you in your mother's womb and calls you his own? You must train your thoughts to move in rhythm with God. That takes time. It takes prayer. It takes silence. Sometimes it takes fasting. It takes cutting off distractions. It takes replacing music that stirs your flesh with words that stir your soul. It takes meditating on God's power, not your problem. That is how you become strong, not by denying your thoughts, but by disciplining them, by placing them under divine authority. Every time fear comes, you declare, "This fear will not dictate my day." Every time anger rises, you say, "This emotion will not control my actions." Every time discouragement lingers, you proclaim, "This heaviness will not determine my future." You say steps, you pray, and you push your mind back into divine order. This is not mental games. This is spiritual warfare. And the mind is the front line. But I am here to tell you that God has not left you defenseless. You have been given strength from above. You have been given wisdom beyond your years. You have been given a shield of protection if you will only rise up and claim it. Don't wait for someone else to fight your mental battles. Stand up and say, "God, I take authority over my thoughts and I align them with your truth." No more torment, no more chaos, no more double-mindedness. My mind is yours, celebrity, because when your thoughts become obedient to God, your life becomes a vessel of peace. Your decisions become clearer. Your relationships become healthier. Your purpose becomes brighter. And you begin to move not like someone who is guessing, but like someone who is guided. That is the power of a renewed mind. That is the result of choosing every day, every hour, every moment to surrender your thoughts to the one who knows all, sees all, and holds your life in His hands. Keep your heart soft, but your mind sharp. Be gentle in spirit, but fierce in focus. Love others, but never let their opinions override the voice of God in your mind. You cannot control every situation, but by God's help, you can control how you think about it. And when your thinking changes, your life will follow. So fix your thoughts where your hope comes from. If you speak to your mind like a commander speaks to soldiers, you can tell it to stand in alignment with truth, meta, sex. Remind it daily that it belongs to the one who created you. Keep God at the center, and your thoughts will begin to reflect His glory. And once your thoughts are right with God, everything else will fall into place. My beloved brothers and sisters, if there is one truth that must remain etched into the very fiber of your soul, it is this: your thoughts are the gateway to your destiny. As a man thinks, so he becomes. The battles you face outwardly are often the result of the wars you've ignored inwardly. But today, I declare with unwavering boldness, you do not have to be a prisoner of your thoughts. You do not have to live under the tyranny of worry, fear, lust, bitterness, or despair. For God, the Almighty, the one who formed you in the womb and breathed life into your spirit, has given you the divine authority to take control of your thoughts. This is not just psychology, it is spiritual warfare. And you are not alone in this battle. God is with you, guiding you, strengthening you, lifting you when you fall, and correcting you when you go astray. When your mind is filled with confusion, turn your focus to God. When fear comes creeping in like a shadow in the night, remind yourself that God is your light and salvation. Whom shall you fear? When the voices in your head scream defeat, shout back with the truth that God is your victory. When temptations rise like waves, plant your feet on the rock of God's guidance and say, I will not be moved. Do not wait for your thoughts to change on their own. Speak life into your mind. Speak light into your darkness. Speak order into your chaos. Speak truth over the lies. Because your thoughts align with the will of God, nothing can stand against you, not even yourself. It's not wait. Let God be the filter of your thoughts. Let God be the standard of your thinking. Let every idea, every plan, every desire pass through the fire of His truth. If it cannot withstand the heat of God's holiness, then it has no place in your mind. Because your mind is not a garbage bin for the world's poison. Because it is the sanctuary where God's wisdom must dwell. So that you may have struggled in the past. You may have failed again and again, but today is a new day. God's mercy is new this very morning. You can begin again. You can rise again. You can reclaim the authority over your thoughts. Not because you are strong, but because God is stronger. Not because you are perfect, but because God is perfectly faithful. Not go now and guard your mind as if it were a fortress. Let it be filled with the remembrance of God. Let it overflow with gratitude. Let it carry patience. Let it practice discipline. And above all else, let it be rooted in faith. Let faith to mountains, shatter chains, and silence every lie of the enemy. Forgetter, it'll shape your thoughts into a dwelling place for truth. Shape them into a weapon of righteousness. Shape them into a testimony that glorifies God. For when your thoughts align with truth, your life will walk in the same direction. Your thoughts are stand unshaken. That step forward in strength, remembering you are not defined by what you feel. You are not bound by what you fear. You are exactly what God has spoken over you, and He calls you victorious. He calls you sound in mind. He calls you able to rise above. So take command of your thoughts, take command of your life, and surrender it all into God's hands. There comes a time in every life when the soul refuses to stay quiet, when the spirit trembles beneath the weight of expectation, and something within begins to whisper, God is about to move. That moment, dear friend, is not chance, is not imagination, it is not simply emotion. It is a divine stirring, a sacred signal that heaven itself is aligning in your favor. And if you're hearing this right now, if your heart is racing just a little quicker, understand this is not random. God designed this moment, this message, this very encounter for you. Because when God is about to move in your favor, it rarely arrives with loud applause. It doesn't always show up wrapped in joy. Sometimes it begins in stillness. Sometimes it begins with hardship. Sometimes it even comes hidden in adversity. But engrave this truth in your spirit. Just because it feels like everything is breaking doesn't mean it is. More often than not, it means everything is finally falling into place. When God gets ready to work in your favor, He starts in the unseen. He begins where the eyes can't see, but the heart can feel. He prepares the way before you ever walk it. Do you feel like you've been misunderstood lately? Is your circle getting smaller? Are people walking away? Are you surrounded by silence instead of support? I came to tell you that's a sign. When God is about to shift your life, He will first separate you. Your preacher, He will isolate you, not to punish you, but to prepare you. You can't carry everyone with you to the next level. You can't bring every voice into your breakthrough. The silence you feel right now is not abandonment, vine alignment. It is divide removes distractions before he delivers blessings. And maybe you've been facing intense resistance, trouble in your home, pressure on your job, confusion in your mind. It feels like you're under attack from every direction. But hear me, this resistance is not a sign that you're losing. It's a sign that you're getting close. The enemy does not fight people who are going nowhere. He fights those on the edge of destiny. That battle you're in is not meant to break you. It's meant to prove you. Double meta. God is allowing pressure because pressure reveals power. When the pressure increases, so does the evidence that God is about to act. Sometimes when God is about to move, He will frustrate every human plan you've made. You'll try one door, it slams shut. You'll attempt another, it locks. You'll put in the effort, and nothing works. And the more you try, the more resistance you feel. That's not failure. That's not rejection. That's God intervening was too small for what He's about to do. What you thought was your chasing doesn't match what He's preparing. God blocks what is beneath you to guide you to what is destined for you. I know someone listening right now is tired. You're worn out. You've prayed. You've waited. You've done all you know how to do and still nothing. You wonder if God has forgotten you. Let me tell you right now, with every ounce of power in my voice, God has not forgotten you. He is not ignoring you. Delayed is not denied. Hidden is not abandoned. When nothing seems to be happening, that is often when the most is. God works best in the background. When He reveals His hand, it will make up for every tear you cried, every night you stayed awake, every time you almost gave up, every time. Have you noticed lately that your desire to seek God has grown deeper? That your hunger for truth, for righteousness, for spiritual things has intensified? That's no accident. That's no emotional phase. That's the drawing of God. When He is about to elevate your life, He awakens your spirit. He pulls you closer. He calls you into deeper prayer, deeper reflection, deeper surrender. He pulls you. Why? Church, hear me today. Because the los plubever He is about to release requires a stronger foundation. Church, hear me today. He doesn't build skyscrapers on sand. So if you feel yourself being drawn into His presence more than ever before, rejoice. He recognizing you, strengthening you for what's coming. There's a holy discomfort that arises when God is shifting things. What you tell satisfy no longer does. What once entertained you now feels empty. There are a lot of what used to feel like home now feels like a cage. Hashtag meta. Virtues Secutive 0.6. That is the hand of God moving you. Hashtag meta. Pause. Sex agency. He is unsettling your spirit not to destroy your peace, but to reassign your purpose. Hashtag meta. Pause. 0.6. He is making you uncomfortable where you are so that you will be prepared to go where He wants you to be. Hashtag meta. Pause. 0.8. When everything around you starts to feel foreign, and know this, your spirit has outgrown your current situation. And when your spirit outgrows your space, God is about to expand your territory. Maybe you've been waking up in the middle of the night, not from fear, but from a stirring. You don't even know why. You just can't sleep like you used to. Your thoughts are alive. Your heart is open. Your mind is turning. That's not insomnia. That's spiritual pregnancy. God is planting vision in your spirit. He's downloading insight, strategy, revelation. He's speaking in the stillness because noise can't birth what silence can. You're not crazy. You're not restless. You are being activated. And what God is whispering now, He will manifest soon. soon. There is also a deep urge rising in some of you to release things, to walk away from toxic relationships, to stop holding on to grudges, to forgive what broke you. That desire is not weakness. It is evidence that God is working, because you can't carry bitterness into breakthrough. You can't carry dead weight into a living future. God will prompt you to release before He rewards. He will stir your spirit to let go so that you can receive. The blessing that's coming is too big to fit in a heart full of resentment. Purge the pain. Make room for the promise. And maybe most surprising of all, some of you are experiencing an unexplainable peace in the middle of the storm. Things are falling apart, and yet you are calm. The situation is chaotic, but your soul is still. Sex 0.6. That's not normal. That's supernatural. That is the favor of God beginning to surround you. That's what happens when He goes before you. That's the kind of peace that is proof of His plan. God gives you peace before He gives you provision, because He wants you to trust the process. That the storm doesn't shake you anymore, you're ready for the harvest. That's what You see, the signs of God's favor are not always flashy. They are often quiet, personal, intimate. They speak to the soul, not the ego. They require spiritual eyes to discern and a surrendered heart to receive. But make no mistake, when God is about to work in your favor, the signs will come. They will call you higher. They will pull you deeper. They will stretch you wider. And they will always point you back to Him. When God begins to work in your favor, the natural realm cannot comprehend what's happening in the spiritual realm. That's why often those around you will question your faith, misunderstand your steps, and even mock your devotion. But understand this: when God marks you for favor, the opinions of man become irrelevant. The approval of people becomes unnecessary. You no longer live for applause, you live for alignment. You no longer strive to be seen by crowds, you strive to be seen by God. Because when God favors you, no human hand can hinder you, and no voice can silence what He has spoken over your life. Fallacy makers does not mean ease. Favor does not mean comfort. In fact, sometimes the ones most favored by God walk the hardest roads because favor brings responsibility. In fact, favor demands endurance. Favor requires obedience when it's inconvenient. And yet through every hardship, through every testing ground, God reveals more of Himself to you. In fact, He proves to you again and again that He is not just the God of your mountaintop, but the God who walks with you through the valley. The God who sustains you when you have nothing left. The God who whispers strength into your soul when you are too weak to speak. God's favor is not always recognized by the world because it doesn't look like material success. It doesn't always show up in wealth or status or fame. Second's 0.6. Sometimes favor looks like peace in the midst of pressure. Sometimes favor looks like joy that the world can't steal. Sometimes it's the ability to stand firm while everything around you shakes. It's the wisdom to discern what others are blind to. It's the strength to say no when everyone else says yes. That is the quiet power of God's presence working in your life. And do not be surprised when your favor invites jealousy. When God begins to lift you, others may try to pull you down. Not because of who you are, but because of what you carry. But don't you shrink. Don't you dim your light to make others comfortable. You were never meant to blend in. #meta. You were chosen to stand out. God didn't set you apart to be ordinary. God didn't set you apart to be a sign, a testimony, a vessel that reveals what divine favor looks like. You are not here by accident. You are here by assignment. You're here by us. There is a divine tension that comes when you are on the verge of a move of God. Your old ways no longer satisfy you, but the new has not fully manifested. It's the in-between, the holy waiting, the sacred stretch, and it is in this place that many give up. Not because God failed them, but because they misread the silence. Silence is not absence. Silence is preparation. Silence, when God is silent, He is strategizing. When He is quiet, He is crafting a breakthrough so profound that it will make up for every delay, every disappointment, every detour. Your pain is not pointless. Your tears have not gone unnoticed. Your tears, God has bottled everyone. He has counted every sacrifice. He has recorded every time you chose faith over fear, obedience over convenience. He said, and now the season of reaping is coming. Hashtag Meta, pause sex 0.6. The winds are shifting. Hashtag Meta, pause sex 0.4. The ground is moving. Hashtag Meta, pause sex 0.4. What you sow in secret, God will reward in the open. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.6. What you prayed for in silence, He will deliver with thunder. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 0.8. And when it comes, you will look back and say, it was worth it. Hashtag Meta, pause, sex 1.0. Every trial, every tear, every long night, it was worth it. Hashtag Meta, generic 0.8. But God is not just preparing a blessing for you. He is preparing you for the blessing. He is molding your character, refining your heart, burning away the pride, the impatience, the fear, so that when the breakthrough comes, it doesn't break you. Because what God is sending will be too heavy for shallow roots. He must first establish depth in your soul. That's why He took you the long way. That's why He didn't answer too quickly. That's why He removed certain people. Because He knew the size of the favor would require greater stability. Some of you are being stretched in ways you never imagined. You're being pushed to limits you didn't think you could survive. But let me declare this over you. The stretch is a setup. The pressure is not punishment. It's preparation. God stretches what He intends to expand. God stretches multiply. He prunes resist the stretching. Do not despise the discipline. For whom God favors, He also refines. And the reader the fire, the purer the vessel. And what you feel now is not death. It's divine transformation. You are not forgotten. You are invisible. Even if no one else sees your effort, God does. He sees the discipline you've maintained when no one applauded. He sees the integrity you've upheld when no one was watching. He sees the battles you fought in silence, and He will reward you in due time. The promise is not in vain. The word over your life will not return void. His timing may not match your expectations, but His plan will surpass your imagination. What is coming will silence every doubt and confirm every prophecy. God is about to surround you with peace that makes no sense. He is about to put favor on your name that cannot be explained. Doors will open that were once bolted shut. Opportunities will rise that you didn't chase. People will bless you who once ignored you. Everybody. Why? Sex 0.6. Because when God favors you, He changes the atmosphere around you. Sex 0.6. He shifts the hearts of those who hold influence. Sex 0.6. He opens ways where there were no paths. Secutive, second. Sex 0.6. This is not chance. Sex 0.6. This is divine orchestration. You sex 0.8. You see, there are blessings that come through labor. Sex, 0.6. But there are also blessings that come through favor. Sex, 0.8. And when God decides to move, no amount of opposition can stop him. It doesn't matter who tries to block you, who talks about you, who doubts you. When God says it's your time, nothing can delay it. When God breathes on your name, it travels farther than you ever could. That's what happens when the Creator of all things begins to work in your favor. His hand opens what no man can shut. His voice silences every lie. But favor also comes with responsibility. You must steward it well. You must walk humbly. You must remember the pit from which you were pulled. Because God does not favor the proud. He favors the faithful. He favors the surrendered. So when the blessings come, don't let them distract you. Don't let them comfort become your God. Keep seeking. Keep praying. Keep fasting. Keep believing. #Meta. Because the favor that begins with God can only be sustained by God. Right now, someone listening to these words is standing at the edge of a divine turning point. You feel it. You sense it. The air around you is heavy with expectancy. You feel it. You may not have the full picture, but your spirit knows something is changing. Something is shifting. Don't ignore that sense. That is your signal. That is your confirmation. God is about to release favor that will make the barren places bloom. He is about to speak into your dry season and command life to return. He is about to turn the weeping of yesterday into the rejoicing of today. If you could see what He's preparing behind the curtain, you would stop worrying. Meta, 1 positive, 0.6. If you could see how close your breakthrough is, you would stop doubting. Meta, sex, 0.8. Don't let the enemy steal this moment with fear. Meta, sex, 0.6. Don't let delay convince you to quit. Meta, sex, 0.6. The favor of God does not arrive early, but it always arrives on time. Meta, sex, 0.6. And when it comes, it will redeem the wasted years. Meta, sex, 0.8. It will restore what was stolen. Meta. It will elevate you beyond what your qualifications, experience, or status could ever achieve. But you must stay ready, stay pure in heart, stay faithful in prayer, stay committed in obedience. Because God is not looking for the most talented. He's looking for the most trusted. He's not looking for perfection. He's looking for surrender. Because the eyes of God are searching for those whose hearts are fully turned toward Him. And when He finds one, when He finds that kind of soul, there is no limit to what He will do in and through their life. So don't just look for signs. Become a sign. Become the kind of person whose life is a testimony that when God favors someone, everything changes. Don't just be the kind of vessel that makes others believe in what God can do. Let your story preach louder than any sermon. Let your endurance speak louder than your enemies. Let your faith shake the atmosphere, because you're not waiting for favor. You are walking in it. Your obedience is a step deeper into divine favor. Every step, and hear me, there will come a day when you will stand in the very place you once cried for. The very breakthrough you thought would never come will arrive. And it will be undeniable that it came from God, not from man, not from effort alone, but from divine favor. And in that moment, you will bow your head, lift your hands, and say, "Only God could have done this." That is the destiny you are walking toward. That is the future written by the hand of the Almighty. And it's closer than you think. There is a sacred stirring in the air when God is preparing to shift your life. His may not be able to explain it to others, but your spirit knows. You feel it in your bones. You feel it in your dreams. You feel it when you pray. You feel it when you sit in silence, and your heart begins to burn with a sense that something beyond you is happening around you. That, my friend, is the divine fingerprint of God pressing upon your destiny. It is the quiet thunder of purpose rising within you, and it cannot be ignored. When God is about to move in your favor, He doesn't consult your past. He ignites your future. He doesn't ask permission from your mistakes. He overrides them with mercy. He doesn't weigh the opinions of others. He operates from His own will. When God decides to bless you, it is final. When He chooses to elevate you, it is unstoppable. When He breathes on your life, nothing in heaven or on earth can block what is appointed. That's the power of divine favor. Now it's close. It is not earned by effort. It is appointed by purpose. Some of you have been asking, why is everything falling apart around me? But I want to ask you, have you considered that it's not falling apart, it's falling into order? That the collapse of the old is making space for the arrival of the new. That the shaking is not punishment, it is prophecy. God often has to break your rhythm in order to reveal His. He must disrupt your comfort to deliver your calling. If He left you where you were, you would miss where you're meant to go. So the turpit you feel, that's not the end, it's transition. If you can still, when the storm clouds gather, when friends scatter, when the path ahead grows unclear, many begin to doubt if God is still with them. But let me declare with conviction, God is most present in the unseen. He walks in the silence. He hides in the shadows. He speaks through stillness. And those who learn to recognize His whispers will walk in victories no one else can understand. Because divine favor is not always loud. It is often quiet, subtle, gentle. But when it manifests, it will roar. God is not only positioning things around you, He is positioning things within you. That is why you're being awakened. That is why you're being convicted. That is why you no longer tolerate what you once allowed. That is not because you've become difficult. It's because you've become different. Shaddad Mehta, growth doesn't always look like success. Sometimes it looks like separation. It looks like the end of old relationships. It looks like uncomfortable boundaries. It looks like walking alone. But do not fear the isolation. For in the solitude, God reveals strategy. In the quiet, He builds clarity. You are not being buried, you are being planted. For in that, and though the soil feels dark and heavy, and though the process feels slow and painful, remember this: the seed breaks before it blooms. The seed dies before it rises, and so must you. You must die to old thinking. You must release what once served you. You must surrender what you've outgrown, because God cannot pour new oil into an old vessel. He cannot place a new crown on an unsubmitted heart. He must first prepare you so that the blessing doesn't become a burden. There's a reason God hasn't allowed certain things to work out for you. It's not rejection, it's redirection. It's not failure, it's protection. It's not. God saw what you couldn't. He blocked what you didn't know would break you. He shut doors that looked good but would have drained your soul. And though it hurt in the moment, one day you will look back and thank Him for the disappointments. Because what felt like a loss was really a rescue. What felt like delay, and now the shift is near. The signs are growing louder. The confirmation is multiplying. The burden in your spirit is evidence. Something is coming. God is building momentum behind the scenes. Me is being mentioned in places your feet have not yet walked. Your presence is being prepared for environments that your mind has not yet imagined. And while others see nothing changing, you know what's coming. Hashtag Meta. Because favor always begins in the unseen. It is spiritual before it becomes visible. It is internal before it becomes external. This is not the time to grow weary. This is not the hour to faint. This is not the season to question what you know in your spirit. Now this is the time to anchor your faith deeper than ever before. This is the moment to rise early and chase after God with urgency. This is the moment to turn away from every distraction that dulls your heart to His movement. Because if the enemy cannot block your blessing, he will attempt to blind you from seeing it. He'll use busyness, bitterness, and boredom to weaken your discernment. But you must remain awake, remain watchful, remain rooted. Every setback has prepared the platform. Every scar has stretched your capacity. Every delay has deepened your hunger for God. And that hunger is the secret. God responds where He is desired. God speaks where He is sought. He releases favor where there is longing. He releases, and some of you are on the brink of receiving a measure of divine favor that will overwhelm you. It will draw tears from your eyes, not out of grief, but out of awe. Not from wounds, but from wonder. Because what is about to unfold is not something you worked for. It is something God Himself has written. But understand this without confusion. God is not releasing this to make life easy. He is releasing it to magnify His name. Your mission, your favor, it is not just about elevation. It is about revelation. It is about revelation. God is making you a living sign that He is still sovereign, still powerful, still faithful. He was using your life to awaken others, to stir the complacent, to shine light in dark places. So do not think that this favor is about luxury or applause. It is about impact. It's about obedience. It's about walking in authority while staying under submission. You were not chosen to impress people. You were chosen to reveal God. And that means walking differently, speaking differently, living differently. It means saying yes to God even when it costs you. It means sacrificing your will for His, because favor and obedience go hand in hand. It means you cannot ask for God's favor while rejecting His instruction. You cannot demand His blessing while ignoring His voice. The favor comes through surrender, through brokenness, through unwavering faith. And though the world may not see it yet, the heavens are already rejoicing. The angels have already been dispatched. The gates have already begun to open. The terrain has already been cleared. Meta, you're not waiting for favor. Meta, it's already in motion. Your obedience has triggered something in the Spirit. Your faithfulness has been noted. Your endurance has been honored. And now God is about to do what no one else could. He is about to place you in a position where only He gets the credit, only He gets the praise, only He gets the glory. Knowledgeist Metacode. This is more than a season. It's a divine shift. It's a divine shift, a holy interruption, a sacred turning point. And once it begins, it will not be stopped. Once God opens the door, it will swing so wide that even your enemies will have to watch in silence. This is more than, once He places His hand on your life, no system, no structure, no opposition can reverse it. So stand tall, speak truth, walk boldly, because the signs are clear. The time is near. God is about to work in your favor in a way that will leave no doubt. He is the one who governs your life. Jesus, when God begins to move in your favor, the shift may come so quietly, so subtly, that even those closest to you won't see it at first. The world often looks for loud entrances and dramatic changes, but God doesn't need to announce Himself with noise. His power is not proven by volume. It is proven by victory. And while others are waiting for outward signs, those who walk closely with God feel the change in the unseen. They sense the wind before it touches the trees. They feel the tremble before the ground moves. Because when you are tuned to God, you don't just see with your eyes, you perceive with your spirit. That's why you must learn to protect your spirit in this season. Sex, 0.6. When God is working, you cannot afford to be careless with your atmosphere. You cannot entertain everything and everyone. You cannot allow gossip to sit on your tongue or bitterness to rest in your heart. This is a sacred moment. God is not just changing your circumstances, He is changing you. He is molding your mindset. He is maturing your emotions. He is training your thoughts to rise above negativity and fear. Why? Metabris Sex 0.6. Because what He is preparing you to carry will demand more strength, more wisdom, and more discipline than anything you've known before. Some blessings are weighty. Some breakthroughs come with responsibility. Some victories require greater vision. That's why God is not just answering your prayers, He's shaping the person who prayed them. He's preparing you to be able to handle what you've been asking for. You prayed for overflow. He's enlarging your vessel. You asked for promotion. Now He's building your character. You cried out for change. Now He's tearing down old mindsets. This punishment, this is preparation. God is refining